We'll commence the hearing, thank you. This is the resumption of the Stream 5 hearing. We have only one matter on the agenda today, which is the hearing of the submission for Silverwood Corporation. Welcome to the Silverwood team. Nice to see you in person. And any preliminary issues, either from the council or from the Silverwood team, that we need to address? At our previous hearing, we held over the presentation of the Council 42A reporting officer and her supporting evidence until today. So my plan is that we will start with that, work through that, hear briefly from Greater Wellington Regional Council, who are the sole further submitter who've asked to be heard. I think they might be the sole further submitter, period. And then hear from the Silverwood team. My objective is to complete today. We're going to take a rain check at afternoon tea as to how we're going. If it appears that we could complete tonight, my plan, subject to the position of the parties, will be to keep going at least to 5:30, maybe a little longer, if we can clearly complete and avoid the need to come back tomorrow. Any issues with that plan of action? Sort of acceded with acclamation. Ms. Sweetman, I don't know if you want to say anything more than you've already presented the other day. We'll go straight into questions. My schedule has you going first. Is that the plan?
Yes, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Chair. That was my intent to go first. If you wanted to hear from the witnesses first, though, I'm quite happy to change the batting order, but it might be useful for me to set the context first.
I think it would be useful to hear from you first, but while retaining the ability to come back to you after we've heard the expert evidence and say, well, in the light of what Mr. Osborne, for instance, has just said, what's your view about that? That kind of question.
Absolutely.
So let's start with your presentation, and we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Do you want to present anything first?
Yes, I do, Chair. I have circulated some speaking notes, or Ash will circulate some speaking notes I've prepared. Now, in terms of the council experts, I have here to my left Phil Osborne in respect of economics, and also online is Rose Armstrong in terms of landscape, so they have prepared supplementary evidence as well. The other experts are available for questions this morning. I prepared a supplementary addendum. I'll assume the panel has read that and I don't need to read it myself.
Correct.
So I'll just proceed with these speaking notes. Now, these to some degree repeat in the first instance what I took the panel through in the hearing in May, but I thought it would be useful just to go over those again in terms of context for the future urban zone. So starting from the top, the future urban zone is a culmination of work undertaken by the council over the last 14 years. Now, this has included the Porirua Development Framework 2008, the Pauatanui Judgeford Structure Plan 2012, the Northern Growth Area Structure Plan 2014, and the Porirua Growth Strategy 2048, which was produced in 2019. What I don't have in that list, Commissioners, is the Judgeford Hills Zone, which was a private plan change, which was made operative on the 5th of December 2008. Just a note there that the background to the future urban zone and the role of these documents is articulated in sections 4.11 and 4.12 of the Section 32 Evaluation Report. The future urban zones proposed to apply to identified growth areas in the Porirua Growth Strategy. The Growth Strategy is a strategy produced under the Local Government Act and was appropriately consulted on. The future zone is also one of the District Plan's responses to Section 31 of the RMA and Policy 2 of the NPSUD, which requires the Council to ensure that it has provided sufficient land for housing and business for the next 30 years. Council's approach to growth is addressed through the overarching Section 32 Evaluation Report and has also been addressed in Hearing Stream 1 through the Part A Overarching Report. The intent of the future urban zone is to allow existing activities to occur and allow new rural use and development as long as it doesn't compromise the potential future urban development of these areas. It is in a large effect a holding zone which will stay largely the same for the foreseeable future until such time as Council initiates a plan change or a landowner initiates a private plan change to rezone the land. Once rezoned, resource consents from both Porirua City Council and Greater Wellington Regional Council would be required in order for development to occur. Future Urban Zone Policy 1 sets out how areas for future urban development have been identified as future urban in the PDP and how any new areas would be identified, including a range of criteria. In short, Clause 1 of that policy recognises areas identified for future urban development in the Council's growth strategy. I note that there were no submissions received seeking any changes to FUS P1 Clause 1. Clause 2 of that same policy sets out the relevant criteria for identifying new areas for future urban development. These are purposefully broader to include infrastructure and transport. The reason for this difference with Clause 1 is that these two aspects were addressed as part of their identification in the growth strategy. I note that there was one submission received on this clause to address the provision of infrastructure, and that was addressed in the May hearing. Policy 2 then sets out the process for land to be upzoned from FUS for urban development to occur. This requires a structure plan to be prepared and rezoning as a development area. Appendix 11 sets out the guidance for preparing a structure plan. The growth strategy identified areas for predominantly residential development and industrial development, both to meet identified demands for growth. These areas are articulated through FUS Objective 1 and FUS Policy 3. Policy 4 and Policy 6 provide the framework for interim use and development in the future urban zone, which is largely consistent with the framework in the general rural urban zone. One of the key focuses is avoiding the establishment of land use activities and the fragmentation of land through subdivision that may compromise future urban development. It would not allow rural lifestyle development as an interim option. Turning to the Silverwood submission. My recommendations on that submission are set out in Section 3.14 of my Section 42A report. The objective of the Silverwood submission is to rezone the site from general rural to future urban. The focus of my assessment has been on the appropriateness of the rezoning sought compared to the zoning as proposed in the PDP. In doing so, I have considered the provisions as proposed in the Future Urban Zone chapter, the proposed strategic objectives, the regional policy statement, and the national policy statement on urban development. In terms of the RPS, its relevant objectives and policies informed the proposed strategic objectives. How these did so are set out in the overarching Section 32 Evaluation Report and also in the Future Urban Zone Section 32 Evaluation Report. As is explained in both of those evaluation reports, the NPSUD only came into effect a short time before the PDP was notified. As a result, the PDP does not fully give effect to it. To that end, I've been mindful of the objectives and policies contained within it. Of course, the December Amendment Act, which I'll refer to as the RMA EHS, has also changed the landscape since the PDP was notified. The forthcoming intensification planning instrument variation to give effect to the RMA EHS must by law be notified by the 20th of August 2022, so just over 6 weeks away. As the panel has already been informed, this will bring substantial change to Porirua, in particular through the mandatory adoption of the medium density residential standards and the requirement to give effect to Policy 3 of the NPSUD sooner than was otherwise required through that NPS. Policy 3 sets out the requirement for intensification. The MDRS will have immediate legal effect once notified, unless they are modified due to the presence of what are called qualifying matters. This IPI will be going through an intensification streamlined planning process. While the IPI will be able to be submitted on and there will be a hearing, there are no rights of appeal as set out in Clause 107 of Schedule 1. I can provide the panel with a guidance document on IPIs and the ISPP and any other new acronym that you like, which that document has been prepared by the Ministry. The key message, though, that I want to impart is the directiveness of the RMA EHS and how it has amended the RMA. Intensification is mandatory for a Tier 1 council like Porirua. Its introduction has changed the level of intensification than that was anticipated, albeit not as radically as for some councils, given the PDP is comparatively permissive compared to many other district plans. While the IPI variation has yet to be notified, in my view, for the reasons I've just talked through, it is a relevant consideration. I do not disagree with Ms. Blick that there are many attributes of the site that lend itself to urban development. I have set these out in my overall evaluation as well. However, there are attributes that do not, such as the special amenity landscape, which Ms. Armstrong will be available to answer questions on. For the panel's information, following a screen printouts from the PDP planning map showing the location of SALs through the city. As the panel can see, for the most part, these are not located on areas of urban development, but rather general rural lifestyle or open space. There is a small area of undeveloped general residential zoned land in Takapuahia and some of the Māori purpose zone in Hongoeka, which have SALs over them. These have been responded to with bespoke provisions in the Natural Features and Landscape chapter. There is another piece of medium density residential zoned land in Cannons Creek with an SAL on it. This is on the designated Porirua College and Brandon Intermediate site. However, part of the Judgeford Hills Future Urban Zone does have an SAL over it. Judgeford Hills, of course, as I said at the beginning, has been zoned for a higher intensity of development than the adjoining rural lifestyle zone for some time, since 2008. In this first plan, I note the boundary between the future urban zone and the rural lifestyle zone, which applies to the northern part of the Northern Growth Area. This boundary is based on the earlier Northern Growth Area Structure Plan 2014, which identified the area zoned as rural lifestyle generally not being suitable for urban development. As I've set out in paragraph 333 of my Section 42A report, my primary concern as to the appropriateness of the rezoning sought by the submitter is in respect of UFD Urban Form and Development Objective 1 and Urban Form and Development Objective 2 in the PDP, and Objectives 2, 3 and 6 of the NPSUD. Clearly, this consideration needs to factor in the PDP as a whole and how it will give effect as a whole to the NPSUD and the RPS. These objectives are in respect to competitive land markets, ensuring a sufficiency of land supply, and that Porirua grows in a planned, compact and structured way. My opinion has been informed by the advice of Mr. Osborne to my left, who obviously the panel can answer questions of. While I appreciate that any evaluation needs to be undertaken as a whole, considering all factors, In this instance, and based on Mr. Osborne's evidence, my view is that Porirua as a whole has sufficient development capacity for residential purposes in the short, medium and long term, in terms of its zoned land and its future urban zoned land. Mr. Osborne has set out in his supplementary evidence that with the mandatory IPI variation, the amount of market enablement is going to be significantly greater than under the PDP. I agree with Ms. Blick that the requirements under Future Urban Zone Policy 2 for rezoning would require the provision of information on future supply and projected demand to achieve an appropriate capacity to meet the requirements of the NPSUD. However, that does not address the issue in the first instance if the rezoning to future urban now is the most appropriate means of achieving the objectives in the PDP, the NPSUD, and the Act as a whole. Mr. Osborne's evidence is that zoning additional land as future urban in the city would not be efficient and would likely result in outcomes that are not in line with the NPSUD, RPS, and the PDP's strategic objectives. While the rezoning of this land in itself may meet some of the objectives in the PDP and the NPSUD, in my view, the impact as a whole in terms of the strategic direction of the PDP and the NPSUD, in terms of Porirua's growth, has greater weight. Now, one matter I haven't written down in my speaking notes, which of course came to me in the early hours of the morning, is that I want to bring the panel's attention to that with Waka Kotahi withdrawing that part of its submission in respect to Judgeford Hills. So you remember from the hearing in May that Waka Kotahi withdrew its objection subject to matters relating to integrated transport assessment. And we had discussion around that was actually already provided for by Appendix 11.
Ms. Sweetman, just to check.
They said they would not pursue that part of the submission, not withdraw.
That was exactly the question.
Yeah.
So in terms, that was my recollection, that they didn't formally withdraw the submission.
But they did state they would not pursue it. There were no other submitters.
Right.
So with Judgeford Hills, there were no submissions against the Northern Growth Area that opposed the Northern Growth Area being included. So in that regard, there's pretty high level of certainty, I would think, that the Northern Growth Area and Judgeford Hills will be available for future urban development. And in saying that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Sweetman, can I start off? My understanding, both from your presentation, is that the identification of fuzz, both existing and new, is primarily driven by Fuzz Policy 1. That's the primary instrument.
That's correct, sir.
And you put a lot of store, and you've expanded this in your addendum, or supplementary statement, we'll call it an addendum. Formally, it's rebuttal. You put a lot of store in the fact that the Northern Growth Strategy identifies Silverwood. Again, I'll refer generally to the blocks. The subject of the submission is the Silverwood land, although we know that it's not all Silverwood land. We'll come to that.
Yep.
But just for convenience, that Silverwood was identified as a potential growth area. The issue that's troubling me is whether that means that it's not consistent. Identification of that land as fuzz is not consistent with the growth strategy. And I wonder if you could assist me. on that specific point, because, as I say, you focused on potential, what does that mean, which is fine, but you didn't explain why something that is potentially an outcome, if that outcome occurs, that is not consistent with the growth strategy.
So thank you, sir. The Silverwood submitted on the this growth strategy seeking its inclusion in it. And as Ms. Blick identified in the report to the council officers noted that Silverwood had made a submission and there would be an opportunity through the PDP process for it to be potentially introduced as a future urban zone. My understanding of that is that while it is indicated, I suppose I can't really say much more than I have already in terms of my position, is that it was indicated as a potential area that may be appropriate to be identified as future urban. And I guess this is where we're at now, is in terms of, is it appropriate to include it as future urban or not? Which I know doesn't quite answer your question.
Yeah, I just follow up one more question, and then you can. I understand your chain of logic, but if you're going to pursue that, doesn't the policy need to acknowledge that situation and provide more specifically for the situation that of land which is potentially suitable for future urban development, but not necessarily actually provide for the situation you describe, because on the face of it, the policy doesn't do that. The policy just uses the word consistent.
No, sir. The clause 2 of that policy specifically provides for new areas to be zoned future urban if it can be demonstrated that they are of an appropriate size, that there would be allowed to be comprehensive development. So I can take you through that if you like. I'm just quickly opening.
Well, I was interested when you said that as part of your speaking notes. I wrote in the margin that policy 1.2 doesn't say that either.
So policy 1 starts with the chapeau.
Yes.
Identify areas for future urban development as the future urban zone where these, 1, are consistent with the future urban zone. And then at the end of B, you'll see an or there. So identify areas that are either consistent with the growth strategy or they are of a size, scale and location which could accommodate comprehensive and integrated future development.
Isn't the natural reading of that policy that policy 2 covers the areas that are not consistent or not covered by the growth strategy?
That's correct. And my position is I don't believe that Silverwood is consistent with the growth strategy. And so it requires consideration under clause 2.
Commissioner Sinclair, you had a question you wanted, a point you wanted to pick up on.
In the growth strategy, where it says there's a plan in there, and it's got the Silverwood site identified, and it said potential. is there anything in the text for the rest of the plan, for the rest of the growth strategy, that refers to that site or what the meaning of potential?
There is
Yes.
there is nothing that mentions the meaning of potential. And
There's nothing else that refers to the Silverwood land?
just quickly referring to my section,
I think Ms. Blick
42A
refers
report.
to, there is a paragraph that more or less says exactly what you previously said to us, that there'd be an opportunity to pursue it through the PDP.
Paragraph 27 of Ms. Blick's evidence.
yes, I'm just, if you can just, sorry, there are so many bits of paper and
And 20, yeah.
that, what, as I understand it, what Ms. Blick is quoting there from is from that report I mentioned, which went to the council for final consideration.
I
Of
think,
the growth.
I think that Commissioner Williams just handed me a copy of the growth strategy at page 14 that says, it refers to the map and then says, this means land to the east of Whitby, Watangaroa and Cannons Creek up to Transmission Gully motorway can be
Yes.
considered for
Yeah.
residential zoning through the PDP review.
And that's paragraph 42, sorry, I gave you the wrong reference of Ms. Blick's evidence.
Yep.
Commissioner, I'm shocked.
Yeah, sorry.
But the main point is that, in terms of the question that Commissioner Sinclair's asked, there is that reference.
But that is the only reference,
That is the only reference. And
not which you compare that to the reference to the Northern Growth Area and to
yes,
Pauatanui, Judgeford and Judgeford Hills.
and that's also referring to can be considered for residential zoning as opposed to can be considered for fuzz.
Yes, that's right.
Sorry, so to carry on, Ms. Williams, then I'm trying to understand what it is you're relying on that the Silverwood land isn't included or isn't included in the growth strategy. Why doesn't it meet Fuzz P1?
In terms, as I've set out in my section 42A report and in my supplementary evidence, it is, if you'll see, it's ultimately comes down to the difference of language that is used in them, which is certainty between new growth area and potential growth area. The difference is ultimately all of the work that had already gone in to the Judgeford Hills, the Judgeford Flats and the Northern Growth Area in terms of the structure plan work that the council had undertaken. There had already been a lot of evaluation report work undertaken, the economics evidence undertaken in terms of the amount of additional capacity required. If it was shown that it was a new growth area, I wouldn't be arguing this point or putting this point forward.
I'm still trying to get the difference between Fuzz Policy 1, that it's identified, and Fuzz Policy 1, 2,
Are consistent.
and yeah, because it's an or.
Yes,
Doesn't
so
it
it's
have
an-
to
I-
meet
I'm-
one
yeah.
or the other?
It has to meet either one or
the
two.
other. So I'm
And so I've assessed it under two.
Yep.
So
Why
to me,
doesn't it meet-
there's
Yeah, but my question is, why doesn't it meet 1? That's what I'm trying to understand.
because in my view, it is not consistent with the growth strategy in terms of it being shown as potential rather than the certainty that is otherwise articulated through the growth strategy, for the Northern Growth Area, Judgeford Hills and Judgeford Flats.
So in the growth strategy, when you talk about those particular areas, what parts of the growth strategy are you referring to other than the plans, the map that sets that out?
I am also referring to the Porirua indicative growth sequencing for the next 30 years, which you will find on page 24
Of what?
of the growth strategy. Which
So
clearly-
Can you just repeat that? I'm just writing it down.
So page 24 of the growth strategy has the indicative growth sequencing for the next 30 years. And it specifically includes, for the north, Plimmerton Farms, Grays Farm, Mount Welcome, Porirua Bay West, and the Northern Growth Area. For the east, it also includes Judgeford Hills. There is no mention of the Silverwood land in there.
Thank you.
Reverting to the alternative of P2,
Before we do, Mr Chair,
Yeah.
I've still got some questions on P1.
okay, you go for, we'll carry on.
Yeah. Just to keep it in sequence.
Yes, please, Commissioner.
Ms Sweetman, I've been listening intently to that, and I understand your position. There's a gateway under P1 and P2, and you're simply saying that under P1 you don't believe it qualifies, but you've got a more open mind under P2 in terms of a merit assessment. Is that in a
Absolutely,
Yep.
sir.
Yep.
Yes.
What I'm not, I guess like Commissioner Sinclair, what I'm not completely certain of is why it's a no-go under P1. I understand I've heard what you've said in terms of the difference in language between the Silverwood being potential and Judgeford Hills and North Growth Area being identified, not having that same qualifier, if you like. But what I'm not understanding, Ms Sweetman, is why the word potential makes the site inconsistent with the Growth Strategy 2048. You've helpfully identified some of the definitions of the word potential in your paragraphs 12, and you say that they talk about possibility rather than certainty, and you also say that the Growth Strategy talks about consideration, and we saw that quotation that Ms Blick made at her paragraph 47, and you've done it at paragraph 10. But how does that equate to an inconsistency in the term that you understand it, and I understand it in case law in terms of, say, non-complying activities, which, inconsistent is something that's repugnant to or diametrically opposed to. How is the word a potential growth area in the growth strategy diametrically opposed to the content of the growth strategy? That's what I'm just struggling with.
I'm not saying, Commissioner, that it's diametrically opposed.
No, but you're saying it's inconsistent
I'm
with.
saying it is inconsistent with. So I suppose you need to think about the context in terms of what the growth strategy was prepared for, which
Yes.
was to inform, obviously, the PDP, but it was also developed to inform the council's infrastructure strategy and its long-term plan as well, and obviously the funding and projects that the council was going to put in place in terms of its future growth.
Yes.
So Silverwood has not necessarily had the same tyres kicked as was the Northern Growth Area, Judgeford Hills, Judgeford Flats. And that's why Clause 2 of that policy provides for those considerations, particularly in terms of infrastructure and transport.
Yeah. That's your view on your understanding of the background, but on a plain reading
Yeah.
of P1, do we really get that impression? I mean, what we've got in the growth strategy is a map and some descriptors.
Yep.
We do have that reference to some sequencing, but it doesn't preclude, in terms of infrastructure, it doesn't preclude Silverwood, does it?
No, it does not preclude it.
So
but-
the question I come back to each time is, how is it inconsistent? I mean, the Silverwood Party have made a submission to the growth strategy to include the Silverwood area, which wasn't included when it was notified, presumably. They've been successful in getting it recognised in the growth strategy. They are saying, both through their planner, Ms Blick, and through the council, that makes it consistent with, or at least not inconsistent with, the growth strategy, and therefore it gets through that gateway in inverted commas under policy on the first clause of P1.
I really have nothing further
Okay.
to add than I've already said, Commissioner, in terms of this.
Okay.
I mean, ultimately, as I've said, I have assessed it under clause 2.
Yes, and I understand that, and we'll have some questions under clause 2 later on. But just in terms of the word potential, is there any guidance in or any other higher order documents that would assist us in terms of understanding how that potential might be consistent or inconsistent with the growth strategy? Ms Blick, for example, in her paragraphs 24, 25 and 28, make references to the fuzz objective and the national planning standard. I'm referring to her paragraph 24, where she talks about the planning standard defining the fuzz as areas suitable for urbanisation in the future and for activities that are compatible with and do not compromise potential future urban use. Mm-hmm. I mean, doesn't at least the national planning standard recognise the concept of potential future urban use being suitable and consistent with the purpose of the future urban zone?
Possibly, sir. I have no...
Well, it's evidence of Ms Blick. I mean, this is what I'm asking you. Ms. Blick, you've read it. Do you agree with? Do you agree with what she says in 24?
That... Sorry, sir.
I mean, she's responded to your concern that regarding the appropriateness when you compare this proposal against Objective Fuzz 01 and the subsequent policy. So she's gone to the National Planning Standard to look at what the fuzz is all about. And she says that it talks about future urban use, potential future urban use.
Yes.
And she's obviously relying on that term. Mm-hmm. That's the term that you're relying on to preclude the development getting through the clause 1 of P1.
So I'll just go back to what I've said already, Commissioner, because I don't have much further to add to this. In terms of my position in terms of the growth strategy, is it included and provided certainty about what areas were to be zoned as future urban in the proposed district plan. It identified Silverwood as a potential to be zoned future urban in the proposed district plan, subject to an evaluation process, rather than what was rather a more automatic process of identifying and including Judgeford Hills, Judgeford Flat and the Northern Growth Area.
Yes, I understand your position. Does the urban growth strategy reference P1 at all?
No, it doesn't, sir, because it was prepared before the proposed plan
Does P1, well, P1 references the urban growth strategy though, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yes. But doesn't provide any nuance between potentially suitable or suitable, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
And that's why Clause 2 exists in terms of making sure that the tyres are kicked
I
appropriately.
understand your position on clause 2. I'm just trying to understand whether that matches what the policy actually says.
So my key point of difference, as I'll just reiterate it, is Judgeford Hills, Judgeford Flat and Northern Growth Area, through that growth strategy process, had more detailed evaluations undertaken of them.
Yes.
In particular in respect of infrastructure provision and transportation links.
Yes.
Those ones that were included in the growth strategy, as I said, were then reinforced through the council's long-term plan and infrastructure strategy in terms of the servicing that they will require over the years to bring them forward.
And that makes them consistent.
And
with
that
the
makes
growth.
them consistent, in my view.
Yeah, I understand that. What I'm not understanding is how
My-
a belated addition to the growth strategy through a submission process, which included the site as potential, makes that inconsistent with P1.
The difference to me is that the inclusion late as a potential that would be considered through the PDP process is when the evaluation would occur in terms of infrastructure and transportation.
Would have been useful if policy P1 said that.
It would have, and
doesn't.
should I have started at this point and drafted it, I would have changed it.
Okay. Is there anything else in Ms Bick's 25 and 28 where she examines the concept of potential? In 25, she talks about the section 32, which talks about future rezoning through the structure plan, the holding zone and interim concept, which embodies that concept of future potential, doesn't it?
It does,
Yep.
absolutely.
And then 28, all other areas that have been subsequently included, yes. Okay. Look, I'll leave that matter on potential, but we're going to come on to policy 2 now, and just before we do, can I just understand your position on, clause 2 of policy P1? Is your position that the Silverwood proposal gets through that gateway or not?
Yes, generally it would.
Yes.
As you will see, I think it should hopefully be quite clear through my 42A report and my supplementary that my primary concern is in respect of the economics, which Mr Osborne will be
That's
able
very
to
clear.
give you
That is
advice on.
amply clear.
Yeah. The other issue is obviously the extent of the site, which I think is appropriate to be zoned future urban.
Yes, and we'll have some questions.
Should the economics
Yes.
be
And
satisfactorily
that
addressed.
largely goes to the extent of the special amenity landscape, doesn't it?
That's right.
Yes. Okay, and we'll have some questions on those. But that was all on clause A, is it, or clause 1 of policy P1?
Turning to clause 2, the one thing that's notable by its absence in clause 2 is any reference to the economic issues that you're relying on.
Yes, and obviously a plan has to be read as a whole as well. So while there might not be direct reference in that policy clause in terms of the economic side, obviously any rezoning still has to be the most appropriate means of achieving the objectives of the plan, which then is why I have considered in particular UFD 01 and 01 and 02.
Yes.
And as I also said, the PDP was in large effect drafted before the NPSUD was, and we have yet to amend it to give effect to it. So one of the significant changes that was introduced through the NPSUD was obviously that particular objective around competitive land markets as well, and the change
Say again, the particular objective.
around competitive land markets. But the NPSUD was significantly redrafted from what the NPSUDC was. So again, that's why I have gone back up to the NPSUD itself as well.
In your supplementary statement, we're now getting into these economic, well, I wonder if Commissioner McMahon, if you have other questions on part 2 of policy 2, we should probably pick up them before going into the economic, or the relevance of the economic issues.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, they're rather generic though. So just coming back to the previous position that we established, that you think that Silverwood can get through part 2, let's call it clause 2 of policy P1. I guess I've got some questions on the role of the Appendix 11 process for the structure plan and the role of the overlay chapters in doing some of the heavy lifting to deal with any of the issues that have been identified, particularly in terms of the 3rd bullet point, avoiding significant adverse effects and remedying matters on identified or scheduled natural areas, including special amenity landscapes. The process under Appendix 11 requires a fairly robust assessment of those sort of matters, doesn't it? And before a plan change would be contemplated.
That's correct.
Yes. And so if there were, I mean, I don't want to get into the technical evidence on landscape and SNAs at this point, but do you generally accept that the process is robust enough to deal with any idiosyncrasies that that assessment might throw up in relation to natural features that are listed?
No, not necessarily. I think that both in clause 1 and clause 2 of that policy, it does talk about avoiding significant adverse effects,
Yes.
etc. And certainly not rezoning as future urban in the first place may be an appropriate means of avoiding
Yes.
those effects.
Yes, but you would, okay, I understand that distinction, but there would have to be quite compelling evidence at that first consideration of rezoning to not let the proposal pass the gateway, presumably.
Well, I'll take you back, Commissioner, to Judgeford Flats,
Yes.
which the hearing was held in May on.
I
And
remember it.
we had, yes, a lot of discussion around the flooding issues
Yep.
in terms of Judgeford Flat. And through that, I recommended, as you'll recall, in response to the concerns about that flooding,
An addition
that
and a deletion.
boundary be amended.
Yes.
Because it was inappropriate for it to be zoned
Yes.
future urban in the first place, irrespective of the FUS P2 rezoning and structure plan process.
Yes, and how would that would be dealt with if there was a flooding issue present with Silverwood, and I don't think there is. That would have been dealt with in the last bullet point of clause 2 of P1.
That's right.
Yes. So I'm talking about the second to last bullet point about avoiding significant adverse effects and avoiding remedy or mitigating any other adverse effects on identified features, including special amenity landscapes. The evidence of Mr. Hudson and Mr. Armstrong, whilst not totally aligned, doesn't appear to be a million miles apart.
No.
And you've acknowledged that in your, I think you acknowledged that in your 42A, and Ms. Blick acknowledges it, you acknowledged it in your supplementary. Is there any other natural feature that would raise such concerns at an evidential basis, such to prevent the fuzz zoning being contemplated under that third bullet point of clause 2 of P1?
I've addressed all of those in my 42A report, and I
and-
have not identified any
So the answer is
others.
no.
No.
Okay. So that what that indicates is that if Silverwood can't get through under P1, it could get through under P2.
That's correct. And as I've said in my 42A and in my supplementary, my only concern is in respect of the appropriateness of zoning the special amenity landscape as future urban.
Yes.
Particularly since, as I've articulated in my in my supplementary, and Ms Blick has as well,
Yes.
the actual National Planning Standard definition of what a future urban zone is, which is for potential urban development.
Yep.
And my position is, if land isn't appropriate for potential urban development, then it probably should not be zoned future urban.
Okay.
And that's why I have pointed out to the panel, in terms of the northern growth area in particular, how the location of the boundary of the future urban zone on particular sites matches the topography where urban development is potentially appropriate versus land where it's just not going to work because of topography, and that's been zoned rural lifestyle.
Yes.
So that's a response.
So does that go to these issues? The first issue, does that go to the extent of the Silverwood land which might be included in the fuzz?
That's right, sir. That's
Yeah.
my line of argument
Yes.
in terms of I don't necessarily consider that should the panel think it appropriate to rezone, that all of the site should necessarily be
Okay.
rezoned.
Commissioner, can I just
Yes.
follow up that point? You've compared the northern growth area. Is there a potential inconsistency with Judgeford Hills, which seems
Yes, and that's why I raised it in my speaking notes, that there is an inconsistency with Judgeford Hills in that regard.
Yes. Do you happen to know the amount of land that's covered by SAL and Judgeford Hills?
I don't, but I can get that figure for
My,
you.
correct me. My understanding is it's around 20%, 20 to 30%.
Potentially.
Yeah. Let's just assume that that's the case for the time being. That would compare with roughly 40 to 50% for Silverwood.
Potentially,
Yes.
yes. But then referring back to the structure plan, indicative structure plan, which they've already prepared, they have already identified a lot of it as a
Who, Judgeford or Silverwood?
Silverwood.
Yes.
Have already indicated a lot of it being for more rural lifestyle living,
Yes.
hillside living,
Yes. But
rather than urban development per
yes.
se.
But there'll be areas of no-go in Judgeford Hills. There'll be areas of no-go in, the northern growth areas. Yet those full areas have been identified to the full extent, haven't they? And the structure plan process will nuance that further, won't it?
I can tell you that the council's already been engaging on this
Yes.
proposed structure plan for the northern growth area, and the intent is actually to expand the area
Okay. Interesting.
rather than reduce it,
Yes.
and that it pretty much all will be zoned residential.
Yes. So that's my
Was that-
question. That's my question. What about for
For Judgeford Hills, obviously that came out of the 2008 Judgeford Hills zone,
Yes.
which was that private plan change to the operative plan. So that is a difference.
But the entirety of the Judgeford Hills area has been zoned fuzz, hasn't it?
Yes, that's right. So it
But we
didn't have that
know from the draft structure plan that not all of it will be developed
No.
for residential purposes.
No, and certainly the topography won't
Yeah.
provide for that.
And so how is that any different from identifying the entirety of the fuzz for Silverwood and using the structure plan process to nuance the areas?
It could be, and as I've said, my argument comes back to the definition of a future urban
Okay,
zone
yep.
in the National Planning Standards, which says for potential urban development.
Okay, I understand that. Thank you.
Can I ask a question following up that I was going to pursue with Ms Armstrong and Mr Hudson, and indeed with Ms Blick? You've developed the argument that the FARS is intended for urban intensification, which raises obvious questions about areas identified in the structure plan as
for rural lifestyle or a density equating there too.
Yeah.
I have a question that relates to the MDRS coming in over the top of this and mandating 3-storey, 10-metre, 50% site coverage, no minimum coverage, all as permitted activity standards, subject only to qualifying standards, qualifying matters. The landscape evidence seems to be premised, the agreement of the two landscape experts seems to be premised on the ability through the structure plan to have a sensitive, carefully designed, carefully controlled residential development areas, whereas the MDRS, as I understand it, will take a scythe through the middle of any controls. Everything will be permitted. There will be no design standards within the MDRS. So how does that work? And how does it work for Silverwood? And how does it work indeed for Judgeford Hills?
That's correct. So the requirements of the MDRS through the RMA EHS is that they will apply to any relevant residential zone. So a relevant residential zone is one that is in the national planning standards, but it excludes large lot residential. So large lot residential not subject to them. Everywhere else, yes, it would be. The only way
What's
large
lot residential? It's a
I
relative
looked at the
term.
definition the other day and it's absolutely funny. Well, I thought so. It is a density that is lower than low density or general residential.
What would it equate to in the PDP, Ms. Sweetman?
We do not have a low,
Okay.
a large lot residential
So would it be
zone.
rural lifestyle? Would that be the closest?
The closest would be rural lifestyle, that's correct.
Okay.
I'll read it to you because I was reading it. I thought it
Another
very
really
funny.
helpful definition from the National Planning Standards.
Okay.
Areas used predominantly for residential activities and buildings such as detached houses on lots larger than those of the low density residential and general residential zones, and where there are particular landscape characteristics, physical limitations or other constraints to more intensive development.
Doesn't actually say, and it just uses the definition to explain what the definition is. And it's called a tautology. So yeah,
No help whatsoever.
no help.
So you're right, Chair, that the ball game's changed in terms of what the council can and can't control in terms of intensification and the form of development either in terms of what is permitted. The only way that the council can deviate from that is through the application of qualifying matters, which are now articulated through the RMA. And those include, obviously, Section 6 matters, to some degree, Section 7 matters, matters articulated through national policy statements, national environmental standards, regionally significant infrastructure, and the like.
Does the cell qualify?
Does what's in SAL?
Yes.
Potentially, yes. And certainly the council's proposed approach and its pending variation is that the MDRS will be modified in those areas of special amenity landscape that I mentioned earlier in my speaking notes.
So the issue that's exercising me is that the MDRS allows for open space and it allows for medium density residential, but nothing else unless a qualifying matter applies. Is that understanding correct?
Could you rephrase that, Please.
that, as I understand the DRS, it allows for open space
And what do you mean
within,
by?
within an urban area.
No, the medium residential standards are the standards which articulate you have to permit.
Yes,
But in terms of zoning within an urban area,
you could have a park.
you could have
for,
a park.
A park for people to play sport on, for instance.
The MDRS don't impact on that site. You can still have a medium density zone, which allows for parks and open space, yes.
Yes, that was
Yeah.
what, that
That's
was
the question.
So
that was-
that's different to the MDRS.
Yes,
Yeah.
but it can allow for that within it. But in terms of the argument you've, or the reasoning that you've developed around allowing for fuzz if it's suitable for urban development, the fact that there might be open space within it is not a disqualifying factor. That's,
No, because that would be a usual characteristic of urban development, to have open space to support it. And certainly the NPS on UD, in terms of its definition of a well-functioning urban environment, includes the provision of open space.
and but the point is that you could address the SAL by having an open space, but the thing that I'm puzzling about is the extent to which
You
can
could have
provide-
it as an open space if the council
yes,
wanted it as a large open space.
yes,
Yes.
that is open space necessarily council owned?
Not necessarily, but typically, and if we're talking about the indicative structure plan, which has been provided, it's a significantly large area.
Yes, I'm thinking about Whitireia Park, part of which is owned by Radio New Zealand.
Only a small part, and that's for their own activities,
Yes.
of course.
Let's not go there, because I think they have a small part that includes a farm, which I don't think is used for radio purposes.
No, more reverse sensitivity purposes. Yes.
Yes. But the point, but is my understanding correct that putting aside open space areas, that the council's ability to require the kind of sensitive design that I gather that the landscape experts are saying is required, is severely constrained, or will be as soon as the variation hits the deck.
That's correct. Incredibly constrained.
And does that fact, or should that fact cause us to be concerned about Silverwood, the broader Silverwood area, as a fuzz on its own, irrespective of the SAL?
I might let Miss Black address that when you have a question for her. I asked Miss Black particularly to consider the well-functioning urban environment side of things, and obviously her advice did predate to a large extent the MDRS and their introduction, so she might have some thoughts when it comes to her time to articulate on those.
Oh, yes. So,
But as I've said, I have no, apart from the economic side of things, I have no particular concerns myself in terms of the rezoning to future urban, in terms of its location. There are certainly lots of very positive attributes of the site in terms of its proximity to transport links, proximity to employment centres, to open space areas as well.
in your supplementary, Ms. Sweetman, you paraphrase the economic arguments, always a dangerous business, paraphrasing an economist, in my experience.
Well, that's why he's sitting next to me, sir, so that
And so
he'll be able
he
to
can no doubt kick you under the table.
Yes.
At paragraph 25 of your supplementary, there's no point, I see no point at this time to rezone the subject site to fuzz. Is
To
that,
recommend.
yes, all right. Take that as given. Is that no point or no need? Or
No,
is it,
no need, sorry, it should be no need, yes.
and at in the follow-up question is, do we need? Is that a relevant question in terms of the statutory tests?
I suppose it came down to, I see need as an element of efficiency and appropriateness as well, in terms of meeting the objectives of the PDP and the NPSUD.
Now, Mr. Osborne will doubtless have a view about this, but since it's an issue of interpretation of the NPSUD, my reading of the new NPS, particularly as further amended in December last year, is that colloquially it might be seen as more the merrier. It provides minima, but no maxima. What's your is an issue of interpreting the national direction? What's your response to that?
I think that you can't read one national policy statement necessarily in isolation either, is my first point. I don't believe that it was ever the intent of the NPSUD to give carte blanche to rezone everything to residential and business. And I certainly think that the presence of the NPS on fresh water, the pending presence of the National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity and highly productive soils certainly provides a pretty clear indication that it isn't a carte blanche just to provide for everything for urban development, because you're right, there's nothing that says you don't have to rezone everything urban. But in terms of, obviously, that objective needs to be read in line and with objective 1 as well, in terms of what is a well-functioning urban environment, 2. And then objective 3, which talks about urban environments which are certainly looking at more intensification and around employment centres and trying to get more compact form as well. And certainly objective 6, which talks about ensuring that when we're making these decisions on urban environments, that we're doing so thinking about infrastructure planning and funding, and that they're strategic, so that we're taking a planned rather than an ad hoc scattergun approach to urban development.
And literally the last question I had for you, Ms. Sweetman, is you've mooted the possibility on landscape grounds, saying on a contingency basis that if we're satisfied on the economic issues, you're concerned about the breadth of the fuzz sought, or the spatial breadth. Which bits
Well,
would you omit?
that's where I would rely on the advice of Miss Armstrong, working with Mr. Hudson in terms of what is or is not necessarily appropriate. And that's the point I articulated before, that the future urban zone does act as a holding zone, and it really does limit what is able to occur on the land until such time as rezoning occurs. So it may be potentially more appropriate for some to be zoned rural lifestyle or similar, to actually allow things to occur sooner rather than later. And certainly what was articulated by Mr. Hudson and has been evaluated by Ms. Armstrong in terms of different forms of development in a rural lifestyle zone in a special amenity landscape could go through a consent process.
Could I ask a supplementary on that, Ms. Sweetman? So I completely understand what you're saying there. My question is, when is the best time to make that call? Is it now when we're considering the potential application of the fuzz zone, or can it be done through the Appendix 11 process where a nuanced response to rezoning that might include a mixture of residential and rural lifestyle might be contemplated?
It could occur through either.
Yes.
What I was considering was the most appropriate
Yes.
zoning at this point in
All right.
time.
Let me ask that a different way. Would it be a problem if it occurred later? Is Appendix 11 sufficiently broad enough to come up with the most appropriate zoning at that time, other than a future urban zone?
It could adequately occur through that point,
Okay.
that stage.
Thank you.
However, it's my issue obviously is what future urban zone
Yeah.
says it's for.
I understand that, and also the economic issue too.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll get to that.
Is the other issue the one I was pursuing with you about whether in a transition to an urban zone, the MDRS overlay constrains your ability to use the structure plan process to, like I saw it at the same as the other side of the coin. If you've identified as a holding pattern for future urban development,
Yeah.
some way, shape or form, it must be urban development within the national planning standards, which admits open space, but it doesn't admit rural lifestyle.
Yeah.
Rural lifestyle is not obviously subject to the MDRS, no.
But it's not. It's more than it's not subject to the MDRS. It's inconsistent with the MDRS. It's in effect, it is a lower zone.
Well, it doesn't, the Act says that the MDRS only applies to relevant residential zones.
Yes,
And
but-
rural lifestyle is not.
Yeah, chicken and egg though. But if it's
Yeah.
going to be urban, it's got to be an urban zone.
That's my argument, sir. Yeah.
And does it go further? If Appendix 11 is to apply, it needs to be a fuzz zone, presumably.
Well, that's how policy 2
Yes.
is.
For example, if, just hypothetically, if the outcome of these proceedings, and I'm not sure about scope, was a split zoning of rural lifestyle and fuzz, presumably Appendix 11 would only apply to that part zoned fuzz.
Well, not necessarily in terms of the variation that we're preparing currently for the Northern Growth Area. We have considered the whole of the site in terms of a structure plan, which does include the rural lifestyle zone part, but that's just to ensure that an integrated, comprehensive approach is taken to the land rather than just that fuzz boundary.
What's the linkages to Appendix 11? Can you just take me through those?
So it is through policy 2.
Yes.
So
Yeah, well, it's
So
the
it's
chapo
clause
there is,
1,
only provide for urban development within a future urban zone.
yes.
Is that limiting?
Well, potentially.
Yeah.
If it's not
Yeah.
urban development,
Yeah.
then it's not provided
Yeah,
for.
so that's why I go back to that question, Ms. Sweetman. I mean, if it's a mixture of two zones, then policy 2 would only apply to that part zone fuzz. Yeah,
I mean, that's not to say someone can't apply for a
Sure.
plan change to do whatever they want.
sure, yeah, but
But
understood.
this policy is,
Yeah.
it's certainly its intent is to provide the
Yeah.
means
Yeah.
and
What
methodology.
I'm trying to ascertain is what's the appropriate timing of this in making these decisions.
Yeah.
Recognising your overall position, if the panel was of a mind to rezone this fuzz or part of it, should they, if they were going to do that, should they, to take advantage of Policy 2 and the structure plan process in Appendix 11, would it be counterproductive to only zone part of the land FUZ?
Potentially,
Okay. Okay.
but I think it could be done either way.
Well, just to cap that off, Policy P2 contemplates that that Appendix 11 would deal with fuzz zone land.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I see what- I've got some more on the economic stuff and then
well,
policy interpretation.
Yes, before we go there, in terms of the extent to which, well, maybe this is an overlap. Okay, Commissioner Sinclair, why don't you hoe into it, and then we'll see where we land.
Ms. Sweden, I'm referring to particularly paragraphs 25 to 27 of your supplementary, and just the relation to the NPSUD and the, what is it, that was amended in December, as you said just before. So that, just firstly as a question, has anybody put the amendments from December into one document with the July 2020 version of
A reprint.
a reprint?
The version that I have is dated May 2022, updated from the MFE website, so I assume
okay.
it does.
Be nice if, May 22, right.
And yes,
Thank
it
you.
does follow. I can
Yep,
send that.
okay. I'm sorry, I've finally found it, so that's
Yeah.
good. I'm just, so which, in 27 you say that the civil would result in the oversupply of housing land meeting the objectives of the NPSUD. So which objectives are you referring to?
So as I've said, 2, 3 and 6 in particular.
So, why is it that what could you explain a bit more detail? Why is it that 3 and 6 are affected by the oversupply of land?
In terms of objective 6,
Yeah.
and that's where I was talking about before, is where it talks about councils needing to take a planned and strategic approach to urban growth and development in terms of ensuring that it's integrated with infrastructure planning and funding decisions, and it's strategic over the medium and long term.
Right. And,
So that's my particular reference in terms of 6,
Yep.
and that's certainly articulated through the policies and the implementation clauses of the NPSUD, which put a lot more pressure on councils now to ensure that they are only zoning land for future urban, for urban purposes, in terms of greenfield, if it is strategically planned with infrastructure and it's funded and the like. So we don't end up with these situations that we've had over the last few decades. of land being rezoned with no infrastructure provided to it, which has recently been in the media in Auckland as a particular issue.
Is, where you say it puts a lot of pressure, is that on the face of the document or is that in practice?
Both.
So how much is the oversupply going to be?
I'd have to ask Mr Osborne
Isn't it
to
in
address
paragraph
that.
26?
I'd prefer if Mr Osborne could talk through what the council's HBA in terms of has already identified the 2019 one and the more recent 2022 one, and then obviously there has been work in terms of what is the implication of the MDRS on top of that.
Oh,
Well,
but if I'm talking, Mr Osborne isn't going to tell me about what the potential development of the Silverwood block and the Land Court block are.
so from the submission that was provided, it says that there is additional 500
Right.
proposed on this land. Obviously, that would likely change now with the MDRS in terms of what the potential yield could be.
So on in objective 2 of the NPSUD, which talks about housing affordability, supporting competitive land and development markets. So from a planning perspective, what's supposed to be the outcome that's being sought for that objective?
Improving housing affordability
Oh.
by providing different options in different markets, different typologies.
So whatever planning decisions we make is supposed to do that,
Yes.
right? Then what's the detail in the proposed plan that supports, apart from supply, the competitive and land and development markets?
So I'll go back to my earlier statement that we haven't yet obviously amended the PDP to fully give effect to the NPSUD, and that was because of the timing issue there. But in terms of what directs in terms of form and supply are set out in the UFD objectives in particular. So UFD 04, future urban areas, talks about growth areas able to be serviced by infrastructure that has sufficient capacity to accommodate form and development. In terms of competitiveness, that's provided for in terms of providing for intensification, providing for new growth areas as well.
Okay, nothing further, thank you.
The question I had,
Oh, sorry, I would just ask that add the objectives which you haven't heard yet to any great depth are in terms of the housing opportunities one as well. And HO 01 on housing variety talks about provision of a variety of housing types, sizes and tenures. And then there is a HO 02 in terms of higher density housing. Obviously, these are going to be subject to the pending variation to reflect the MDRS and reflect Policy 3 of the NPSUD.
Ms. Sweetman,
Mr. Osborne's analysis, as I understand it, and he's doubtless going to tell me why I've misunderstood it, if I have, is in part that an excessive provision for greenfield development chills the market for intensification. The argument we're discussing here is about that initial phase of earmarking land for future urban development as a fuzz. But Mr. Osborne's analysis made me wonder about the strength of Appendix 11.1 and point 2, because it seems to me that if council wants to throttle provision of greenfield development, you're putting a lot of weight on those two provisions in the structure plan to stave off, for instance, a private plan change, because if you think it's if the council thinks it's premature. So so this is not so much an issue about Silverwood, but this backs into the issues about, well, how is this structured and how robust is Appendix 11 and the structure plan mechanism?
Yes, I think I answered that point when Commissioner McMahon asked before in terms of benefit of hindsight, but also there is a clear need that that the future urban zone provisions at some point soon will need to be reviewed to give effect to the NPSUD, as has been signalled.
And get down to tin tacks. Mr. Cody has a submission
He does.
that he's going to table some commentary by the end of tomorrow, or he may do so. He has asked that, about that, seeking to constrain identification of greenfield development in favour of infield intensification. Is that an avenue to maybe not a complete fix, but to apply a band-aid to what you've identified as an immediate problem?
Potentially. I did address Mr. Cody's submission in my 42A report right at the beginning. So in 3.2 under general submissions,
I also remember I asked you the same question in the last hearing, and you said there was no submission, and I'd forgotten about Mr. Cody, so which is why I'm returning to it.
well, I did. Depends what your question was in the first hearing, but there was a submission in respect of Mr. Cody in particular seeks that the Northern Growth Area be rezoned as a future generation area, seeks revised criteria for economic feasibility to reassess the scope for redevelopment using forward-looking models for providing houses and fuzzes and future generation zones, which I note Silverwood is a further submitter opposed to. And then in terms of the fuzz and the future generation zone, seeks designated reserves and regeneration zones that provide a full offset to all residual urban environmental impacts.
I seem to recall there is another submission linked to intensification, but I need to...
There is one from Kaunga Ora, So Kaungaora generally supports the FUZ and spatial extent as proposed, but seeks consequential changes consistent with its overall submission. There's that one. And then, staging a future urban zone release. And that's under 3.3. So KO seeks that any stage release of FUZ for future residential use take into account and monitor the uptake of intensification within existing residential zones. This is for the reason that the extent of FUZ proposed in the PDP will not encourage suitable intensification of existing urban areas and the compact urban form that's being sought in the strategic direction of the PDP, which I note Silverwood is also a further submitter opposed to. And John Cody there seeks that any application for housing on a FUZ is supported by evidence that intensification is not an option.
That's what
That's the one?
That's the one I remember.
That's the one, okay.
That, go back to the, that's the jurisdiction, but go back to the substantive issue. Is it desirable to have more policy around these decisions than leaving it in the structure plan?
I absolutely agree, sir, and that's why I said in hindsight, if I was to draft this again, I would provide a lot more direction in there. And again, it predated the NPSUD,
Yes.
Hindsight's a marvellous thing.
and which is why,
Well, in the absence of hindsight, is there scope? Has anyone sought new policy or additional?
Well,
No.
but the general provisions that we just saw would support policy amendment, I think. Well, what do you think, Ms. Sweetman?
there weren't any specific to, there was no wording provided and there was no
Yes.
specific reference
But
to.
in jurisdiction terms,
Jurisdiction terms and the high level, there are certainly submissions on, and it could be contemplated that there were changes as a consequence. And clearly the Silverwood further submission on that would demonstrate that someone considered that there might be a consequence
and wish to preclude that.
thereof. Yeah.
Which is fair enough, and no doubt Mr. Dawson and his team will tell us why that's not appropriate, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, just to be clear though, make sure I'm not missing the conversation. We are talking about FUZ P1 here, are we?
No, we're talking about FUZ P2. It's the next stage.
Okay.
It's the how robust is the consideration of the economic issues?
Okay.
It is more FUZ P2 aimed than FUZ P1
Okay.
aimed.
In the move from FUZ to
Yeah.
urban.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My hindsight, the hindsight answer to my question was largely focused at P1 though.
Yeah.
And
With P1, I would, with hindsight, amend that as well.
yeah, and but in the absence of hindsight for P1, I don't think we have scope to.
No, I don't think so.
No, yes. Okay.
Well, we've come to 10:30. We might have a stop for a cup of tea, and I'll confer with my colleagues if they have anything else. I
Thank
think
you.
we're close.
I've got a couple of questions, maybe after morning tea.
Okay, Commissioner Williams has one or two, so not quite the end. But thank you. We'll adjourn
you.
for 15 minutes. Back at 10 to 11. Thank you. Commissioner Williams, you had some questions for Ms Sweetman?
Thank you, Ms Sweetman. We've sort of canvassed some of it about what a fuzz may or may not be this morning, but just for my clarity, I'd like you to run your planner eye over. I'm actually looking at Ms Armstrong's evidence. If you can have that, find a spare window on your laptop to open it. It's just that what I'd like is a planner response to some of the assumptions that have been made.
I have found it.
Okay, so I'm looking at, it doesn't have page numbers, but 19.6.
Sorry, I'd gone to the supplementary. I'm just finding her. Sorry, Commissioner, could you please repeat the reference?
19.6.
Yes.
So these are fairly simple questions, but Ms Armstrong has said to avoid remedy and mitigate, it is likely that the structure plan would need to limit urban type development in the SAL areas, which would erode the relevance of the fuzz change. Can you comment on that? Is that something you would agree with?
Yes, and that's ultimately why I've reached the conclusions I have and made the recommendations I have, because of Ms Armstrong's evidence in that regard.
Okay, and then
Of those SAL areas.
right, and so you would also agree. I mean, I think from the tone of the questioning that happened earlier, that paragraph 21, it's logical to assume that the fuzz would preclude a zone change to rural residential activities, given its primary purpose for urban residential development.
Yes, Commissioner, I don't think it would necessarily preclude it from occurring. It could occur through it. I suppose the position where I think my feeling is where we are now, and Ms Armstrong will obviously be able to articulate that further, is that the submitter has provided evidence in terms of an indicative structure plan of areas that are and are not suitable for urban development. And this SAL area is one where, to me, both landscape architects have effectively said that urban development is not necessarily appropriate.
Yes, I suppose looking at the structure plan, looking at the potential, the indicative, the draft structure plan, one might also say the same about the east-facing slopes of the site, but that's not something to talk to you about. I think I'll discuss that with the landscape architects. But I'm not actually going to make you try and find Mr Hudson's evidence, because I think that might be
I'm sure
a
I
page
can.
too far.
I'm sure I can. Next time I'll
Thank
bring
you.
a couple more screens with
Yeah, no,
me.
it's really just so that I can get it set in my own mind. Can I ask
I
you
have
that?
it.
Oh, you have it. Paragraph 44.
Sorry, my laptop is now going quite slow. Yes, I've got that there.
So Mr Hudson says that the fuzz zone does not require that all future zones within the area must be residential, nor does it anticipate or require eventual comprehensive landscape change. Would you agree with that?
No, not necessarily, and that's what I've addressed in my supplementary evidence, and that's why I went to the definition of what a future urban zone is. Commissioner McMahon and I had a conversation about this earlier in terms of that some things could be refined through, obviously, a structure plan exercise, and we also discussed that it could also occur at this point in time as well. So the definition of future urban zone, as I articulated it somewhere. Now I am struggling with the number of tabs that I have open. Areas suitable for urbanisation in the future and for activities that are compatible with and do not compromise potential future urban use. So it really does talk about areas suitable for urbanisation.
It's a wonderful term, urbanisation. How would you define it?
Making urban. Urbanisation is the change from a more rural landscape to one which would be defined as urban
Right.
in terms of its form and character.
Right. So we're still going to struggle with the continuum of rural to rural, residential to large lots, whatever they might be, to medium density. Urbanisation falls somewhere in that continuum.
I wouldn't necessarily say rural lifestyle is urban.
No. Large lots?
Large lots potentially, yes. Large lot
I've heard that
residential
word
zone.
before, potentially.
I suppose that's where the national planning standards have assisted us in terms of defining what is urban versus rural to some degree. What comes under rural is rural lifestyle, general rural,
Okay.
rural production.
Right, that's where the line is drawn. Urban one side, rural the other. Yeah.
And there is a, large lot would start being a change of character, but it would still be urban.
I think I see. Thank you.
Commissioner Sinclair, any final questions from you? Sorry, was that a no?
That was a no, yes.
Sorry, missed that. Commissioner McMahon?
Yes, just a few things. I mean, Sweetman, I want to just go over a few points of clarification, but just want to start with the inventory where we left off with the last questioning, just on P1. Apologies for going over this once again. Your position then is that the Silverwood proposal doesn't meet clause 1 of P1 because it's inconsistent with the growth strategy, and largely because of the word potential.
Because it's not consistent because of
Not
the
consistent, okay.
word
And-
potential.
Yes, and that, but whereas there is a possibility of it getting through clause 2, based on those 4 bullet points that are listed under those, and you would rely on the evidence of Ms. Black and Mr. Stratham regarding urban design and land and transport, Mr. Fountain regarding flooding, I guess the geotechnical evidence from Andreas.
Yes.
I'm not going to tackle his surname or her surname.
And there's Dr. Shaw's
And Dr.
evidence
Shaw's,
on ecological matters
yes.
as well. Yes.
And the stuff from Katrina Mirinson from Wellington Water. So those matters in clause 2 are all potentially able to be dealt with on based on the evidence that you rely on.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Now, in questioning, in relation to your supplementary evidence at paragraph 25 on page 6, I just want to make this change. I think I heard you say that you'd want to replace the words "no point" with "no need."
Yes.
That's in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 line?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. And in answer to a question from the chair, I think, in relation to qualifying matters under the MDRS, I think you said that SALs are potentially a qualifying matter. I wondered if you could elaborate on that.
Certainly, I'll just get to my PDF tabs. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through a very slow document at the moment.
While you're doing that, I presume you say that because it's not clear from the legislation, then there's room for interpretation, or is there some other reason?
It's because what the Act requires is that the MDRS may be modified in response to qualifying matters, which means there needs to be a case-by-case evaluation. And the legislation makes it quite clear that that needs to be obviously articulated through a Section 32 evaluation.
Yes.
As to why it's appropriate or not.
Understand
so
that.
it depends on the appropriateness in the particular instance for it to be changed or not, and that would be obviously then dependent on the SAL to a large extent as well.
So the term may is important because there's a discretion, obviously, but is there any interpretation issue around whether a SAL is a qualifying matter?
So I've got the NPS-UD in front of me now, and I'm looking at clause 3.32, qualifying matters.
Yes.
And so it runs through, in this NPS, qualifying matters means any of the following. So it talks about a matter of national importance under Section 6.
Yes.
A matter required in order to give effect to any other NPS. Any matter required for the purpose of nationally significant infrastructure. Open space for public use. Area subject to a designation or heritage order. A matter relevant to iwi participation legislation. The requirement to provide sufficient business land for low density uses. And then it's just clause H, and where an SAL may be considered. And clause H says any other matter that makes higher density development as directed by policy 3 and appropriate in an area.
Okay, that's useful.
So an SAL doesn't not automatically qualify.
So to come under H, it would need to be on the merits of the circumstances and the location being considered.
Specific. So in respect of those 8G clauses, which I've just read out, the Act allows a more broader analysis of what the qualifying matters might be. But if you're going to apply H, it requires you to do a more site-by-site evaluation of why there might be appropriate changes necessary.
And that site-by-site evaluation has to justify why the particular characteristic makes that level of development inappropriate in light of the national significance of urban development.
That's right.
And evaluates the appropriate range of options to achieve the greatest heights and densities permitted by the MDRS or as provided for by Policy 3 by managing specific characteristics. So you're talking about, it's not going to be an easy test to circumvent. That, like, the whole direction is you'd better have a really good reason.
Very much so. Very much so. So I won't go into...
No, and that's as far as I wanted to take that. You've answered my question.
Yeah, thank you.
I just in the next 5 minutes, I just want to go through some of Ms. Blick's comments and just see what your position is on them, particularly where you haven't responded in your supplementary. So the first one relates to page 18 of her statement, and she's dealing with the Wellington Regional Growth Framework here. And she acknowledges that the framework, that's a 2021 document, doesn't include the Silverwood site. And she outlines why that is, and it was to do with the quantum of yield being proposed. I think there was dealing with sites generally over 1,000 dwellings. What's your position on the relevance of the Wellington Regional Growth Framework to this matter? Where does it fit in the sort of hierarchy of documents that we need to consider?
I'm just trying to recall if it was produced under the Local Government Act. It certainly has been consulted on.
Yes. And it's now
It is
operative.
now an operative one. So it does certainly require consideration as a document that shall be had regard to.
Yes. Under 70.
67, isn't it?
Yeah. Other matters. Yeah. The
Yeah.
equivalent of 104, 1A.
Strategies and plans
1C.
produced under other
Yes.
legislation. Yes.
Okay. Okay, I thought that was 74, but
Oh, you're right.
Yep.
It is 74.
yep. Okay. So it's relevant. The conclusion that Ms. Blick draws is that the exclusion of the Silverwood site from the framework should not preclude the rezoning of the site to FUZ. Do you share that view, just on that matter?
I don't think it should preclude it, but certainly that framework does provide a good indication of where the region as a whole is seeing the direction of growth as a whole as well.
Thank you.
And I expect that as the regional policy statement is revised, that document will inform it. But obviously,
That's for another day.
occurred.
For another day. But you generally agree with Ms. Blick on that it should not preclude the rezoning.
I agree with Ms. Blake.
Yes. Just going through on page 21, Ms. Black quotes you at paragraph 65 at the top of page 21. She's quoting your paragraph 310 of your 42A. And it was a question I probably should have asked you at the first hearing, but that very last line, which refers to clause 2 and the recommended clause 3 of P1, what's...
That's a typo. I
Yes.
had recommended a new clause 3 and then realised I had no scope
No, okay.
and omitted it.
Okay, I was furiously hunting for clause 3.
I had thought I had found scope for the economics
Okay.
clause, Commissioner McMahon, but
So
I
good.
hadn't.
Just shows I've done doing my reading, so that's good. Paragraph 33, Ms. Blick, relying on the evidence of Mr. Hudson, talks about his confidence that a bespoke layout could be developed using the Appendix 11 approach. And I guess I might have asked you this question before. I was just trying to ascertain about the quantum of land that was in the SAL over the Judgewood Hills site versus the Silverwood one. And is that something you can come back to us with some more definition?
I'm sure I can. And
I mean,
if Mr. McDonnell is listening in, he might
Yes.
do it, or else I might just message him.
I think
and
we had
see.
something like 20 or 30% for Silverwood. For Judgewood Hills, and maybe 40 to 50 for Silverwood.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm nearly there. All right, I've answered that one. Oh yes, paragraph 61 of Miss Black. She's referencing you at the bottom of page 25 in paragraph 60 that you agree with the concerns raised by Armstrong that a full rezoning of the site to fuzz may send a message that it's overall suitable. And Ms. Blick's counter to that is that there's nothing in the fuzz policy framework or in the Appendix 11 guidance that requires a full blanket rezoning of a site to residential once it becomes a fuzz.
So that comes back to what I've talked about, Commissioner, in terms of what a future urban zone is
Yes.
defined as being.
Yes, I understand your answer there, but do you agree with what Ms Blick is saying in paragraph 61, that just because a zone is, an area of land is zoned fuzz doesn't mean that it would equate to a full residential zoning over the full spatial extent of that fuzz?
Oh, absolutely. There'd be likely to be nuances
Yeah.
in terms of providing for.
It's not a fait accompli, is it?
No, might be commercial area.
Might be a
would
mixture of
areas
open space or
absolutely,
lifestyle, or could be lifestyle.
Potentially,
Yes.
potentially, but again, I go back to the definition.
Yep, I understand.
Ms Blick also states in terms of areas suitable.
And that's the
for
National
urbanising.
Planning Standard definition, isn't it? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay, moving to paragraph 670 of Ms Blick, this is where the cultural values component comes up, and we haven't talked about that a lot today. You identified that Ngāti Toa lodged a further submission in support of a submission to make the Whaitangarua Hill site a SASM. Where's that recommendation at? I'm not involved in the SASM provisions.
So, at the moment, Commissioner, the council officers are working with Ngāti Toa on a future plan variation
Okay.
to identify new sites and areas of significance to Māori in the plan.
Right.
So
Was-
that will be picked up as part of that.
Okay. Who dealt
Miss-
with this submission?
Ms Racklin did, and her recommendation on this matter was that it was more appropriately addressed through a plan variation rather than through
Okay.
the PDP.
So she'd
submission
recommended
process.
rejection of that submission and deferment through a variation. Presumably she wasn't recommending the agreement to the
No,
submission.
no, wasn't recommending
No,
agreement, was
okay.
basically a deferral
Okay.
type of situation.
So there's no SASM as such over the site
there
at
is not.
present,
No.
but there could be in the future.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. I don't really want to get into the economic events because I know there's other commissioners better qualified to question you and Mr Osborne on that. But in paragraph 75 on to 82, Ms Blick deals with the that economic matter and in terms of the oversupply, and she quotes you at paragraph 333, paragraph 76, 333 being your 42A. And whether a zoning, you're saying that your concern lies with the UFD objectives and whether the rezoning will result in an oversupply of fuzz land, which may in turn impact on affordability and those sort of things. I'm sure we've discussed this before, but the fuzz on its own won't cause an oversupply, will it? It's once the fuzz is...
Once it's realised.
Yes,
Yep.
once it's realised. Yeah. Thank you. That's all right. Linked to this oversupply issue is the question of what Appendix 11's role is in terms of dealing with supply and demand issues. And Ms Blick deals with this at paragraph 88 on page 33. And she's relying on clause 1 of Appendix 11 dealing with urban growth, and also clause big B, small c, I think it is, where one of the considerations through Appendix 11 in the structure plan process is the future supply and projected demand for residential land, and then Appendix 11 also sets out that a specialist document is required for the analysis of anticipated land supply and demand, informing the spatial allocation, etc. So Ms. Blick's put a high degree of reliance on those provisions in Appendix 11 for reassessing the supply-demand situation at the time that any given plan change or variation is considered to upzone the fuzz to a residential land.
Yes.
Do you share her confidence with those two provisions, Urban Growth 1 and BC?
Well, I certainly consider, Commissioner, that they will require an economics assessment to be
Yes.
provided at that time, which will address at that time whether there is demand.
Yes. And the purpose of the structure plan is to identify, investigate and address the matters as set out below.
That's right.
So in identifying, investigating and addressing those matters, if there were potential oversupply issues, is the, what would you call these? Is the urban zone structure plan guidance sufficient to cull out any request for an upzoning?
Potentially not.
Why do you say that?
They're not strong enough. It's just one, it is just a matter that needs to be identified, investigated and addressed. If there was something around avoiding bringing forward urban development when there isn't a need for it or demand, then there may be.
Okay, can you elaborate on that in relation to urban growth 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5?
Which are you talking about?
This is page
And 11 as well?
Yeah, Appendix 11, sorry, yes. So there's 5 criteria or 5 matters that need to be investigated there. Supply and demand, staging,
Yep.
location of supply, linkages of supply, and opportunity to improve landlocked parcels.
So it's really only clause 1 there, which talks about the future supply and projected demand. The rest are more about the actual form of the rezoned, the structure plan area itself.
Yes. Your position on this request for the fuzz, I mean, you've identified 3 links, but you've come back and said that your main concern is the economic impact of oversupplying and relying on Mr. Osborne. And that's been pivotal in your recommendation, hasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
If, for not including Silverwood, if the same response was put in front of a council considering a future plan change, and the advice from at that stage was that the future supply and demand, there was an imbalance and that was more than enough future supply, wouldn't clause 1 of that urban growth appendix allow for a recommendation for not proceeding with the plan change?
It would provide some information. I think more the teeth would actually lie in the strategic objectives of the plan and the NPSUD.
Yes, so particularly, okay, so 2, 3 and 6 of the UD and strategic objectives?
UFD 01 and 02,
Yes, okay.
04.
Because it would be about the plan change giving effect to those objectives.
Yes.
Okay. But this would help inform that.
Yes, it would help inform.
The information collected.
Absolutely. These are information
Yes.
requirements to help inform the development of the structure plan and the need for the plan change as well, or the appropriateness of the plan change as
Yes.
well.
And so that clause later on, the specialist documents to support the structure plan and plan changes, B, C, analysis of anticipated land supply and demand, informing the spatial allocation of areas for different activities, intensities and densities would also be information, excuse me, that would help inform that decision and the question of appropriateness of the zoning change to give effect to those higher order objectives.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, can I just, sorry, So that when it's talking about staging in Appendix 11, it's talking about staging in terms of the development of the
land to
land,
be rezoned.
not in terms of the staging of the release of that land, or does that go to those higher order documents in relation to providing competitive and land prices and affordable housing?
Maybe a bit of both.
So, yeah, so I was probably hoping for a bit more than that. I'm trying to understand whether it goes to the economic side, in your view, as a planner, in relation to the release of that land, because until such time it's actually released, it's not available to the market, at least as I understand it. Mr. Osborne and Mr. Milton can correct me later. So I'm trying to understand how much of a linkage is that through to these higher, if it's set out in Appendix 11 here, how much of that staging supposedly relates to this NPSUD
It would be
objectives.
one of the considerations in terms of how it achieves and gives effect to the NPSUD, as well as the relevant strategic objectives as well.
So wouldn't that mean that somebody, when you're considering that, is going to have to declare how and when they propose to release this land for sale?
Well, yes, but it's not exactly something that the council can require, apart from, or the council can do, is obviously through a plan change enable development to occur through rezoning.
So it's the enabling. Yep.
Just going in terms of the focus of just relying on the economics after the fuzz, zoning fuzz, and then relying on the economics to rezone to urban. I think my view, the economics, as I've articulated, the economics equally needs to be considered as part of, is it appropriate to zone it future urban in the first place? Otherwise, that puts the council potentially in a situation where there are multiple requests for rezoning areas to be future urban, where economics of it and actually the projected demand and supply and the consideration of sufficient capacity.
But that's not the case, though, is it? The council hasn't received multiple requests for future urban zone as part of the PDP process.
It hasn't.
No.
Well, there were a few requests, but not that many.
Yep. Sorry.
Oh,
I think your answer to Mr. Sinclair's question and the answer you gave to me, well, I'll ask you, it appears to align with what Ms. Blick is saying at paragraph 90, which is just a statement of fact, really. Could you just have a read of that, bottom of page 33, top of page 44?
Yes. Yes,
Yes, thanks.
absolutely agree with that.
Yeah. And in fact, it may be that these economic provisions in Appendix 11 that we've talked about, the urban, get the terminology right, the urban growth one, clause 1, and the specialist documents B, sub B, C, could work in different ways. They could actually identify, they could say that, no, we've got too much.
Quite potentially.
Or they could say at that particular time, actually, not enough has actually come in as predicted, and we need some more, and this could assist.
That's correct. Of course, the NPSUD also puts quite a lot of significant obligation on the councils to continually monitor.
Yes, but we've talked a lot about MDRS being enabling. It's mandatory to do it. But it's not mandatory to develop up to that level, is it?
That's correct.
And so, there could be some, I'm getting into Mr Osborne's territory here, but there could be some slippage, couldn't there, during the time frame that the zoned land available might not be developed to the extent that was anticipated or enabled under MDRS.
That's quite right, and that's,
Yeah.
as I said, that's why the NPSUD requires continual
Monitoring.
preparation of FDSs and HBAs and the like on
Yes.
a very regular basis.
But there's a difference between monitoring and intervention, isn't there?
Yeah.
There's a difference between monitoring and intervention.
Yes, there is.
And the intervention will come either through the upzoning of fuzz that hasn't already been upzoned, or some other mechanism.
That's right.
Yes. Okay, thank you. That's been really useful. Thank you, Ms. Sweetman.
Any more for any more? Team? Well, thank you, Ms. Sweetman. Took a bit longer than we were anticipating. What order of batting would you like to pursue?
Why don't we leave Mr Osborne and Miss Armstrong to last so that we can address those that are online first?
Yes, sir.
Unless Miss Black is obviously here sitting next to me, so if I'll leave it to yourselves in terms of who you want to start with. You've got Andreas in terms of geotech.
I'm happy in principle that let's get through the people who are online, so that if they've got a comparatively small part to play, they can get on with the rest of their lives. And again, Ms. Black's in that category also, because I don't anticipate that her evidence is hugely in contention, but we will see what we will see. So, who's number one to go? I think you're elected, Ms. Black.
You want me to start with the...
Well, just
Would you like me to provide a summary of my...
Over to you. We've read your evidence, and so so if you want to highlight anything in particular, then please do. But otherwise, we'll go to questions.
I'm happy just to go straight to questions.
Commissioner Williams, would you like to start first?
Thank you, Ms. Black. In terms of your review of the urban design assessment and the ability to achieve a well-functioning urban environment, I wonder if you have any comment on the internal accessibility of the site as laid out in the draft structure plan. I suppose what I'm thinking of in particular is that one of the main access routes into the site potentially is shown going through an SNA. If that were not available, does that impose any limitations that you see in terms of site accessibility and the final urban form?
Well, certainly that's accessibility throughout the site, and connectivity is a challenge because of the topography as well. But I think there are opportunities from the link road to access the site, and there's also from Arahua Street as well, there's access to the site. I think the structure plan indicated three points of perhaps a question for Mr. Stratton as well. But the structure point indicated a number of potential accesses onto the site.
Yes, I suppose I was thinking that if one of those access points was taken out, whether there is any impact in terms of the final internal form in terms of a well-functioning urban environment, and that you may be left with discrete enclaves that lack any connectivity.
Oh, well, I guess I'm going to say potential, but that might be a word that's been overused. But I think that will come down to the more detailed planning, I suspect. I mean, there is the ability to access the site is there.
Yes.
And I think that challenge is internally.
Yeah, I mean, it's the internal connectivity that I'm really asking about, which is that would you see a well-functioning urban environment as one where you actually have comprehensive connectivity for those urban clusters, those small clusters of development?
Yes, I do. I think the connectivity between them would be important. It may be through walking tracks as well. I'm not talking vehicle, so it could be through walking. There's a lot of connectivity and permeability provided to the site through walking, cycling tracks.
Thank you.
I was visualising our view of the site when we went on a site visit. Ms. Black, and thinking a walking track other than through in roughly the same path that the internal roading is shown might be quite a mission, going straight over the top of the ridgeline.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, well, there's opportunities for everybody, I think.
Opportunities for some very fit residents, I think that might be.
Well, that is. There's certainly. I mean, I would anticipate more residential development on the lower slopes where it. I think is much easier walking access.
Yes. Yes, I suppose the emphasis and a lot of the evidence has been on the west-facing, the land with west-facing slopes, but I think in terms of the overall fuzz, we're anxious not to ignore the land on the east-facing slopes, which I think in terms of quantum of development is looking at somewhere like just under 200 properties on the east-facing slopes compared to 270 on the west-facing slopes. So maybe I should be a little bit more specific to say that, you know, it does seem like there it may be a disconnect in terms of what, you know, several enclaves with very limited connectivity, I should say, between them. And whether, again, that comes back to your well-functioning urban environment.
Potentially, yes. I think that eastern slope is more difficult in lots of ways because of it's quite a lot of steep land on that side as well, and that potentially could be a difficulty other than through walking and cycling connections to between the potential enclaves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. Most of the focus has been on the west facing, so it's because of its connectivity to Waitangi and its high visibility of that site. Yes.
Yes, I think the emphasis has been on it partly because it has an SAL overlay, but in fact, in terms of site limitations, I suppose I was interested in exploring what you felt about the opportunities and limitations on the east-facing slopes.
I think it's more limited than on the west side. I would say it was more limited because of the steep slopes on the east-facing sites. It's not. I still think potentially there could be some development there, but I'd like to see how that played out in the next stage of a structure plan.
Right.
Yeah,
so
yes,
it's the detail to come.
Yeah, I think so. I think at this level about what we're talking about, that it's okay to be talking about potential development in there. But I think that the devil will be in the detail.
Thank you. I'm going to look up a new definition for potential and see if I can introduce it at some stage.
Well, I think that's the key to this, though, isn't it? You know, that this is the first sort of high level about, is it okay for residential, is it okay for urban development, this area? But it's not, it is all about the potential, because it's the next layer where you actually get down to, is this real? You know, how do we make this happen? So it's kind of an unavoidable term, I think.
Yes. Thank you.
Ms Black, a question of clarification from me. You said 13.4, the site is on a planned public transport route. Where's the public transport route going to go?
I'm not. Sorry, I'm not. What did it? 13 point. Oh, what did I say? It's access starts the Waitangi. Access also over.
It's the last sentence, Ms Black.
Oh yes.
Last sentence.
Oh, it's sorry. It is on a planned public transport route, but I can't where I put. Is it the potential west-east public transport route? I'm not quite sure.
Mr. Statham's
Mr.
nodding,
Strader might be able to
so,
add to that.
so why don't we leave it? We'll quiz him. Thank
Yes.
you. Commissioner Sinclair?
Ms Black, I think Ms Sweetman kindly gave you the segue into your evidence was written before the NPS
Yes.
UD was amended and that.
Yes.
Can you tell us whether there's anything that, in light of that, from an urban design perspective, that you'd now change?
Yeah.
Anything else you want to draw to our attention?
I think I was thinking about the if there's more medium density residential suitable on the lower slope, so where it is closer to Waitangi would be not inappropriate. I think it's well connected and it's likely to be increased density, of course, with Kaingora development in Waitangi Rua. That's going to be quite intensive. I think that would be appropriate down on those lower slopes. Again, another level of detail. There may be some areas of the site that are more appropriately zoned large lot residential, but that may, whatever large lot residential is, it may also be what we now know as general residential.
Just in relation to this new NPS UD changes and that, and the MDR, whatever it's called, isn't that going to be a situation where we're not going to have large lot residential
Well, it's still provided.
anymore? Just because it's provided in national planning
It's
standards.
still
won't be-
provided in the national planning standards.
Yeah, but they've just been overridden
yeah.
and maybe no one's got round to fixing it yet or what have you, but is there a risk
Well,
in that for if we're
I
looking
think
at
I
fuzz for the entire, if we're considering this, well, it's not going to be, if it's fuzz, it's not going to be urban at that point.
Can I just jump in there and clarify that? So the RMA EHS and the amendments to the RMA doesn't preclude using large lot residential.
Okay.
Right.
You can still use large lot residential if it's appropriate for the particular circumstance
But you'd
of
need
a
to-
site. But what the RMA says is large lot residential is not a relevant residential zone and the MDRS does not apply to it.
Yes.
So is this, if it's not a residential zone, does that mean it's a rural zone?
No, if it's not a relevant residential zone.
So if we're calling it a
And there's
Clayton's
definition of
zone.
relevant residential zone in section 2 of the RMA now excludes large lot residential.
Yes. So all that's saying, Ms Sweetman, is that the intensification provisions of the MDRS won't apply to large lot residential zones. That's really all it's saying, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can have-
But
You
you
can
have to
use
go,
it.
but you have to go through that last qualifying matter to have something less than MDRS.
Not in respect of large lot
No.
residential,
So-
does not apply to large lot residential. MDRS does not apply to large lot
But,
residential.
however that's defined, as the Commissioner says. I thought I read somewhere in the MFE guidance mechanism something like sort of don't rezone land for as part of your urban area if you intend it to be large lot residential. Maybe that was if you intend it to be rural residential or something. Is there any,
There's
am I
nothing in the
am I dreaming that
you
is-
may be dreaming that, or it may be in guidance, but it's not in the law.
I was wondering when we get a quote from the castle.
See?
You're clearly dreaming.
It's the vibe. Yes, so I'll, so as I say, I'm reaching. I won't go any further than that. I need to reread it. Commissioner St Clair, any?
No, nothing further, thank you.
I think I got lost in that discussion somewhere.
So we'll bring you back in.
No,
Sue, I have a question for Ms Sweetman, just arising from that. So any future rezoning of the fuzz, if it was to be granted over the site, could contemplate parts of the site for large lot residential, but that would not benefit from the MDRS standards.
Correct.
Thank you. Got it.
it's not included, can't be NDRS, no.
Okay.
But you can have large lot residential.
Yeah. So I did have some questions for you, Ms Black, and they're very generic, and it's just about the scope of your brief. And it was it, from reading your brief and your answers, it seems like you were really looking to identify any potential red flags to a rezoning to FAS. Is that it in a nutshell?
Yes, it was really. I reviewed the urban design assessment and at a high level thinking about, well, I guess the key things is thinking about, is it connected? Is it, near an adjacent urban area? Has it got potential for accessibility?
Yes.
Those key things. So yes, at a really high level. So
yeah.
you think, well, yes, there's potential there for it to be considered further.
Yes. So two questions arising from that from me. The first is, in undertaking that assessment, to what extent were you guided by the draft structure plan development, or were there other factors that you took into consideration?
I thought the urban design assessment that had been prepared was very thorough, and I like the analysis that it provided in terms of identifying the issues and opportunities. So I was mostly guided by that.
Okay.
I thought they were good, well, and the general principles in urban design and the matters that considered in the plan. So
Yes.
yeah.
And in coming to your conclusion that the site would be generally suitable to achieve policy 1 of the NPSUD, and that was at your paragraph 12, and that that the development could be nuanced through a future process. To what extent have you relied on the provisions of Appendix 11 and the structure plan guidance to influence your view on that?
I've considered those as part of it, yes.
Are they, in your view as an urban design expert, are those provisions in Appendix 11 dealing with urban design fit for purpose?
I thought they were, and I've used them subsequently in another analysis, and I thought they were for my purposes in the process.
Yes. Did you have any involvement in their formulation as part of the plan
No, I
process?
didn't.
No.
No.
But do you reckon, are they legible in terms of planning
Yes.
practice?
I think so. They were when I've used them subsequently, yes.
Okay. And how would you see the process developing if this rezoning was successful? Do you see this as being a very something that needs to be further nuanced? And
Yes, definitely.
okay,
It is a very high level. It didn't. I mean, I don't. It's perhaps beyond what you'd expect even for this.
yes,
Yes, really. So I think that's, yep, okay, that's all right. And I can see some really basic things in there. I think, you'd obviously have more intensive development on the lower slopes closer to Waitangi, for example, but there'd be a lot more work that would need to be done to
Yes.
develop that, and it may change.
And if the
and that question that Commissioner Williams asked, I mean, they may significantly change on the
Yes.
eastern side.
if the entirety of the fuzz land was included, and I'm conscious
Yeah.
of Ms Sweetman's recommendation in respect to that, I guess the lines on the plan in terms of the type of residential or non-residential zones that are used would be critical in terms of whether there's residential land that can take advantage of the MDRS, or whether there's large lot residential, or whether there's some lifestyle, or whether there's open space zoning. that mix of zonings within the entirety of the zone is going to be quite important, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's a challenge too
Yes.
under current provisions. Yes, it will.
Is Appendix 11 capable of rising to that challenge, though, in terms of providing guidance on where those might go? Where those lines might end up?
Off the top of my head, without looking at it, and I do have it here, I can't. I think it's actually probably is it. It provides guidance to that. I can't find it now. I did have it on my. Oh, you Appendix 11. I think so, yes. Just refreshing my memory. It is quite specific in things like provision of a diversity of site sizes within blocks to enhance housing choice, a layout of pedestrian
Yes.
connectivity. It's down to quite a good level of detail that we would expect for a structure plan.
Right. So it talks about diversity of site sizes, which could go to
Yes,
to
small
type-
scale community
yes.
facilities. I mean, it's quite detailed.
appropriate transitions within at the edge of the structure plan.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'll leave it at that point. Thank you, Ms. Black.
Any more? Thank you very much, Ms. Black.
Thank you.
Next one.
Might Mr. Statham might be the next appropriate speaker since matters of transport were introduced.
Mr. Statham, is there anything you'd like to summarise in your evidence before we ask you some questions?
Good morning. Very simply, you'll notice I've used the term could a lot as opposed to it would or will. I've heard the word potential used a lot. It all comes back to that. But other than that, no, I'll just take some questions.
The question that Ms. Black palmed off to you, where's the transport route going?
I actually don't know definitively. I believe there's a likelihood of a public transport route that could use Waitangira Link Road and back into Whitby, Te Rekapehu. Where and how that exactly goes, that's a regional council matter for bus routing. So the route taken by a public transport bus is a GWRC matter. And they would take into account gradients, the ability to turn around, or ideally, in and out process.
Experience in urban Wellington would seem to indicate that it honoured on the bridge. The number of buses stuck.
Can do. Yep.
Right. I had a question. At paragraph 25, you draw attention to refuse and waste collection servicing. You're saying potential significant safety risk. If that's a potential problem, where does that leave fire and other emergency services?
Good question. All those matters would be a more of a detailed design issue later on in the process. That'd be my one comment on the submitter's report is identifying matters like that early helps when such a development goes ahead. So I wouldn't say it's a fatal flaw at this stage at all. There's time to address such matters, but it would be nice to see such matters identified early so they're not forgotten and overlooked.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Nothing from me, thank you.
Commissioner Williams?
Mr. Statham, perhaps I can ask you the same question I asked Ms. Black, and that is, and you've alluded to the perhaps the difficulty of accessing off the Waitangira Link Road, and also the proximity of the SNA. So, if looking at the structure plan, which I understand is potential, one of those access points were taken out, external access points into the site, would that would you have any comment on that, or is that outside? Are you looking at simply access sort of external to the site?
Again, I wouldn't see that as a fatal flaw at this stage. It will come back down to geometric standards at the time, where and how they want to put the main access road, and therefore where and how it interconnects onto the local road network. Just because there's a local road there does not mean the ability of a safe access is guaranteed. So again, the word potential, and it would come down to, end of the day, cost from the developer and how much they're prepared to spend to make a safe access at that point.
Is this in the ranks of the engineers can do anything if the budget's big enough?
Essentially.
Nothing changes.
Yeah, but no, I don't see it as a fatal flaw at this stage. Again, it's just something that's got to be identified and addressed, and I would hope the engineering side is not an afterthought.
No, thank you.
Commissioner McMahon?
Yes, just that's a nice segue into my sole question to you, and that is, I'm getting the clear picture, no fatal flaws from a transportation network, kicking it down the road to the future process, and that's the process governed by Appendix 11. Are you familiar with the content of Appendix 11? So you haven't had any input into it? This is the
guidance
on structure plan development.
No.
Okay. It has a heading called transport networks. Hopefully that's not information from Miss Black's bookie.
Yep.
Okay. And that has 5 items. And I think the first one, and Ms. Sweetman might be able to help me, is proposed to be added to integration of land use and development with the local and strategic transport networks. And I had for some reason I've got the words including the capacity of any intersection. Was that a recommended addition, Ms. Sweetman?
That came out of the Waka Kotahi submission on the Judgeford
Yes.
Hills in particular.
And were you aligned with that?
I will need to go back to my supplementary.
Let's park that anyway, Ms. Sweetman. So there's 5 matters: integration of land use development, layout of transport network, accessibility in terms of multi-mode, provision of public and active transport linkages, and transportation effects on land uses and the management of those effects. Is that the sum total of the matters that you would consider that you've got necessary to be part of the assessment package that the applicant would need to report on at a future stage?
In general, I'd say yes. There's no specifics. I don't see it specifically stated about geometrics, but I'd say that comes under 2, layout of the network.
Yeah.
Again, my main focus is going to be on the safety of users of this transportation network, of all multimodal users,
Yes.
and the connection onto the local road.
Yes. So if an application came in for an upzoning to residential or some other mixed type of zoning, you and your team would expect to scrutinise the adequacy of that information. You might ask for further information. You might ask for some safety audits. You might ask for certain provisions to be included in the plan that relate to transportation safety and operation.
Yep,
Yes.
exactly.
So the process would do the heavy lifting.
Yep, and it'll depend on the baseline at that time.
Yes. At that time.
Yep.
Yes. And this has been identified in the strategic growth plan as medium term. Do you understand what the time frame that might be associated with that?
Not exactly. I know it's not going to be tomorrow.
No.
Yep.
I'm looking at Ms. Sweetman because I think I know what medium term means, but I'm just going to seek some guidance from. I think short to medium term is Is that 5 to 10 years?
Medium term is defined in the NPSUD as 3 to 10 years.
Yes. And long terms?
10 to 30.
Yes. So in the planning period in the planning life of the district plan, proposed district plan. Okay. Okay. That was all from me, Mr. Statham.
I think that's all from us. Thank you very much for your assistance, Mr. Statham.
We might move next to Andreas, geotechnical.
Yes, hello.
Hello. Just pull out pieces of paper. You'll forgive me, I trust, if we call you Andreas, because your surname defies all of us.
That's fair enough.
Is there anything you want to raise in summary, highlight anything before we ask you some questions?
Nothing particular. I was just listening for all the discussion that you have in the last half an hour or so. I don't think that I have anything specific that it will be valuable to add. I mean, I think that I can answer any questions that you have, which has to do with my involvement. Other than that, no, I don't have anything very specific.
Well, the punchline question is the one that Commissioner McMahon asked Ms. Black. Are we correct in reading your evidence as saying that there are no red flags in the geotech space that would indicate that we shouldn't contemplate rezoning this fuzz?
Correct.
Commissioner McMahon?
No questions from me, Andreas.
Yeah.
Commissioner Williams?
From me?
That was the only punchline. Thank you very much. It's a long time waiting for a short answer.
You're welcome. That's not a problem at all. Happy to be here.
Thanks,
you very
Andreas.
You're welcome.
Can we go to Dr. Shaw next, please?
Certainly can.
Got a koto.
Dr. Shaw, welcome to our happy gathering. Is there anything you want to particularly draw to our attention in your evidence before we ask you one or two questions? I'll pre-read it, so...
I think the only point I'd make really is that Ms. Black summed it up pretty well. I mean, the site can accommodate urban development, but the devil is going to be in the detail in terms of exactly what is going to be affected and what measures are proposed to avoid, minimise, remedy, mitigate or offset adverse effects in a nutshell.
Just teasing that out, Dr. Shaw, is another way of putting it. There is sufficient land to work around the sites of ecological significance within the site to justify rezoning?
Yes, there is.
Commissioner Sinclair, any questions from you? No. Commissioner Williams?
Questions from me?
Mr. McMahon?
Just one, Dr. Shaw. Have you been, and you may have put this in your evidence in chief and I've missed it, what proportion of the site do you think in percentage terms is devoted to SNA and indigenous vegetation? Could you put a figure on it?
No, I couldn't. But the sites are at a high level are reasonably well mapped in the ecological assessment provided by by Silverwood and also in the draft structure plan. They are high level maps, but they do show that Although there are reasonably large areas of SNA and some other significant sites associated with waterways and riparian wetlands, it's not a huge proportion of the overall site. Now, I'd make one qualification there, that the ecological assessment provided by Silverwood does not include a detailed vegetation map.
Yes.
It's got a high-level map, but it doesn't have a detailed map, so that's one of the information inadequacies.
Yes, that actually goes nicely to my next question. You say that the areas are reasonably well mapped, notwithstanding that qualifier, but how reasonably well defined on the ground are those areas of Indigenous vegetation? Have you visited the site?
I have driven around the site and looked at it, but our staff have been on the site but only on the western side of it, not on the eastern side.
Okay.
So
would you would expect some more detailed ground truthing to be undertaken, presumably at any future stage of assessment to specifically identify the spatial extent of Indigenous vegetation worthy of protection?
absolutely. And also, going further than that, whether or not there are Indigenous fauna habitats of significance that are not associated with Indigenous vegetation.
Sure. Is there a risk that the applicant's absence of a detailed vegetation plan or map undersells the spatial extent of vegetation and fauna present on the site?
Yes, there is. It's not a large risk, but there is still, nevertheless, a risk there. And it's not just the extent, as I said before, of Indigenous vegetation, it's the extent of fauna habitat that might be associated with non-Indigenous systems on the site.
Okay. But again, you're still reasonably comfortable with allowing that to be assessed at a future stage to determine where lines on the plan might appropriately be shown.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I thank you, Dr. Shaw.
Just to clarify, a lot of your evidence seems to be talking about the potential ecological significance of the areas outside the SNAs. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
That in addressing, so just write that down. Addressing the area on the, get my directions right, the western side, that wasn't the subject of your team's in-depth. Like you, we've driven past the site and it appears to be a grassed hillside. What is the likelihood of there being any significant ecological habitats in that area to your mind? Obviously, nothing is certain, but what is the likelihood?
Yeah, there's a reasonable likelihood because there's a network of small streams throughout that area, and the applicant has mapped the waterways, but also at a high level they have mapped the presence of small wetlands, and those wetlands obviously trigger provisions in the NPS freshwater and the NES environmental standard NES for freshwater, and there may be lizard habitat as well in that grassland. It's unlikely to be of significance in heavily grazed parts of it, but in the rank grassland areas there could be lizard habitat. These are not showstoppers, but these are matters that definitely need to be addressed at the next stage in real detail.
Mr. Shaw, I just quickly reviewed your evidence and noticed that there's no comment re Duck Creek, which I see sits outside the site, but at the base of the east-facing hills. Is Duck Creek an important habitat? What's its status ecologically?
It's recognised, I think, in the regional plan as a significant waterway, and it's also been recognised in the draft structure plan as being a significant waterway, which I agree with.
Do you see development on the slopes above Duck Creek as being a potential threat, or is, once again, the devil going to be in the detail?
It is a potential threat, and the devil is in the detail, because it'll depend entirely on setback distances, sediment management, and a raft of measures that may well be proposed to protect that system. But without knowing exactly what they are, I can't really comment further.
Thank you.
So I think that's all from us, Dr. Shaw. Appreciate your assistance.
Okay, thank you. Happy to help.
Thank you. Mr. Hassan next from Wellington Water.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I'm just standing in for Katrina Morrison. She's actually gone on leave. She's gone to visit her family in Australia. And I assume you have actually read her memo, and I'll be happy to actually take questions and try and assist the panel.
The only question I had is one of clarification. I think you may have told us this before, or a previous witness may have told me. At the paragraph 15 of there's a reference to a normal structure. Wrong one, sorry. I'm getting hopelessly confused here, too much paper. Hand over to my colleagues. Commissioner Sinclair.
Mr. Hassan, just generally, could you summarise for us in terms of the three waters what the current state of what the current state is, and then what's required in terms of, if it is anything, just to bring this site up to standard to be able to connect to the stormwater, wastewater and water supply network?
Yeah, so if I can just perhaps just start with water supply.
Yep.
Currently, the site is not serviced. Both Landcop and Silverwood land is not serviced. The Porirua high-level reservoir will be able to supply to some parts of the site. I'm not exactly sure to what extent, but it'll be able to supply, and a connection can be made along Waiterua Link. The remaining parts of the catchment will need a booster pump and a storage reservoir. So that can be provided, I guess, by the developer at their own cost. And it's a matter of locating a suitable location to get the pressures, which is minimum 25 meters and up to 90 meters sort of pressure range for water supply. So that can be done by providing on-site storage, if you like, and with a rising main and pump station. With the wastewater, our key preference is that no part of the catchment is actually pumped through Whitby Way, because one, it's a very long way to convey the wastewater through back to the treatment plant. So you got the cost of actually not cost of pumping, and also there are network deficiencies along that route. So the preference is that wastewater is conveyed through the Cannons Creek route. And as you may be aware, there is the trunk main upgrade works will happen, which allows for this site to be connected in the future. The only thing I would say is that if need be, and I think that it'll be a matter of more detailed assessment, is whether there is a need to actually store any wastewater on site, so provide storage, just to delay those peak discharges, if you like, into the network. So if that's required, then that can be dealt with on site on the development, and you can provide, the developer can provide storage there. With the wastewater, there is a program of works that Porirua has approved for the trunk main system, including the storage tank. So this is to reduce overflows into Porirua Harbour and the stream. So there is a wastewater storage tank which is will be constructed. The treatment plant itself is on an upgrade program. So it's being its capacity to treat wastewater will be increased to up to, I think, 1,500 liters per second. So the key thing will be one is there is the upgrade for the trunk main, so that should cater for in terms of capacity to convey and to the treatment plant, and the treatment plant will be upgraded or is being upgraded. The development should obviously make appropriate contributions to those bits of assets, I guess, so that'll need to be worked through. And on site, they may need a pump station, of course, to the part of the catchment that goes to Whitby side. Then, if that's to be pumped back into Cannons Creek side, then you'd need a pump station. But that can be dealt with on site with a pump station and rising main. So that's the wastewater in a nutshell. With stormwater, the key requirement, I think, will be to achieve hydraulic neutrality. And with that can be done at two levels. It can be done at the household levels, or it can be done at sort of sub-catchment levels. So typically the preference is that that's actually done at a catchment and sub-catchment level, so you don't end up with numerous devices and long-term maintenance issues and things like that. So it'll be a matter of looking at the detail, how that's going to be achieved, and once the consultant's done more detail in terms of where the wetlands, the detention ponds, the detention devices, all those can be located, and how they're integrated with both parks reserves. The other comment I would make is that it'll be important, of course, to preserve the floodplains and the 100-year flow paths, so that impact on properties is minimized, and especially runoff that it will be discharged towards Warspite. There may be more detention requirements if there isn't a sufficient overland flow path through the existing developed areas. So that's something we'll need a close integration of what's happening downstream. Water quality,
No,
treatment for road runoff or car park areas and things like that will be quite important.
okay.
So those probably the key things that
Okay.
need to be addressed.
Yep, no, thank you. That's very clear. Nothing further from me.
Other questions?
Mr. Hassan, it's David McMahon speaking. Just one question. The wastewater trunk upgrade, is that the one that's proposed through Bothamley Park?
That's it. Yeah, that's
Yes.
correct.
And
And
that's-
that's funded through the IAF funds. Yeah.
Right, and that's,
There's funds for that. Yeah.
yes, and what's the status of that in the planning at this stage?
That's in the design phase, I believe. So it's in detailed design.
Okay, and so it has funding and it's currently being designed and potentially consented?
No, I don't think it would be consented as yet.
Okay.
If you'd like me to just jump in there, I've had some involvement with that, so I am aware that at the moment it's in the fast track process and being considered by the hearing panel at the moment.
Thank you. That's useful. I guess just one further question, Mr. Hassan, and it's a question I put to all the experts. And are you familiar with the Appendix 11 Future Urban Growth Zone Structure Plan Guidance document?
No, to be honest, no, I'm not
Okay.
that familiar with it, but I'm.
Okay, it's a document that will guide any upzoning from fuzz zone to some other zone, such as residential, and it has a number of discipline topics including infrastructure. And under infrastructure, you might have heard my questions to Mr. Statham about the equivalent provisions for transportation. There are 6 matters that the structure plan process must identify, investigate and address in relation to infrastructure, and they include largely the matters that you talked about, including the 3 water provisions. So does that generally give you some confidence that these matters can be investigated and reported on in a future stage?
Yeah, it does. I mean, with the 3 waters, that's what I can comment on. I think a more detailed investigation and development of options and solutions to mitigate the effects can be actually achieved. I think it can achieve a level of development.
Okay.
And there's a balance, I guess, between what will be the cost of providing these bits of infrastructure.
Sure.
And the level of development.
Mr. Hassan, one of the additions that Ms. Sweetman's recommended to these matters deals with item 3, and she suggested that the term water-sensitive design be added to the matters that an integrated stormwater management approach must assess and comment on. Is that the same as or similar to hydraulic neutrality, or are they 2 different concepts?
That is similar. I call it low impact design, if you like.
Okay.
And I think it's just referred to by different names, and water sensitive design or low impact design. It's about coming up with a solution for stormwater management that is basically, if you can think of, it's depicting what the current catchment is doing.
Yes.
And not worsening it.
Yes. So is water sensitive design a method for achieving hydraulic neutrality? Is that one way of expressing that concept?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. That'll include things like wetlands and detention, stormwater ponds.
Okay.
And it could be done through structures also. So, you can detain water in pipes and tanks and things like that. So it's a combination of both soft and hard engineering solutions.
Yes. So it's an appropriate term to use in the words requiring further information to be provided.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan.
Question from me, one question only. Commissioner Williams was asking the previous witness about the juxtaposition between potential development areas on the eastern side of the site with Duck Creek immediately below them. In terms of stormwater runoff and potential contamination effects, do you think that that's a manageable risk?
So in terms of contamination, I think there will be two key sources of contaminants. One would be the roads and the roofs, the hard areas. So that will be more mobilized by, if you like, stormwater runoff. And that naturally would flow towards Duck Creek. So the treatment options, which will include assets like, say, wetlands or rain gardens or swales, those devices are widely used across New Zealand, and especially in Auckland in the early days was actually used to treat runoff. So they provide in the order of 70 to 80% efficiency in terms of removal of contaminants such as road generated contaminants. And roof materials in this case would be, we can actually condition, for example, we already condition for all developments that roof materials are painted and they don't have zinc and aluminum, if you like. So I think that's one source of stormwater generated contaminants that I believe can be managed through treatment devices and at source material controls. Then the other key component for contaminant is anything that's generated by wastewater system. So whether they will be either point overflows from the network or they are leakages from the network. A new network in that area, you would expect it to be to the standard, and they are generally inspected and tested at the time of construction. So you'd expect that to be not a leaky system, if you like. So I think that's how impact is reduced. Overflows, if we were to discharge more wastewater through the Duck Creek, then you could potentially cause overflows from the network. And that's probably one of the reasons why we're saying that because of lack of capacity into that system to the north and then looping around through the old state highway, it's better to actually discharge to the bottomless sewer. And with the bottomless sewer, the storage tank that's currently in construction, that actually provides a level of service to reduce overflow discharges, if you like. And so I think with a new network, and if the wastewater is discharged through the bottomless sewer, then the risk is vastly reduced.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan. One follow-up from my colleague?
Mr. Hassan, Commissioner Williams here. I just observed that you've got essentially two different catchments on the site. You've got the Duck Creek catchment, and I'm not quite sure with the water on the west-facing slopes above Waitangarua where that heads to. Does that head to
That heads to
Kenapuru or
Cannons Creek.
Cannons Creek? In terms of, I mean, it's something that I guess we can raise issues with the iwi in the afternoon, but in looking at your stormwater, is it possible to keep those waters in their two different catchments? In terms of the water runoff, it is an issue that I'm sure iwi will perhaps have some awareness of, that they will not want water from those two different catchments being collected and unified.
So stormwater, which follows the natural topography, that will be kept in their separate catchments. So I don't see an issue over there. It's the wastewater is effectively in an enclosed network, if you like. So it's in a piped system. So you get your water supply through the pipe, which from the reservoir into a pipeline into the houses, and part of your water supply goes to the wastewater system. So that's the toilets, the washing machines, and what have you. So that wastewater will then be collected through a pump station and then pumped across the catchment. So I agree there will be a diversion of wastewater from that natural stormwater catchment, if you like, into a wastewater network. But that is not part of your surface water, if you like. So and it's been done elsewhere where catchments drain, parts of catchment drain into another catchment for wastewater. But they are totally in an enclosed network, if you like.
Thank you. I think that was the point I wanted to check, whether you needed any pumping of your stormwater. But if you can keep that in the two separate catchments, thank you. That helps me.
Yeah, just on that, if you did try to divert stormwater, you would have to obtain a separate resource consent from the regional council for any stormwater diversions if you were changing the catchment boundaries.
Right, thank you.
Any further questions, team? That's all from us, Mr. Hanson. We appreciate your input.
Thank you. Bye.
Ms. Sweetman, it's 12:28. I think we're ready for some lunch. We'll adjourn, and Silverwood team, would it be okay if we restart at 1:15? Right, good to go. Adjourn until 1:15. We'll resume the hearing, thank you. Ms Sweetman, who do you have next?
We'll move to Miss Armstrong, who looks ready.
Ready, willing and able. Ms Armstrong, thank you for coming in, and you have, I observe, been listening attentively, so you can probably guess a number of the questions we're going to ask you, but is there anything you want to say before we start? We have.
Oh, no, not especially. I'm happy just to go to questions if that's what you'd like to do.
In that case, I'll invite Commissioner Williams to go first.
Good afternoon, Ms Armstrong. I thought I'd just start with your supplementary evidence because I wondered if you had any response after the conversations and the questioning we've had this morning about the areas of disagreement that you had with Mr Hudson, if there's anything you'd like to change there or any clarification that you've had in the light of our questioning?
No, there's nothing that I feel I need to change. I guess just as an extra comment, that the fact that there's no kind of indication has been given as to what the final zoning sort would be is an added kind of something that adds to the risk of not including the structure plan at the moment. And I understand that from Ms Sweetman that one option would be the large lot zoning, and that would be, I think, more appropriate. But given the changes, with the medium density zoning coming in over the general residential zone, I think that zoning does become more problematic in terms of addressing effects from that development alongside managing effects from on the SAL values.
Okay, well, thank you for that that summary. I sort of want to start because your evidence is actually focused, as it should be, I suppose, on the SAL areas. Did you look at the east-facing slopes of the site at all when you made your response to the structure plan?
Yes, I did. I think that probably, as other people have said, the focus has been kind of on those west-facing slopes. I think those are, in general, more... well, the ridgeline has been identified in the landscape evaluation as a sensitive area, and I agree with that. I think the west-facing slopes are, in general, more sensitive than the east-facing ones as well, because, well, they're outside, the east-facing slopes are outside the SAL below that ridgeline. So that reduces that, there won't be effects on the SAL from that. And with the medium density zoning happening inside Waitangiroa, those west-facing slopes become more important, in my view, in terms of their SAL values to that community. So that's generally why I focused more on the west-facing slopes, and also that's the larger proportion of the SAL area being proposed for development.
Right. Well, I think the SAL area is almost entirely on the ridgeline and west-facing slopes.
Yeah, and north-facing too. There's quite.
Yes.
I think the draft structure plan includes, I think, from memory, the most intensive development on those north-facing slopes on the Waitangiroa landform above the link road. Right.
And just as a side issue for clarity, could you identify where Waitangiroa Hill is?
I don't think it's really been properly defined. The question kind of arose in the submissions on the natural features and landscape chapters as well, because there was, if you remember,
Yes.
a submission that the Waitangiroa Hill be included as ONFL. And in questioning the submitter, that related to this site, so this lot. He'd identified the lot boundaries, but in terms of landform and kind of visual separation or identification of somewhere that you might call a separate hill that might have a separate name, I had taken that to mean the kind of quite prominent landform at the northwestern end of the SAL. So the hill behind the marae is where I've been thinking of Waitangitua Hill, but it's not really very clearly defined. It does have a trig point if you look at the topography maps on that hill. Yeah, that's what I've kind of taken to mean Waitangitua Hill.
Right, so the trig point is the separate square that's marked on some of the plans.
Oh, probably.
Topo maps.
Yes, triangle, I think.
Right. Well, there is a separate square actually marked, but anyway, I think that's enough to. So your impression is that it's the landform that forms the backdrop to the marae.
Yeah, and I say that because, and this relates to additional values that were added to the schedule coming out of submissions, that landform is kind of more identifiable as a feature landform within the SAL.
Right. Well, maybe that will become clear, but I certainly tried to find it. The documents and couldn't find it located anywhere. Yes. What I'd like to look at now is perhaps for the panel's sake, for you to just describe what you see as the limitations on the site. Let's start with the SAL. Can you tease out what you think the limitations might be? If I'm sort of thinking if you can talk about landform and visibility. Visibility is with the SAL is just one component. I'd like to get your sort of analysis of some of those other site limitations.
Sure. I generally agree with the sensitive areas that were identified in the landscape evaluation over the site, and that the main one of those is the ridgeline. I think that I would include that separate, more identifying landform hill at the end of Western End that I'm kind of referring to as Waitangitua Hill in the absence of any clear definition. And I'd also I'd include all parts of that landform. So at the moment, I guess the areas that I'm thinking, like in my evidence, I mentioned that I thought that there was, potential for urban development in there, but it would need to be, in my opinion, a bit less than what was shown in the structure plan. And by those areas, I'm meaning that landform and also the area of the ridgeline with the connecting road coming across. That would really kind of, I think, be quite dominant on the skyline. Particularly, it's not clear what earthworks would be needed, but presumably earthworks would be needed. And if there were other infrastructure such as lighting, then that's going to add to effects on the SAL ridgeline values. And the roading, so they largely relate, I guess, for me, to roading as well as built form. Whereas the comments were probably more, the evaluation was probably more focused on the built form of dwellings rather than roading. And the road along the bottom of the SAL against Waitangitua goes quite a long way onto that more sensitive kind of hill landform at the northern end. Then I would probably pull it back a bit more. And keep that feature free of development.
So we're going to have to wait till I'm not quite sure what the sequencing is, Ms. Sweetman, in terms of some future plan change that will talk about the SASM values and whether Waitangitua Hill gets caught into that, or at the very least we'll hear from the iwi this afternoon, I suppose, on what values they ascribe towards it.
There isn't a definite date yet in terms of when that variation is proposed to be notified, but there is work underway on it at the moment. And as a variation to the PDP, I would assume it would come back to this panel to consider.
Right.
Might seem like a bit of a endless hearing at the moment.
Thank you. Right. Well, that's something to think about. Ms. Armstrong, what about the topography? How would you? I suppose I'm struggling for some point of comparison. Can you compare this to any other fuzz areas in terms of the actual sort of land form and topography of the site?
Sure. I know there's been some discussion about comparison with the Judgeford Hills zone. I'm not familiar with that area so much, so I can't really comment on that area, but there is a general residential zone, which is obviously not future urban, but I guess the stage beyond where it is now residential, inside the Takapuahia Rangatui SAL 002, which Ms. Sweetman referred to as well, I think, and that's located inside a precinct area, so it's the Takapuahia precinct SAL part of the precinct, and there are particular provisions that relate to that area alone. So that is another steep area with steep topography, but it does differ a bit from this area in that it's also predominantly covered by SNA, so it's kind of got extra layers of protection in there, and added to that, it's also got very, very large lots. It's really only composed of four main lots, and I think the largest is about 12 hectares, and the provisions provide for a pretty limited built development footprint on each lot. It's 3,000 square metres of built footprint cumulative, and 3,000 square metres maximum of Indigenous vegetation clearance as well. So in terms of the lot size, that kind of allows for quite large areas to remain free of development, or at least free of built form anyway, and with the potential for enhancement of the SNA values as part of development as well. So although the topography could perhaps be compared, it just comes back to that fact really that every context is different, every SAL is different, and they need to be considered, each needs to be considered separately on its own. With the Cannons Creek SAL, I'd say that it probably has a bit, I was going to say less capacity, but it's different in that it's a smaller SAL, so it's not as the height isn't as high. There's not as much backdropping, and there's not as much dominance of natural Indigenous vegetation, that dark kind of vegetation, as there is on the other SAL. So it's a different context, and things just need to be considered in terms of that area itself.
I mean, you said you're not familiar with the Judgeford Hills fuzz, but you, I assume, are familiar with the Belmont Hills SAL that comes down over that area.
Yes. Yep.
Is there any comparison you can make between the Cannons Creek SAL and the Belmont Hills SAL?
Only that the Belmont Hills SAL is pretty large, and it covers, goes right along that kind of ridgetop backdropping district, connected to Belmont Regional Park, and the future urban zone is a kind of corner in the middle of that. When I looked at, as part of the wider SAL boundary review, I did look at that area, and just at a really high level, and highlight that the future urban zone inside that SAL would be a risk to SAL values if that residential development was at a standard residential scale, and recommended at that time not a SAL boundary adjustment. I perhaps cheekily suggested a zoning adjustment instead. And also made comment that, the structure plan, that there was inclusion in the structure planning provisions for decreased density inside that area.
This is for the Judgeford Hills site.
Yes, yeah, and that was contained in a kind of preliminary a management risk or a risks report relating to management of the areas that was produced prior to the landscape evaluation report.
Yes. I mean, what can you define in some way how the lower boundary of both those SALs was defined?
Yeah, it was done to a well, I wasn't involved in identifying the original the draft SAL and ONFL areas, so we came in to confirm those. So did do a high level boundary review and really just checked that the boundaries were related to landform rather than zoning particularly, which doesn't really relate to landscape or landform.
Can you just describe that a little bit more? So when you say relate to landform, it's
Well, the boundary,
to do with the steepness or the...
It's to do with... no, it's not really to do with steepness. It's more to do with following lines that might relate to ridge lines or valleys or, the landform, the contour. The contour of the land, rather than, for example, a zoning line, a zoning boundary that might cut across a landform and not really relate to the landform itself.
I understand that defines the form of the boundary, but exactly where that boundary sits is that as the foothills start to move into the steeper hillside, or is it a change in land use?
Well, yes, that comes into it too. I mean, it's based on, the three factors that are set out in the Greater Wellington Regional Policy Statement. So there's natural science factors, and there's sensory factors, and there's shared and recognised factors as well. So all of those come into it. And if there was in the Belmont Hills SAL, for example, the boundary did skirt around the existing quarry site there.
Right.
As not contributing really to the SAL values.
And I notice in the last paragraph of your evidence, you have, in fact, the last sentence, you've said a high level of control would be appropriate in all parts of the SAL, particularly as smaller lots are proposed than applying in other SALs. Can you explain a bit about what a high level of control might be?
It would relate to earthworks, materiality of built form, roof lines, use of less steep slopes, keeping development away from particular natural features that contributed to the SAL. That generally sums it up.
But potentially the issues of control might actually be quite extensive on development in this area. They might.
Yeah. And I'll add to that density as well.
Right, and can I just bring you back to the east-facing slopes again on those limitations that we've talked about? Have you explored any limitations that there might be on those east-facing slopes? I mean, have you compared the topography, for example?
I think that the development zones in the draft structure plan on the east-facing slopes are actually predominantly outside the SAL. They are present on the kind of more north-facing slopes. I'm not quite sure if I'm right about that, and that's probably something for the submitter to answer.
No, you're quite correct. I suppose what I'm saying to you as a landscape architect, rather than as putting aside the SAL values, just whether you had any commentary on on the development potential on those east-facing slopes, which
Right. Yeah, I haven't really looked at the area outside the SAL, I'll have to say, but I have been up there, and yeah, there's certainly flatter areas up there along the ridgeline. I'm not sure if that relates to outside the SAL or inside the SAL. I'm not quite sure. Possibly it's outside. It's pretty steep. It seems pretty steep to me. And there is possibility to, include urban development in steep areas. I mean, it's, done all over Wellington. But perhaps these days it's not done all that sensitively often. There's potential to use a built form that really fits to the land form more than I think happens a lot these days, as in using split level built typologies or pole buildings, which kind of have a less earthworks impact on the landscape. But those I guess tend to be more expensive and so don't tend to happen.
right. Well, thank you. That's been very helpful.
Ms Armstrong, the question I was posing to Ms Sweetman about the interrelate or the effect of the 2021 amendment and the constraints on council's control over design that will result following notification of the variation in 6 weeks' time. In paragraph 11 of your supplementary statement, you basically you summarise your position as saying, with sensitive design, the identified values of the SAL will be able to be maintained and enhanced. If the council's ability to ensure sensitive design is constrained, what does that do to your opinion about the appropriateness? You described it before as saying problematic, but I'm not sure what that means in terms of where you land.
I think it's really tricky. I think there's possibilities of including really limited areas that could include perhaps up to 2-storey development, given that it's going to be backdropped if those were on lower, less steep slopes, that kind of thing. But it relates not just to the built form areas itself, but where those are put. So I guess I mean one problem that I have with the standards that I think is a problem is that it doesn't provide any footprint maximum, and effects on the SAL values and effects on like dominant built form are going to be contributed to by not just height but also footprint, which is bulk. So bulk and location are going to be key things to consider in how any zoning inside SAL that is medium density, if that occurs, where that can be located and what the bulk is and what the height is. Height, bulk, footprint all combined together, how that's integrated into the SAL. And I'm not saying that there's absolutely no potential. I think that there is, but I think it's really limited, and it would have to be outside those more sensitive areas that I was talking about before. And council would need to have control over those matters. And I think that there's possibility that can be achieved through the assessment that Ms Sweetman was talking about, that I would identify the SAL as a qualifying matter. But I think that the provisions that would come out of that would need to provide for those matters. And for example, in Takapuahia, my advice in that area has been to retain the 5 metre height that's currently in there related to the general residential zone as a maximum, and then consider any any applications for height above that level as a restricted discretionary activity, because under those takapuahia provisions, there's a requirement for an assessment by a landscape architect of that. So that would provide for some integration of more than one story, which would have a good effect in terms of relating development inside the SAL to development outside the SAL. I think it's quite a tricky situation in Wellington because these SAL boundaries come up onto a hill, and then if you've got a medium density zoning at the bottom of the hill, it's going to allow for 3 dwellings at 12 metres height on each lot coming up, and then you've got a hill going up behind it that's got 1-story development. It's going to have a bit of an urban design effect in terms of amenity for those residents inside the SAL. So I think that makes a good argument for, in a really careful way, looking at how multi-story development could be incorporated along those edges, to provide that good kind of integration between the development inside the SAL and the development outside the SAL. But whether that's provided for in the Appendix 11, I don't know. I'm not sure how that can be achieved, and I guess that's a planning question, really. That was a very long-winded answer. Does that kind of cover what you were asking?
I wrote down that you said it would have to be outside the northeastern, or was it northwestern area?
Yeah, and that refers to that land, that kind of landmark hill that's separated from the main ridge line, and it sits behind the marae.
To avoid my making assumptions about what area you're talking about, can you please give us a marked up map?
Sure.
Geographical embarrassment.
What's it?
Geographical embarrassment, it's called. Yeah.
The commission next to me said it's called geographical embarrassment. Yes, I'm certainly in that league. Because when you say that some things are possible if able to be carefully managed,
right.
Some
Yes.
are much more problematic, I want to know exactly which is in which category in your.
Yeah, sure.
And if I leave you to liaise with Ms. Sweetman in that regard. Commissioner McMahon.
Yes, not a lot from me, Ms. Armstrong. I've been listening intently. Can I just start with your methodology to this exercise, not from any critical perspective, but just to understand how you tackled it. Have you largely tackled this as a desktop assessment?
No, I've done a site visit as well.
Right. It would have been useful.
And that was with the wider planning team.
Yes.
So Ms. Black was there and Ms. Sweetman.
Yeah. Would have been useful for you to reference that in your evidence so that we don't have to second guess whether you've been on the site. So you visited the site with Ms. Black and others to look at its suitability and get a feel for the topography and the way it faces different orientations, that sort of thing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you'd indicated that as background to that, you'd been involved as a reviewer of the SAL boundaries, although you weren't involved in the actual delineation of the boundaries from the get-go.
That's right.
Thank you. That's good. Okay. And you must have some familiarity with the Judgeford Hills site, given you've visited the Silverwood site, and it's basically across the road, isn't it?
Sure.
You must have a familiarity with the landscape and its.
Oh well, yeah. I looked at it while I was up on the top of the Cannon Street Ridge.
Yes.
But that's about it.
Okay. What I just really want to do now is just focus on the differences between you and Mr. Hudson. And I found your supplementary evidence to be really useful in this respect. Your paragraphs 11 and 12 talk about the matters of agreement, and they're twofold, that there's potential for inclusion of urban development in the cell with sensitive design. and that the risk to the cell values can be managed through the structure plan area. So that's the context of agreement. Mm-hmm. The matters of a disagreement are really twofold, and they sort of relate to your matters of agreements, sort of, and that's why I was a little bit confused. It comes down to how much, I guess, of the fuzz is appropriate for development for residential purposes, and the density of that sort of development. So it's, to use your words, it's height, bulk, location of the works, and its location. That will be, to use the words of others, the devil in the detail for a future process.
Yep. And the location of roading.
Yes, and the associated earthworks with those. For that potential to be achieved and for the design to be sensitive, would you agree that it's important to make sure that the zones that are applied and their boundaries and locations over the FUZ, if it is rezoned FUZ, will be critical?
Yes.
Yes.
I agree with that. Yep.
So
but I'd also say that within those boundaries, so if you were identifying an area that would be appropriate for FUZ, that there would still need to be provisions related to the SAL.
Yes.
Within those areas.
Let's just assume for the moment that the entire area is zoned FUZ, and there's a future process stipulated under Policy 2, which says that structure plan has to be investigated and addressed and developed, having regard to the host of matters that are in Appendix 11. And one of the first questions is, where are the no-go and go zones within that area? Is that the sort of constraints and opportunities type of approach that you would expect to the development of a more detailed structure plan?
Yes.
Okay. And so in terms of the no-goes, or in terms of the go zones, and tell me if I've got this wrong, please. I think what I'm hearing you say is that the go zones are, there's more certainty about the go zones outside of the SAL areas than there is about them inside the SAL areas.
Well, I guess that's probably true. I think there's a. I don't disagree with all of the go areas that are identified inside the SAL in the draft structure plan. Yep. There are just some of them that I disagree with.
Yeah, I'm just trying to focus on the areas outside the SAL at this stage.
Oh, sure. Okay.
So, if you were going to identify go areas, they would largely be, in your view, outside the SAL area. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think they're not going to affect the SAL values outside the SAL.
Okay.
So that's the perspective that I've considered in my evidence. Effects on the SAL values.
Okay, no, I understand that. And then coming back to your matter of agreement, you're saying that there is potential. This is your paragraph 11 of your supplementary. There's potential for inclusion of urban development in the cell, which, and I'm quoting, with sensitive design will be able to be maintained and enhance the values of the cell. So that would indicate to me that there is some potential for go areas within the cell. It's just where they might be is uncertain at this stage. Is that the best way of putting it?
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure that depends how you define uncertain. There's some disagreement on where some of those.
Yes.
As to the appropriateness of some of those that have been identified in the draft plan.
Yep. And you made the point,
agreement on others.
Yes, and you said earlier how all this is achieved is a planning question, and you would have heard our questions to Ms. Sweetman in that respect. But to the extent that it helps you, would you take any confidence from knowledge that the structure plan process has the ability to decide these sort of questions, and as part of collecting a whole host of further information that's identified through Appendix 11, and that the way that's I guess digested and considered and spat out in terms of a product might be might be an area of land that has different zonings, taking account of the applicability of the MDRS to residential zonings. It might identify no-go zones either through a finding that the cell is a qualifying matter, or if it's not a qualifying matter, that it qualifies, in lowercase at least, if not in statutory terms, it qualifies as a no-go area because of landscape values or some other Section 7 matters under the Act.
Yeah. I guess I guess I'm seeing probably a difference between developing a structure plan inside the FUZ and developing a structure plan generally.
Yes.
Because developing a structure plan generally doesn't, and if you're talking about, it's you haven't got the competing provisions of what the FUZ seems to be intended for. So I guess, and it is a planning question. It's not a landscape question, but it has landscape implications,
Sure.
So I'm going to weigh in. It just seems to me that it's not clear it seems to me that it would open a door for the line to be pushed. I guess is a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
And to me, the line has already been pushed inside the draft structure plan.
Yes.
So there is potential in there, but the line's gone further than I would put it. And if you take the, the collective kind of vibe of Appendix 11 in terms of what it's providing for community facilities, business opportunities, a level of development that meets the national policy statement on urban development, all of those combined together with medium density standards. And then you've got competing SAL values which say that, the scale of development inside the SAL has to be of a scale which will maintain SAL values.
Yes.
And I'm just like, how do those become reconciled without there being any risk that once it's zoned FUZ, that line, the line is there's less clarity on that line.
Yes, that's a very good point, and I have a question for you on that, because there has been a suggestion that if the area is to be rezoned FUZ, then maybe only part of it is rezoned, and that's the part that doesn't equate with the SAL. I want to put a different proposition to you, that including the entirety of the FUZ might have some advantages that might not seem obvious, and those advantages might be along the lines that that the entirety of the land might allow non-residential activity to be undertaken on that land, and buffer zones and walking and other amenity type activities that might support residential on that part that's not subject to the SAL but is complementary to, and that without the inclusion of the FUZ over the SAL, the ability to address that in a holistic manner might be constrained. Now, that's not necessarily my view, that's just a proposition that I'm putting to you to test the efficacy, if you like, of including all or only part of the site in the FUZ. And I guess it comes down to that sum of the parts being greater than the whole type argument that you'll be familiar with in your profession. And I guess that statement, along with the direction of Appendix 11, does that give you some confidence that a certain type of development can be prescribed through a structure plan process that, to use your words, would still allow urban development to occur either inside or definitely outside the cell, but even inside the cell with sensitive designs to protect the values of the SAL?
So if I'm understanding correctly, are you meaning that if the SAL was excluded from the FUZ zone and the FUZ zone applied to essentially the eastern facing slopes below the SAL, then that then means that the SAL is not included in the structure planning process? So it's not integrated.
That's the potential interpretation of that question. And I guess what I'm asking you is, whether that would be limiting in the sense of providing non-built form amenity associated with that part of the FUZ that's outside the SAL. Would it be better to enable the entire zone to be dealt with in its wholeness, if you like, by looking at linkages, walkways, reserves, open space, wetland treatment that might complement the development on the eastern slopes, but without it being in the FUZ, might not be able to be accessed via the structure plan process?
I'm not really sure that's a question for me.
Okay. Well,
it might be a planning kind of question. I'm suspecting.
It definitely is a planning
I mean,
question, but I guess what I'm asking you, if that was the case and if that hypothesis was right, would you have greater confidence that a level of development could be accommodated in the SAL, in the area outside the SAL on the eastern flanks, that might give effect to the MPSUD in terms of comprehensive development, without that land being used up for other amenity considerations or features that could be provided on the western part in a sensitive manner, obviously.
I see what you mean. I'm not sure the topography would allow it.
Okay.
It's very steep.
Yes.
So to get that intensity and that density on those eastern facing slopes, I suspect would be quite difficult.
And it would require quite a bit of earthworks, presumably.
Yeah.
Okay. But in terms of the proposition in its general sense, do you have some sort of affinity to that?
Well, I'm all in favour of the entire site being considered as one,
yes,
as a whole. I think that's really important.
Okay.
But I still feel a bit nervous about the kind of coexistence of those what seem to me to be mismatched kind of provisions between the FUZ and the SAL. So yes, if the SAL was not FUZ, what would it be?
It would be rural.
Rural.
With an overlay.
And what would the overlay be?
It would be SAL.
Oh, right, but not an urban development overlay.
No,
it would be rural.
No. Yeah, but it wouldn't be subject to only that part of the FUZ would be subject to the structure plan provisions.
Yes. Yeah, I think it really comes down to. I think it comes down to the capacity of the eastern slopes, which I don't really know.
Yes. Okay. No, that's a sensible answer. My final question is just the second aspect that you had some disagreement with Mr. Hudson on, and that related to whether the structure plan should be part of the FUZ now or at a later stage. And I wasn't too sure what the point of difference was there.
Well, I guess Mr. Hudson is saying that the structure plan process, because it's it's rigorous enough to manage SAL values later on, further down the line, through that Appendix 11. And I'm saying, well, yes, that could happen, but because of these competing provisions, perhaps it might not. Perhaps that line might be pushed.
Sure. And
just a way of providing certainty to council that that's not going to occur is for the structure plan to be more finalised at this stage. And that's the process that happened with Plymouton Farm, as I outlined in the in the supplementary statement. So it was clear from the outset what was being proposed, I guess, is the upshot.
Yes. But Plymouton Farm, correct me if I'm wrong, it was a one-stop zoning approach, wasn't it? It didn't go through this two-stage FUZ or upzoning.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. But it did have a lot of work done for specific provisions relating to the SAL area inside.
Yes, and Mr. Hudson's suggesting that specific work could be undertaken through the structure plan process should the zoning, FUZ zoning, be put in place.
That's right.
Yes.
Well, that's my understanding anyway.
Yes. This is something I'll check with Ms. Blick and Mr. Hudson, but I understood that the draft structure plan that was included with the submission wasn't intended to necessarily be the final form, that it was intended to indicate what might be able to be developed on the land and how sensitive features might be able to be protected. Was that your understanding also, that it wasn't,
Yes.
it was just an indicative example of what might
That's
occur?
right.
Yes.
That's what I understood too, and so that was really my point.
Okay. Final question. You said that an alternative...
About 3 questions ago, sir.
Final question. You say at 21, an alternative approach could be to make application for a single rezone, brackets, to the final zone through a plan change with inclusion of a structure plan as part of that process. That would remove the interim FUZ zoning and any related risks. But I'd put to you that's exactly what the Appendix 9 Policy 2 process is envisaging, isn't it?
You mean
Appendix 11, sorry.
Right. Well, no, because it's not. What I'm saying is that you don't need the FUZ. The FUZ has some risks to SAL values because of that lack of that potential mismatch and the open door and the fact that there's no clarity on what zoning is being sought and the structure plan is a draft compared to just missing out the FUZ zone and going straight to the final zone.
Okay, yeah.
So the appendix is part of that interim zone process, whereas the other option, there is no interim zone process.
I understand that answer. You're right, that is a planning matter. Thank you. That was all from me, Ms Armstrong.
One follow-up question from me, Ms Armstrong, I noted but forgot to ask you. Paragraph 30 of your evidence in chief, initial statement, talking about the undeveloped backdrop of the marae. Is the concern about the backdrop of the marae because of potential cultural effects, or is the fact that it's the backdrop to the marae just incidental to a broader landscape issue about that being visible from across the basin?
I think it's both. So in the NFL chapter hearings, through that submission process, there was an update that I'd proposed to the values, and just looking through my things, based on the submissions that we received, and they were, to be confirmed by Ngāti Toa. I'd done a kind of draft version. And they related to the hill being a visually distinct landform at the northern end of the SAL, recognisable as a local landmark, as a backdrop to the marae, a recognised landform feature within the community, and the importance attached to the naming of the area and the hill, and the fact that it's a new kind of gateway to Waitangarua and Porirua from Transmission Gully, and becoming a landmark within that new route and gateway. So I think there are. My understanding is that there are potential cultural landscape values attached to that hill, but I'll let Ngāti Toa kind of elaborate on those. I think, and these draft updates to the schedule and identification of values. I'm not quite sure where they're at in the planning process. So, and I can find out for you if you'd like me to do that.
No, it's fine. We can ask Ngāti Toa
Sure.
that question ourselves. Commissioner Sinclair, did you have anything? Any more? Thank you very much, Ms Armstrong. Your contribution is appreciated.
You're welcome.
Ms Sweetman, is it time for Mr Osborne?
I believe it is time for Mr Osborne, yes. Thank you, Ms Armstrong.
For whom we have been waiting with bated breath.
Oh, that's scary. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon. You've seen the drill. Happy for you to make initial comment before we ask you any questions. Over to you.
I think there's probably a few points just to provide clarity on. One lies around the numbers resulting from the capacity modelling, the feasibility capacity modelling that's been undertaken. Excuse me. The model itself takes plan-enabled capacity for every site in Porirua, and it runs a number of variables over market variables over those sites. At a site-specific level, it looks at about 60 iterations per site of development possibility for those sites. It then results in a feasible outcome, and on top of that, there is a degree of risk that is associated with particular locations or particular typologies that accounts for, I think, what Commissioner McMahon talked about as slippage in terms of a level of feasible development that wouldn't actually be undertaken in the market. Now, this is not to say that the realisable capacity that is identified are exactly what's going to be built. The scenario is maximum profit. That's how we identify the specific sites. But obviously, sites in terms of the development are not always developed to, first of all, maximum profit, and secondly, not every developer has access to every site in a particular city, and therefore a profit level of 20% is appropriate in terms of assessing that. In terms of the 2021 model, there were, I think, 144,000 plan-enabled dwellings through residential zones and area zones that allowed some degree of residential. Of that, 22,000 roughly were feasible, and of that again, around 10,800 were realisable. Now, as per the directive from the NPS, or the guidance from the NPS, this is done in the current market, considering current market conditions. Following on from that, Variation 1 has come about. Variation 1 has a number of changes, including some high-density residential zones, but more importantly, the medium-density residential standards mandated by the government. Those have been run, the whole variation, including the MDRS, has been run through the feasibility modelling. First of all, the theoretical modelling, which came up at, I think, around 230-odd thousand that were enabled through that process, of which 27,000 in total, just over 27,000 in total, were realisable. 26,000 of which, just under 26,000 of which were enabled by the MDRS. So a large proportion of the additional realisable capacity for Porirua has been produced by that MDRS.
Can you just clarify this? I'm writing these numbers down. So you said 230,000 theoretical, 27,000 realisable, 26,000 enabled by
MDRS. So most of what is feasible under the Variation 1 is through MDRS.
But you previously had 10,800 that were realisable without the MDRS.
That's correct. And
10,000 plus 26,000 does not make 27,000.
No, sorry, 10,800 was what was feasible under the PDP.
Yes.
In total, 26,000, not additional, 26,000 is what is feasible under the MDRS and the original residential zones.
So effectively, it's gone from 10,800 to 26,000.
That's correct.
So it's PDP here. When you do the MDRS, it goes up.
That's correct. Okay. Approximately 16,000 more under the MDRS scenario were realisable. So as you can imagine, just from the sheer plan-enabled numbers, is a significant amount that's enabled under the new bill from the government. One of the, in terms of affordability of that modelling, as I said at the beginning, this is based on the current market factors, and the current market, one of the current market factors are the current prices in the market. So what is being utilised to look at what is feasible are the current prices. Therefore, what this model doesn't do is it doesn't anticipate what an increase in capacity, plan-enabled or feasible capacity, is going to do to the prices. What it does do, and what I've done in my supplementary evidence, is provide an understanding of what the prices could drop to in terms of land value, and the Variation 1 and the existing PDP would still provide enough feasible capacity. that number was around 50% of land value. So the land values in Porirua could drop by 50%, and the PDP, including Variation 1, would provide sufficient feasible and realisable capacity. Now, one of the points that becomes quite relevant moving from that is the impact of supply on affordability itself, and how we understand that. So there are a large number of complex factors that actually influence the affordability of housing. It's not just the supply of housing. The supply and demand in any...
Mr. Osborne, I think that we need to slow down a little here.
Sorry.
I've been writing notes, and the purpose of you giving a highlighted version is not to give me version 3 of your evidence, which it seems to be what I'm getting at the moment. So I think that maybe we should stop there and we should proceed by way of questions, because we could hear, I'm sure we could be here for some time with you having another take. So I think that in terms of pulling out high points, you're going a little far.
The points of factors that influence affordable housing were in my supplementary evidence.
Yes, I know. And I think that we should probably proceed by way of questions on the supplementary rather than you giving us a lengthy summary and retake of what's in your supplementary evidence.
Sure.
In terms, so as I understand the process, and as you've just described it, you have 3 levels. You start with the theoretical, which is irrespective of what's happening on the land, what's happening in the market, simple application of the rules, you could get X.
That's correct.
Second, you go to feasible, which, from what you described, is a combination of both physical and market factors. What I'm less clear about is the difference between feasible and realisable, because, well, first of all, realisable as a subset of feasible? Is that?
That's correct.
And so if feasible already takes into account market values, what is the overlay of between feasible to get to realisable?
So one of the overlays for realisable is looking at the level of risk for a particular typology, for example, in any given area. So an area that potentially at this point in time, at the current point in time, has no apartments, the level of risk of actually going into the market and producing apartments in that subset, and the risk that would be acceptable. So generally the risk is a 20% return, but obviously in areas where you're producing more and you're producing a higher density product or a different product than the market has already accepted, there's an increased level of risk. And that increased level of risk generally requires an increased return for that level of risk.
Now, in light of that, can I ask you to go to the 2021 housing assessment, or HBA, that Ms. Sweetman provided us with a copy of? That's a chapter of the regional one. And I'm looking at page 38. So you have table 4.22, feasible residential development by suburb. Fine, understand that. There's the 144 that you talked to us about before. You're saying feasible apartments, not many in the scheme of things. Feasible standalone, very few. Feasible terraced, much more. Total feasible capacity, 21,000. And then you go to the next page, and same theoretical capacity, but less realisable apartments, which is accounting for the risk that you talked about. But the number of standalones has increased by about 8 times between what's feasible and what's realisable, which I struggle to understand, because as I say, my understanding was that realisable is a subset of feasible. Can you explain this to me?
I can indeed. So each site is taken individually. So on an individual site where the risk is elevated for an apartment block, the next highest or maximum profit may well be standalone. So that still may have been feasible. It just wasn't the option that was chosen, was the maximum profit for that particular site. So when you increase the risk for the apartments, it drops the number of apartments, but the alternative development opportunity for that site is more likely to be standalone because the risk is obviously lower for that particular product. So we're not dealing with totals in terms of every site that could be an apartment. We're only dealing with those that represent the maximum profit from that particular typology. So once you change the typology, you can fall back to one that still produces a profit. It just wasn't the maximum profit. So you end up with a lot more standalone houses taking over from where the apartments would have been feasible.
I'm adding in my head, and the feasible apartments and feasible standalones don't equate to the realisable, are still less than the realisable apartments and the realisable standalone. Does the same thing happen for terrace houses as well, that people collapse from terrace to, well, standalone?
Yes, so essentially standalone is the most acceptable product in any given market. And although you may make more money from a terraced house in particular locations, that's more risky because the market hasn't accepted that particular product. So the model has to consider what would actually result from this. And the reason for that is that you may end up, and you do in fact end up with a smaller number. So instead of saying, well, on this site it's feasible to build an apartment block, it may only be realisable in terms of what the market's willing to accept to produce 10 standalone houses instead. So the market won't always produce the maximum number of dwellings on any given site. It will produce the one that provides a profit, but at the lowest risk.
In terms of these predictions, as I understand them, they're a subset of the regional predictions. So what I was reading that Ms. Sweetman gave us is a chapter, a Porirua chapter in the broader regional, and to what extent is the leakage between the different local authorities? To what extent, for instance, if there's insufficient capacity in Wellington City, will that increase demand in Porirua and vice versa?
That's a really interesting question, and it makes the whole process quite iterative. The difficulty is that for Wellington region, I believe it's Sense Partners that have done the projections for demand. That, I believe, an appropriate process is to look at how much each plan actually allows for in terms of capacity as well. I'm not sure if Sense Partners have done that or have updated that, but you're right. If there is a lack of supply, or if there's a relative price increase in a given city, that's going to change how that distribution of demand works across the region. At this point, we have a demand of about 11,800 for Porirua with a 15% buffer in the long term. That's over a 30-year period. Ultimately, if Porirua was not to provide that number of houses, they would be more than likely to go somewhere else in Wellington. And the level of provision as well and how that's provided for also dictates where those people will live.
I think having read the executive summary of the broader document, it seemed that Porirua was the only city or district to exceed the NPSUD requirements in terms of realisable capacity over the long term, which suggested to me that the risk is rather greater that it might operate the other way, that demand within the other local authorities, or particularly from Wellington, working out, maybe from the Hutt Valley, coming across the hill, is more likely to push the Porirua numbers. Is that fair?
It really depends. I mean, the NPS asked each TA to be responsible for what it believes the demand is going to be. And if it meets that responsibility, it's more than likely that distribution will be a result. We did the feasibility modelling and the realisation modelling for all those councils, including Wellington City, where we're currently going through the implications of the MDRS at the moment. You're right, essentially. I mean, the amount of capacity and where that capacity is ultimately will have a significant role in how many people live in a given district. I can't speak to what Sense Partners use in terms of that distribution of demand, but I know it's relatively complex.
So in a broader sense, as you say, it's an iterative process. What's your sense of the margin of error in these model predictions looking out 30 years?
It wouldn't be fair of me to suggest that these projections are going to be realised. I think that the market is there are too many factors at play in terms of the market. We just need to look and see the rather substantial changes that COVID has had to understand that a period of 30 years is going to encompass significant points of change. And whether those points of change are going to be in the way that we live, in the housing, in the transportation that we use, those will have significant impacts on how we live and where we're able to afford to live in terms of that distribution.
So, Mr. Osborne, I think the chair's question was, what was the margin of error?
I don't think I don't think there is a percentage of margin of error. I mean, especially with the feasibility modelling, in terms of the 30-year period, it's an unknown in terms of that error.
So there is no known margin of error for the figures to 30 years out?
No, there's right. What essentially they use a probability factor. So there is a number of projections that are used to show that this is going to be likely to be 95% accurate, or this is going to be 50, and generally it's the 50% accurate that they use.
So it ranges from 50 to 95% as a probability.
As a probability.
As a probability, right.
And
so 45 difference between that, even I can work that.
That's the population projections, essentially, yeah.
That's the population projections, never mind all of the uncertainties around
around the market, yes.
Around the market.
Yes.
And, you say, the population being intrinsically affected by government policy about immigration.
Absolutely.
Which could change tomorrow.
Yep. Yes.
And change again the following day.
So there are, I mean, Statistics New Zealand are probably one of the best at doing those sorts of projections, and there's a level of that within that where they have a range of possible immigration and a range of possible natural births and a range of movement within the country as well. And so there is significant ranges when you look at all of them.
Now, I don't want to be unkind because obviously a huge amount of intellectual horsepower goes into construction of these models. But is the reality, given the number of variables, that it's better than a well-informed guess, but it's a way out there in terms of the crystal ball?
Well, I think one of the key things that especially the feasibility modelling looks at is it looks at current conditions. It's saying and I mean this is what the NPS asks for, it says, are you going to be able to provide sufficient capacity under the current conditions? And current conditions obviously are relatively easy to predict. Motivation, somewhat more difficult. But in terms of what is currently available and the current information, it's relatively easy to predict what the market is going to do. Those current conditions obviously change, and they have a broader range of ability to change over a larger period of time.
Can you take me to the part of the NPSUD, which I think you're referring to, where it talks about what you're supposed to do in relation to those policies in terms of providing that, and to what level of detail?
In terms of the market conditions you meant to use?
Yep.
That's a document from MFE that was a guideline that they put out. They've actually got a model themselves that they've put out as a guideline.
So it's a guideline?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's in that document that you're referring to?
Using these market
Supposed to be.
conditions, yes.
Okay. Sorry, can you remember the name of that document?
I will find it for you and provide it for you.
Yep, no, thank you.
In terms of the juxtaposition or the functional relationship between greenfield development and brownfield intensification, am I correct in understanding your evidence that, in effect, the more greenfield development you have, or no, not another, no, I'll reframe that. That there's that as you push the land price down, you discourage green intensification and vice versa?
That's one part of it. As you increase the amount of land, you decrease the price per square metre of that land. One of in terms of increasing the price per square metre of land, you're not necessarily trying to increase the price of dwellings, you're trying to decrease the amount of land used for each dwelling and thereby decrease the price per site. So depending on which market you're looking at, whether you're looking at the market for land or the market for dwellings, what you're essentially trying to do is create a more efficient use of land where each household is utilising less land in a more efficient way.
And are you pushing against, you called it motivation, that I'm old enough to remember the fact that over the period that I can recall, the size of houses is vastly increased, while the size of families has significantly decreased, and that presumably has to be about personal preferences.
It definitely is, and it's about a realisation in the market of true costs. So you see throughout time a proliferation of lifestyle blocks and things like that, and just larger sites in some cases. So typically, as you move to the edges of a city, you get larger sites, and that's because there's a trade-off between a lower land value per square metre and utilising a larger site, hence efficiency. It's the same thing with the built form that we're going to have to see a change in. The cost of construction over the last 12 months has increased faster than the cost of land. It's gone up 21% across the country, and that's going to cause exactly the same thing in terms of that efficient use. It's going to be too expensive to have a 240, 250 square metre house for most families. And that's where part of the affordability comes in as well. Understanding that is the true cost of construction now, and to be able to live in a 250 square metre house is going to be out of reach for many people.
Now, I'm not sure you answered the question I posed about the interaction between house prices and infill. My understanding is that as infill, or as prices increase, what you were saying, as prices increase, infill becomes more attractive, and vice versa.
As the price of land per square metre increases, it becomes more feasible to develop infill. The reason for that is that many infill sites, especially with comprehensive redevelopment, have improvement or existing buildings on them. In order to warrant the knocking down of those buildings and the building of something that's more that's got a greater intensity, it requires a higher land value. So one of the ratios that we look at, when we're looking at a broad brush at a city, is the ratio between the land value and the improvement value by site. At some point, there's a tipping point where the land value is such that it's worth knocking down that house and building 5. But if there's an empty site down the road, that obviously the catalyst for that is a lot less. Inherently, in terms of the competition between greenfield and brownfield is typically more difficult to do. But it's going to be increasingly necessary to provide that product for people who can't afford the 250 square metre house.
Just on there, out of interest, Mr. Osborne, do brownfields are they more typically able to provide higher densities than greenfields? Or
it depends on the zoning, and I mean, I guess the economic benefits that come along with zoning more urbanised areas are the amenities and accessibility to employment and things like that.
Assuming the same zone and it's subject to MDRS, greenfields a little bit out from the urban centre, the brownfields close to the compact urban centre. Is there a general likelihood that the intensities to be realised are likely to be greater and there's more of a market for greater intensities in the brownfield?
It is generally the case simply because of the underlying land value being higher. In the greenfield it's typically lower, and therefore people can trade off between a larger site and the price.
Yes, it's probably not the same structure plan limitations with a brownfield. There's
probably not.
With a greenfield. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, that's just a...
Sort of related to that, does your model take account of the provision of infrastructure in terms of being able to undertake these developments anywhere?
No. The infrastructure is an overlay that goes on generally after the feasibility is done to look at whether that capacity can be accommodated with the given infrastructure, or whether infrastructure upgrades or whether new infrastructure would be required. Typically, most councils, that's the last part of the process because it's the most complicated.
So it's infrastructure is potentially a limiting factor, which at best goes to timing of the development, at worst goes to the likelihood of it occurring.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, I mean, it's relatively iterative, because if you don't have a level of feasible development within an area, you are unlikely to want to put infrastructure into that area. So in terms of the timing of that infrastructure provision, you want to make sure that something's going to be built if you're going to make that investment.
Another question I had related to the HBA, as I understand the progression, we've got 10,800 assessed as realisable in 2021.
That's correct.
Which is about, in the Section 32 analysis, I think it was 2,000 something, which produced a deficit and unsupplied demand. So the difference is in terms of the 2021 version versus the previous iteration, where did the extra 7,000 or 8,000 come from?
I'm not sure where the 7,000 and 8,000 we've got. So the original 2021 had 10,800 within the urban area, and around about 5,600 in greenfield and future urban in terms of the capacity to meet that 11,800 demand.
As say in the Section 32 analysis, which would have been undertaken in 2019, Ms. Sweetman, it was 2,000 something realisable within the existing urban area and a similar number of greenfield. So in terms of
right,
and Mr. Thompson suggests that the difference is all in the commercial zones, but the question for me is that correct?
No, there was a significant increase overall in the feasibility. Apart from the actual changes in the PDP itself, one of the differences was that increase in price between 2019 and 2021. So there was an increase in price of land in general, which improved the feasibility of land in Porirua for higher density product. The amount that was in the commercial zone was, in fact, this was an issue that was already raised. What was given to us, obviously, was the theoretical capacity in these zones. What wasn't explained at that point was that they had included restricted discretionary as part of that theoretical capacity. So they had taken that as a baseline in the commercial zones, which meant that the model itself was building townhouses in an area that wasn't allowed to have or as of right couldn't have a ground floor residential use. It had to be above ground. So obviously that changed a significant number of those the realisable capacity in the commercial zone. But it did shift that because, again, we're talking about different motivations. It made some of the feasible capacity in the residential zones realisable at that point.
There seems to be like a perverse relationship. The price has to go high to make more development feasible, and if the price goes high to make more land feasible, fewer people can afford to pay for it.
There's definitely a short-term, depending on the mechanisms within the market, there's definitely, New Zealand's been through a lot of that pain already, of that increase. A lot of cities around the world that aren't seeing the same sort of decrease in affordability that New Zealand is have already experienced a lot of that. For example, Australia with Sydney and Melbourne and so forth, the increase in density within those cities has been substantial over that period of time. So they've already gone through that shorter term pain in order to actually be able to have higher density and a more efficient use of land. I mean, the same is comparable in a lot of land markets. There's a lot of demand for industrial and for zoning more and more industrial, so it becomes extremely cheap. Unfortunately, there's a cost to that, and one of those costs are that people don't use that land efficiently. for businesses. And it's the same with residential.
Thank you. And you make a point that Mr. Thompson's reliance on supply and demand, this is why I paraphrase not yours, is simplistic because it doesn't take account of the macroeconomic factors. He responds that the macroeconomic factors apply across the country, so that they don't explain why development land in Christchurch is vastly cheaper than it is in, for instance, in the Wellington area. And what's your response to that?
The macroeconomics of interest rates and capital gains tax or lack of capital gains taxes impact different markets. There's an expectation of growth in some markets, especially around Auckland and some of the bigger centres that have higher levels of amenity. You typically find that when you have growth even within a city, there are some areas of that city that will increase faster. Even if that is based on the fact that you've got low interest rates and more capital, you'll find that areas that are well established increase faster than areas that are as established. So those macroeconomic factors, there's still a risk involved even when the capital is cheap and the interest rates are low. And generally, that money goes to the market that is less risky and has more fundamentals going for it. Increase in population, more money in the area, things like that. And highly dependent on where those areas are in terms of growth as well.
So is there a cross-city market in developers? That developers are moving between centre and centre to choose the best return for least risk?
I think probably it's more about the level of development that's going on rather than developers moving from one city to another. They do, but not at the level that would create the disparity that we see. There's more people willing to invest in the Auckland market primarily because they live in the Auckland market. So you don't just get in big developers investing in property, you get small mothers and fathers who are buying their second, third, fourth property. And you're more likely to do that in a market that you know.
In terms of the point you're making in your supplementary at 16 and 17, you're saying, well, also that the supply and demand curve, well, these seem to be straight lines, but never put that aside, that doesn't take account of social costs, and that is the appropriate focus. Mm-hmm. I can understand at a macro planning level that being the case, that you take account of broader social costs, environmental costs, costs of all kinds, benefits of all kinds, to the extent you can quantify them. But is that what is what the NPS requires? Because, like, it says you effectively provide enough realisable development to meet demand. And I'd always thought about the demand for houses reflecting what people see. If they're not paying for it, they don't factor it in. That there are those altruistic people who take account of broader social costs, and then there are the other 99%.
And I think that's exactly the point, and that's the reason for planning, and it's the reason to create a competitive land market. A competitive land market doesn't necessarily mean putting more of a type of land that has community costs, and those costs could be infrastructure, and those costs could be the fact that you take away from the ability for the market to provide smaller, more efficient product for lower socioeconomic parts of the community. Not everybody is one. If we continue to provide cheaper product at the further margins, then the accessibility for public transport, for jobs, for all these things are going to be marginalised for those people that have to take that type of product. So it is important to consider the fact of where that capacity comes from. So the MPS calls for obviously enough capacity, but where that capacity comes from is extremely important. And it's not all equal.
So what's the solution to the affordability crunch if you said, I think, the market doesn't, that your model doesn't spit out predictions based on affordability. You and Mr. Thompson diverge on the extent to which people can or cannot afford, say, a $500,000 mortgage. But is it fair to assume there is a proportion of the population, an uncomfortably large proportion, I don't know what the percentage is, but it's an uncomfortably large from a social point of view at least, that can't afford a house? How are those people going to be housed, or how can the district plan enable them to be housed?
I guess that's the fundamental question, and I mean an important
$1 million question.
An important consideration of that is two aspects. One's the land, and the other is the construction itself. Because if you look at those numbers, and if you look at the fact that, according to Mr. Thompson, 41% of the growth in population can't afford a $400,000 property, then they won't be able to afford to build that property. The land value becomes irrelevant at that point. So the important consideration is to provide a district plan that is going to have enough impetus to actually create that product, create a smaller, more efficient, less land, less built form, and more efficient for people to actually own their own home. They're not going to be able to afford, and we can't afford it as a community and an economy to continue to live in 250 square metre, 800 square metre sites. It's too expensive. We've done it for a long time, and we're paying the bill now. We're paying the bill in terms of the infrastructure that's going to be required to be replaced in the coming decade. We don't have the money for that, never mind to continue to provide more at the periphery of centres. It's important to get that efficiency and to get that density, to get efficiency of transport, efficiency for jobs and location, amenity, all those things, rather than putting people further and further out on the fringes without accessibility, with larger plots of land and larger houses. It's not what New Zealand can afford anymore. And the start of that is to be able to give the market enough of an impetus to actually create that product within its centres.
So, having read your evidence, I came to the rather dismal conclusion that there was nothing that we could do to solve that problem. You think it's not as gloomy as that?
I don't think it's as gloomy as not being able to solve that problem. I mean, economic theory would suggest that somebody's got to be able to afford these houses. And one of the problems that New Zealand has is that we've allowed the investment market to have a free rein. So instead of just having people wanting to live in the houses as part of that demand, we've increasingly, as New Zealanders, made that an investable product. The reason that we've done that is because there's no tax on that as essentially an income. Government's only now starting to ring fence rental properties, to reduce the fact that you can't claim interest now on these properties, to take away some of the advantages that investors has that increases that demand curve. That demand curve, the reason that price is high is that all that money has gone into housing. And the reason it's gone into housing is that it's a tax-free return. There's no other market like it in the country. And that's what's pushing this further and further out of the reach of people who want to live in the houses as opposed to invest in them.
The district plan can't change
No.
that.
The district plan can't change that, but what it can do is it can provide a product that people can afford.
Can it provide it, or
No,
can it
you're not.
enable it?
It can, it can enable that product.
Able to a certain point, one would think, rather than the actual product, even though that's a theoretical construct that you're referring to. It's a matter of how much can the district plan do that when we have to pay attention to part 5 and 6 and 7, none of which mention competitive economic, competitive markets or anything like that. So
There's always a line, I guess. The fact is that I get what Porirua and its PDP is not asking for is no greenfield development. It's not saying we need to force everybody into and internalise. 50% of the next 30 years could be accommodated of demand could be accommodated in greenfield areas, live zoned, and the fuzz that's identified in the PDP. That's a huge proportion of the next 30 years worth of demand that could be accommodated within that area. It's not taking that choice away. But at some point, you've got to say that choice is going to have an impact on how the market reacts and how the market's going to respond and what product it builds. You're right, council's not building that product and it can't force anyone to do it. But if it keeps providing more and more and more and dropping in an attempt to drop land prices, it's never going to produce a product that people can actually afford.
And I suppose the where that takes me is to ask the question is Silverwood's proposition at the tipping point? Do we even know where the tipping point is?
Well, it's I mean, that line is a really interesting point in terms of the percentage of future growth. With 50% of future growth in potential in greenfield, not to say that that's going to be where it goes, but it is, as we've heard, an easier place to put it. So it's more likely that that will be taken up before urban redevelopment. With 50% at least, and I mean, at this point, at 50%, I'm not even talking about the potential for things to take up the MDRS that have already been zoned. That's additional capacity. At 50% in terms of cities, Porirua is at a high end of provision for that land area. It is significant. Is 500 more at Silverwood a tipping point? I would say, given what the MDRS provides in some of those greenfield locations, we're probably past that tipping point already.
Yes, sorry to interrupt. I guess the next question that follows from that, Mr. Osborne, is based on your previous answer on brownfields. Isn't it more likely that the brownfields are going to provide that product goal that you've talked about, given their proximity, their servicing, their relationship to amenity, that sort of thing? Aren't they going to be the low-hung fruit? That's
100%. They will be there. That's where we're trying to enable it. But it just depends on the competitive market that we're up against,
yes,
or that product is up against. It is difficult to do. It is the low-hanging fruit, as you say. It provides the amenity. It provides accessibility. That's where it should be. And those attributes should actually drive it there.
yes. And the MDRS will assist in that.
The MDRS does two things, unfortunately. The MDRS provides for more capacity, which is great. Look, brownfield urban development is great. The difficulty is that there's a huge amount of it that's provided through the MDRS across whole cities. It's likely to over the next decade to happen sort of relatively sporadically in terms of where it happens. That doesn't necessarily create a critical mass that supports the centres, that supports that amenity that then perpetuates itself.
Yes.
So it is a massive increase and a massive enabler of that. It just enables it. It's sort of putting a medium density zone that generally sits on the around centres. It's putting it everywhere.
Yes. I mean, you talked about that a more efficient delivery that I guess the MPSUD is seeking to encourage, but the MPSUD is also seeking to provide housing choice, isn't it? And competitive housing choice. So that's just not through one offering, is it? That's through infill, it's through MDRS, it's through greenfield.
That's exactly right. I mean, if I was putting my economist hat on, I would say the market people need to know what's efficient for them, and unless you get into a city that's already got some vibrancy, you don't want to be in that city. Yeah. But I guess that's the balance, and that's why it's difficult to understand the tipping point, because there's more than one consideration here. And the consideration is that you need to provide choice, and you need to provide the market with ability, if this is not possible at this point to actually produce, that it can actually provide housing. But as I say, the Porirua PDP provides for, at this point, 5,500 plus. I think it's 3,600 that's live zoned. And then there's more of those identified future urban areas. So you're at 5,700, not including those areas like Plymouth and Farm, probably who get a lot more under the MDRS.
Yeah. So then the question, I mean, if I hear you rightly, you're saying don't be concerned about the tipping point because we're already past it. The damage has been done. The horse is bolted.
Yep.
So then what is the damage of an additional 500? Does it slow down the achievement of those more efficient deliveries? What's the downside of providing a bit more, given that Porirua is already in a bad situation or a good situation in terms of saturation?
No, I understand. I guess my position is that there needs to be a line that's drawn in the sand, and if you continue to go beyond that line, you're sending a message to the market. More importantly,
what document, what higher order direction is telling us that we need that line? The higher direction is saying you need sufficient capacity,
yes,
but it's not saying you don't need. Is it saying that this is the definition of sufficient?
It's saying you need a competitive market, and a competitive market for infill and proper comprehensive redevelopment is not zoning infinite amounts of greenfield. That's not going to provide a competitive market for that particular capacity.
Provide capacity for housing choice in that market, and presumably that drives price. Volume drives
down.
Price down. MDRS will do the same, presumably, in terms of more offerings, greater intensity,
yes,
more quantity. So both are equally driving price down, aren't they? Potentially, and providing choice at the same time.
No, the MDRS is actually driving price up. If you had a property in an infill area where you can now put 3 buildings on that you couldn't before, you've just increased the price of your property, and you can realise that
to the owner, but to the buyer, isn't it? What's it doing to price for the buyer?
Well, inevitably it's driving it. So the increase in price on the land is not proportional to what you can do to it in a linear relationship. So if it doubles in value, then you could have 3 buildings that are 2/3 of the price.
I understand that, but from an affordability point of view, I'm the buyer.
Yep.
You're the owner. You make a windfall gain.
Yes.
On the sale.
Yes.
Don't I make a saving in terms of buying a product that's not a standalone, it's a multi-unit development, and presumably it's a more affordable price that I can benefit from?
Yeah. Yes, it'll drive the price down per dwelling.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And isn't that what the NPS is trying to do?
Yes, but that impetus to do that is affected by how much greenfield competition there is.
Yeah, the NPS doesn't really care about your return as the owner, does it?
No, but it cares about whether you've got a competitive market for development.
Yes.
So all that capacity that sits in the brownfield areas is impacted by the level of greenfield that you're providing.
Okay,
so that price, as I provide more greenfield, the price of my MDRS property actually falls.
Yes.
More likely to accept the fact that I can just sit with a bigger site now than I would be if I had made more money in the first place.
Okay. So you're approaching this from the perspective of the developer.
Development, the willingness for someone to give up a backyard to have a pool and actually subdivide that and have something at the back. So that's the motivation within there.
The motivating is the price point.
Absolutely.
That makes it.
Absolutely. People don't subdivide off their backyard, or people don't do a development without knowing they're going to make money out of it. And it's not just that money, it's the risk. Yeah. And so if there's a whole lot of easy development, as you said, low-hanging fruit in a greenfield area, I'm more likely to pick that than go for something that's more difficult.
But if the damage is already done with the greenfield capacity, regardless of Silverwood, isn't that going to be an inherent longevity issue for Porirua anyway, regardless of whether Silverwood's in the tent or not?
To a degree, it's not I guess it's not a 1-0 sort of thing. It's not there's all damage and then there's no damage. There's a scale of damage.
But we're
there's
just
scale
the
of
net impact of Silverwood on that equation.
I think the net impact has to be seen as either positive or negative. And in this case, providing more greenfield or even alluding to the market that that's the way that you're going to do to provide future capacity is telling an extremely important story to the market that that's where you expect it to be. And that's where the easiest point of
So you would
pressure is.
say it would be negative, presumably, but can you put a value on that? That the net effect of Silverwood.
No, there's no, and this
But
is
proportionally. I mean, are we talking?
I guess this
significant number of points.
I guess this is the problem with looking at knowing something. There's something inherently that's wrong, and what proportion each component of that adds to that 500 additional houses is going to have. I mean, that's we're talking about over a year's worth of growth, let's say, in terms of the greater scheme of 30 years or 100 years, that's not massive, but it's sending a message that that's the direction that we're quite willing to go. So at some point there has to be a line.
Yep.
At some point you've got to say, well, if we want to have infill development, if we want to have compact urban form, if we want to have a city that actually works, we have to stop this. Now, whether you've already let the horses bolted to a degree on a whole lot isn't really the point. We are talking about trying to make decisions that result in a compact urban form, that result in economic efficiency, and continuing to make what could be termed inefficient decisions in terms of how we use that land is never going to add to that objective.
Just picking up on a point that occurred to me, you said, well, talking to the Commissioner about, well, you're sitting on a plot and you make a windfall gain. To what extent is the MDRS apt to be confounded by investors bidding up the value of land based on the margin they can make by the number of three-storey townhouse developments they can put on that land?
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, you're right. Even if you provide that capacity within the market, I'm not necessarily saying that's going to add your majority to affordability. My belief is that affordability is dictated by a lot more things than just capacity. Capacity is often a catalyst for the changes in prices we've seen, but it hasn't created the majority of that. The majority have been created by low interest rates, by no tax policies, by all these things that have meant that it's a great place to put your money, regardless. That bids up the price, as you say. You're more likely to get to that margin where people are quite willing to go right to the edge before they subdivide that up. So they've only just made their 20%. Then they have to sell that product for the price that's out in the market, as opposed to saying, well, let's enable this capacity and let's allow the market to do what it's doing now, which is dropping the prices of housing. Supply is not changing the price of housing in the market at the moment. It's dropping because of high interest rates. It's dropping because investors can't claim their interest. It's dropping because there's uncertainty in the market. These things are changing the price of housing fundamentally. We've got to have a 10% drop, and we're expecting another 10 to 15% drop. Will it go back to what's affordable? No, it can't, because the product that we're producing is not affordable. You cannot build a 150 square metre house for under $400,000 or $500,000. So it doesn't matter what we do to the land, the price of the building's always going to be too expensive, and that's what's produced generally further out on the periphery. We're not giving the market an opportunity to provide this other product.
Mr. Osborne, just ask my fellow commissioners, how much more do we have for Mr. Osborne? Because I'm conscious that the Greater Wellington team, having been put off to 3 o'clock, are now sitting listening.
Reluctant to say only 2 questions, or my final question.
Final question?
I'd have 2 questions to Mr. Osborne.
And have a Commissioner Sinclair.
No, I'll keep my mouth closed.
So your 2 questions, and
Oh, I also got one.
1, 2 and 1. Counting.
I don't want to sort of go back on the very interesting discussion that we've had, but I want to take you to page 40 of the HBA. And Mr. Osborne, you're part of property economics, aren't you?
I am indeed.
Yeah, so you probably were the author of this table.
It looks very familiar.
Yes. Before we get to that table, you were right at the very beginning. You were giving us figures: 144, 22,000, 10,800. Difference between plan enabled, feasible, and realisable. And then you provided some equivalents of those when you apply MDRA, RS.
Yes.
The only one I got was the jump from 10.8 to 26 for the realisable. What were did you provide equivalent figures for the others?
It goes, this is off the top of my head, it goes 22,000 for the, let's call it the PDP. For variation 1, feasible capacity jumps to 45,600.
From 22 to 45?
22 to 45.
And what about the 144,000?
144 jumps to 230. It's actually in my
Yeah, I thought it was.
in my statement. 230,800.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just bearing those in mind, going then across to, so the two tables, the table 422 and 423 is the difference. Well, it's the difference between feasible and realisable. So the sum of the apartment, standalone, and terrace take us to that realisable total that you've given us.
It hopefully does.
Yes, okay. Okay. Because I guess what I'm hoping for is what does this all mean in terms of table 424? That tries to bring demand and supply together, doesn't it?
That does indeed. Now, the demand there is obviously less than the latest SEDS partners.
Yes.
So
So
that's
were they
13.9.
population predictions though? Were they?
They were household projections,
Yeah.
yes.
And was that-
Population turned into household projections.
And was that subject to that 50 to 95% probability? Was that
there
something?
is a probability attached to that. I believe, off the top of my head, I'm not sure if there were other high projections that were provided.
But is it
but that's-
that range of 50 to 95 that you discussed with?
there potentially will be a significant. I'm not sure what part of that range the 11,800 sits in. But
Hang on, 11,800. Where's that?
I mean, in terms of that probability,
So that's 11,800 is the current figure, is it?
11,800 is the current figure, yes,
Including the margin.
including the buffer. Yeah,
So it's
For the short term.
long term, 15% long term buffer. So it's 20% in the short and medium term.
So okay, sorry. What figure in this table is 11,800 replacing?
The 13,978.
Thank you. Okay. And just remind me the source of the 11,800?
Sense partners.
Sense passes. Okay.
They've done the regional growth.
2022.
I believe it's, yes, I think it was potentially the end of 21, but
Okay.
it's the most recent, yes.
Because this table was December 2021.
Just after this then.
Yes, okay. Right. Okay. And the Plympton Farm capacity, is that accounted for in that greenfield capacity medium term, is it?
That looks like it's the medium term, yeah, such a
Okay.
round number. Yep.
Okay. So how does that differ from what was in the Section 32 report back in 2019 or 2018, whenever it was produced? Can you recall?
I can't recall offhand, no. I believe the numbers haven't changed too much, but it may, with Plympton Farm itself may have changed.
No, sorry, I mean the total number, the section of the right-hand column and the bottom.
In terms of that, the realisable capacity under variation 1 is now, well, under the MDRS is 26,000 roughly.
26,000, okay.
I think that's now 3, Commissioner.
It's all on the same table.
Qualifying the description.
I'd be still interested to know the what that figure was under 2019, though.
The Greenfield or Plymouth
The
medium
difference.
in particular?
The total difference figure.
I can provide that for you.
Yeah,
That's no
in due
problem.
course, that would be.
Yep.
Thank you. And that is all from me. Thank you.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Mr. Osborne, you and Mr. Thompson had conferencing. What was the purpose of the conferencing?
It's a good question. The purpose of the conferencing was apparently to discuss Mr. Thompson's questions that he had that he would like information on for the capacity modelling itself. So we had that. We had conferencing on just going through those questions and understanding whether they were actually necessary. Which my position was that if he has those questions, he's got those questions, and that's fine. So we didn't conference on any matter of difference in our positions. We simply conferenced on those questions.
Okay.
I was a bit confused as well.
So, why? Sorry, I'm trying to. What was the purpose of the conferencing?
Sorry?
What was the purpose of it?
Was to
Was this the panel?
was to review the questions that Mr. Thompson had and to
Okay.
discuss their relevancy.
Okay. No,
Yep.
that's fine. Thank you.
One final question from me. Why is, if you were to pick out the key drivers, why does the MDRS make such a big difference to realisable capacity? I can understand that it makes a huge difference to greenfield capacity, but in terms of existing zones, what are the key factors that drive that model difference?
I would suggest the key factors are there's several things. There's an increase in coverage. There's the fact that you can have 3 dwellings that are 3 stories, regardless of the actual residential zone itself, whether it's a general residential zone, whether there's a minimum lot size. All those things go out the window. It is. I think, as you quoted a scythe that goes through just about everything, and it provides a huge amount of flexibility throughout those zones. Huge.
Is the punchline that because you have that increased flexibility, you have potentially a much more attractive economic proposition because you can make far more out of it, therefore it's more likely that it will happen? Is that the chain of causation?
Yes, essentially, because our model is based on the motivation of maximum profit, which is one motivation but a key one in the market. We're saying what is the likely outcome from these zones and from these areas or from each individual site based on achieving a maximum profit. Now, that's not necessarily what happens. Someone could have owned a piece of land for 50 years and just simply sell it for what they think they want for it. There are a whole lot of different things that go on here, but the driver of this is to maximise the profit in the market.
Any more commissioners? Thank you, Mr. Osborne. I think you offered to provide 1 or 2 things that I've noted, but hopefully you noted them along the way.
Yep.
If you could feed those into Ms. Sweetman.
No problem.
Having said that we might come back to you, I'm not sure we need to, Ms. Sweetman. Any thoughts, commissioners? After, we might hear from Greater Wellington first. We'll hear from Greater Wellington, have afternoon tea, and we'll decide over afternoon tea if we have any final questions for Ms. Sweetman. So, Greater Wellington team, are you out there? I can see your names.
We're here. We are here.
Hello, Ms. Matthews. Are you and your colleague, Mr. Smale, I saw?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon.
You have a further submission on Silverwood. You've asked for a 15-minute slot. Tell us what you would like to tell us.
Sure, thank you. Tēnā koutou commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to appear at today's hearing. My name's Fleur Matthews and I'm the team leader in environmental policy at Greater Wellington Regional Council. Mr. Alistair Smale with me here is the program lead for urban water management. We'll make some very brief comments and are available for questions from the panel. I will just note that I was involved in the 2022 housing update of the housing and business capacity assessment, so I'm happy to answer any questions about that assessment if it's helpful. But firstly, so Greater Wellington Regional Council made a further submission on Silverwood Corporation's submission requesting that the site in question be zoned future urban zone. Our further submission opposed Silverwood's submission. Since the submission and our further submission were made, the Wellington Regional HBA report, as I just talked about, has been released, and you've been discussing that at length this afternoon. This report finds that the proposed Porirua City District Plan provisions do provide sufficient housing capacity in the short, medium and long term. Therefore, there's no need for this site to be zoned as future urban zone at this time, and we support the Section 42A assessment in that regard. In particular, we agree with Mr. Osborne's view that oversupply of greenfield residential and future urban zone land may effectively crowd out brownfield development. While we acknowledge that greenfield development is necessary in Porirua, we do not want this to occur at the expense of brownfield development. In addition, the district plan must give effect to the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management 2020, and I'll just hand over to Mr. Smale to discuss that further.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. With regard to our further submission, Greater Wellington is concerned that future urban zones are planned for adequately in the context of water management. As Ms Matthews indicated, we accept the need for future urban zones and support the future urban zones which are being put forward in the district plan. And we support the process which is outlined in the district plan for converting those future zones into urban developments. However, as you discussed in your last conversation on economics, there is a line somewhere in the water quality space, and that's what I want to talk about a little bit more. At a catchment, whole of catchment scale, and a whole of Porirua Harbour and its catchments, we're looking for a considerable reduction in urban contaminants, probably somewhere in the order of 20% in terms of average annual load. New greenfield developments add to that load, even if they are done particularly well. In fact, if they're done according to best practice, they will still add to the overall load. And as I said before, we're looking for something like a 20% reduction. That 20% reduction can only come from the existing urban footprint. And in that regard, actually, brownfields development is one of our friends. That's where a lot of it will actually come from as part of that development. So any greenfields developments, including the future urban zones, which are outlined in the district plan, as I said, will add to that load. And so the overall reduction will increase somewhat. At some point, there is an issue in terms of actually how much reduction you can get. We're a little bit unsure about exactly where that is. And there are also some choices that can be made. Where those reductions occur and how it is paid for is largely a matter for Wellington Water as the consent holder of these stormwater networks, and Porirua City as the owner of stormwater infrastructure. They effectively pay the cost of that. So adding further greenfield development ramps up the cost of that reduction. There are also some questions about whether you can in fact get that or not. At the moment, we have no indication or information which suggests that the Silverwood development is viable in that whole of catchment regard. The draft structure plan which they put forward is inadequate from the point of view of dealing with cumulative effects. And I also want to note that the memo which was provided by Wellington Water regarding infrastructure being adequate for that particular site doesn't really cater for stormwater quality, and certainly doesn't deal with stormwater quality at the catchment scale. So we're very nervous that ad hoc additions of further greenfield developments will jeopardise the reductions which we're actually looking for at a whole of catchment scale. Thank you very much, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Question for me, Mr. Smale. Do you have any evidence that Silverwood's any better or any worse from in the context of providing stormwater than the other urban growth areas that have been identified and the other fuzz areas?
Oh, they could be swapped quite adequately. There'll be no better or worse. It's really the total quantum. There is some issues with exactly where it is in terms of exactly what catchment, but in a general way to answer your question, you could substitute Silverwood for something else if you chose to.
Commissioner Sinclair, any questions from?
No, not from me.
Commissioner McMahon?
Surprisingly, yes. Mr. Smale, just one question from me. In a previous hearing, I think Greater Wellington had sought some changes to Appendix 11 in relation to the matters that needed to be identified, investigated and addressed as part of a structure plan process, and that included the addition of the words water sensitive design in terms of integrated stormwater management, and also provisions looking at the impact of any discharge consents, and provisions looking at any contaminant limits set in the natural resources plan. You'll be familiar with those, presumably, those changes that Greater Wellington sought. To what extent?
Yes, and we supported the where the Section 42A got to in that.
Yes. Given that the assessment that's been undertaken by Silverwood is by necessity at a high level scale at this point, to what extent do those changes and additions to the structure plan guidance provide some comfort about your concerns about stormwater quantum and sedimentation loading?
They don't, because those provisions would allow and encourage Silverwood to do a good design job in terms of planning for that particular site. And in that regard, you would hope that the quantum of the contaminant load coming from that site would be reduced to a minimum, but it would still be an increase.
Wouldn't the reference
increase would have to be found elsewhere?
Okay. Well, what I'm uncertain of is what effect having to have regard to the contaminant limits set in the regional natural resources plan might have in that space.
Once those limits have been set, it might either allow that development to happen or not.
Yes, but presumably those limits will be set as part of the 2024 proposed plan, regional plan.
I'm hoping they'll occur in a 2023 plan change.
Okay, well, the government will be very pleased to hear that. So those limits, would those limits have immediate effect, or would they, or not? Once the plan change is notified.
Yes, they'll be contained in rules which they have.
Yes, so those rules would be in place by the time any development, should this proposal be successful in its rezoning and subsequent upzoning, occur, those contamination limits will be in place, won't they?
Indeed, yeah.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Question?
Certainly.
Mr. Smale, Julia Williams, Commissioner here. In terms of brownfield development, is that neutral in terms of stormwater management contamination?
Brownfields, almost always you can get a gain in terms of contamination loss. If you do brownfields half well, you'll get a decrease in contamination load from what was there previously. And the reason for that is that most of our cities have no stormwater quality control at all, and almost doing anything improves that.
Thank you. That's good.
The implication, Mr. Smale, of what you just said is that because our stormwater management from our existing urban areas is so appalling that we ought to constrain much better designed future development. Is that really the position that?
I think what the government has been trying to do in terms of limits is just that. A limit is a limit, and you're right, it effectively constrains the last development on the block, if you like. It constrains the last greenfields development to be considered. So yes, it does constrain good greenfields development. On the other hand, it does drive and incentivise brownfields development, because when you're looking for a 20% reduction overall in contaminant loads, and the only place you can find that is in greenfields, there is some incentive there for city councils to drive that. And from the point of view, they're paying, the city council is paying for the 20% reduction. So they're incentivised to do that through greenfields development. Brownfield development, sorry. I was getting myself confused there.
That I'm familiar with the problem that has been advanced by a number of Maori developers who are faced with Pākehā having got in first, having done a very poor job of looking after the environment, and Maori having been constrained from lack of capital and a whole wad of other things, having to pick up the tab in terms of either being constrained or a much greater obligation. Is there an intergenerational, interracial equity position here that if the existing development is causing the problem, the existing development should sort it out and not unduly constrain new development?
Oh, absolutely. There is absolutely a number of inequities here, and you've described them quite well. We're probably some way away from having some sort of allocation system which allows transfer between land uses across cities in this regard. Probably quite some way away. In terms of some of the inequities you're talking about, it's possible where you're driving reductions and you end up with actually some headroom, partitioning that headroom and allowing particular users or groups to access to that. So there are potentially policy mechanisms available if you get to the point where you actually drive some headroom. In the case of urban contaminants, where you're looking for 20% reductions before you even start thinking about headroom, that's some way off.
Commissioner Sinclair, any questions on that? Any more? Well, thank you to the Greater Wellington team. Appreciate you coming in and accommodating our running slowly. We'll take an adjournment and we'll be back at 3:45.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sweetman, we have only one question for you. When you prepared the Section 32 evaluation underlying this chapter, did you or the council have any preferred split between brownfield infield development and greenfield development in mind? If you did you write it down?
I did not, sir, prepare the Section 32 evaluation
Well, that's
report.
good. That's a good answer. Can you advise if, in the preparation of the PDP, the council more broadly had any preferred split in mind, or any target split between infield and greenfield?
No, I don't believe that there was any particular target. However, the council was obviously mindful of the projections in the HBA in terms of demand.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dawson, we're ready for the Silverwood case. It's probably fair to say that we gave up on the idea of finishing today some time ago. So we won't go past 5. I think the panel have had an interesting day, but are feeling, well, if not jaded, will certainly be jaded by 5 o'clock. And no matter how stimulating your legal submissions prove to be. But so we'll take things quietly on the basis we're clearly going to be returning tomorrow. And but beyond that, over to you. How would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Sue. Good afternoon, Commissioners. First of all, I'll just introduce the people sitting with me. I've got Peter Tiedemann, who's the...
You might want to use your microphone more effectively.
Sorry, is that
Push
better?
the button.
Oh, the button is on. It's flashing green anyway. So,
Well, that's a good sign.
that means
Maybe
it's
move it
working.
closer to you then.
But mainly for the benefit of the people that are online too.
Is that better? Can you hear me all right?
That's
Yes.
good.
I've got Peter Tiedemann sitting with me, who's the General Manager of Silverwood, Stephanie Blick, who you all know, and Paul Thompson from Ngāti Tawa. So what I'd like to do, a little bit out of order due to time constraints, I was going to be calling Paul on behalf of Ngāti Tawa. I'd like to call him now before giving you my legal submissions. He's a little bit tied up tomorrow, so unless there's any difficulty with that, I'd like to slot him in now.
Absolutely none. Happy to hear from Mr. Thompson and interested in what he's got to say.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to the submission today. I guess I can take it as read that the submission from Ngāti Toa to the Commissioners at 16 November has been taken as read.
Yep.
So I just have several bullet points that I'd like to walk through this afternoon to outline Ngāti Toa's support for the submission and to answer any questions thereafter if the Commissioners have any questions, and or my learned friend here to the right. So what we would say in support of the submission, particularly the first thing that we'd like to cover off is that sites of significance to Māori in future urban zones, we don't see them as mutually exclusive. It is our position that they can be coexisting with each other as and when they come forward. We don't see one operating in isolation of the other. Now, that's even more prevalent to the situation at hand as we find ourselves today. If I might draw you to the attention of the Landcorp farm adjacent to the Silverwood block at Waitangerua Farm, or Pāmu Farms for the Mexted block in the Māori Pā block. This is part of our deferred selection property or portfolio of commercial redress from the Crown, and incumbent on that is a bundle of rights that give us the opportunity to acquire those interests for commercial purposes to provide outcomes, opportunities and housing for Ngāti Toa whānau. It's our intention to exercise that DSP right this calendar year, and in that endeavour we would support a broader inclusive view of the future urban zone to that extent that it applies also to our own land that will be settled before December 2022. In saying that, we also acknowledge and would like to make it a point of record that the block itself is a contextual area of cultural significance to Ngāti Toa. In fact, it was part of the Porirua purchase for the release of Te Rauparaha, and it's a traditional and contemporary mahinga kai site, so it is of importance to Ngāti Toa. But again, noting what I said previously, we are of the view that these things can coexist in a greenfield site development, and we would hold ourselves to the same standard as any other residential developer doing residential development on that land. Last point I want to note is that our interests aren't in a vacuum, they're not stagnant. We might choose to exercise a right to acquire the property and to sit on that as long as possible, to the extent that we can get our own due diligence done as to what is the highest and best form of use on that property. And even if there were sites that are not significant today at this point in time, they might become significant at a later date. We believe that it's our position that's a process for iwi to determine, and we would be following that position, and that would equally follow insofar as it affects this future urban zone at that point as well. So those are the points that I've been required to address from our perspective. I think my learned colleague here to the right was looking to ask further questions of myself and or the commissioners. If you have any questions of Ngāti Toa, I'm happy to answer where we can.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I have an initial question about your relationship with Silverwood. One of the, and I'll ask Mr. Teigman the same question when he hopefully we get a matching set of answers. That one of the things about the fuzz zone is that it anticipates an overall development of both the land to which Ngāti Tawa has rights of acquisition and the neighbouring Silverwood block under a single structure plan. Silverwood have given us an indicative structure plan with their development, with their submission. But there are two issues that flow from it. The zone effectively anticipates a joint development, or at least a development that is integrated as between the two sides. It sounded to me like Ngāti Tawa might, well, I don't know, Mr. Teigman will tell us in due course what Silverwood's timescales are, but your advice is that nothing's set in stone, that Ngāti Tawa might sit on this land for quite a while to see before moving with it. So how do you see that operating?
Yeah, sure. I mean, to the extent that we want to row our own waka as we determine the nature of what is highest and best form of use for our own land, I think it behooves Ngāti Toa to advocate on what is the highest and best form of use, and critically for us it is to ensure that our whānau have access to safe, warm, dry housing, amongst other things. So if I'm being honest, the longer term extent of what we want to do on the block would be to provide housing to our Ngāti Toa community and or to the local wider community. And to the extent that if that did incorporate the Silverwood block into that conversation, kei te pai, that's one of the commercial outcomes that we would come to at a later date. if we did not have a future urban zone that supported those outcomes, then ideally we would be relatively disappointed, but there are other ways and means and times for us to exercise our rights to find other commercial opportunities on that site. So I guess what I'm suggesting to the Commission is there isn't any one hard and fast solution that we've been working towards, but we do see housing outcomes as the primary goal for that site.
And tell me if it's confidential, and you can't tell me, but do you have an underlying agreement with Silverwood?
Oh, that's confidential at this point in time, Mr. Chair.
And in terms of housing, has your thinking got as far as thinking, well, what sort of housing are you looking at, and where would it be on the block to which you have rights?
Well, insofar as the two blocks are concerned, and if you were to include the Māori Pa and the Mexted block at the Waitangiroa farm, they are separate and distinct parcels of property, as you're aware. The Māori Pa block is on the balance of the ridgeline with the Silverwood block. It is our intention to potentially look at a medium density outcome and or a residential zoning outcome to support both of those areas as and where a master plan can be incorporated and drafted. But again, nothing's set in stone from us at this point in time. We're just working through the transaction requirements with Landcorp at the moment.
Commissioner Williams, do you have any questions for Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. We heard from Ms. Armstrong this afternoon, who was looking at the significant amenity landscape overlay over your land. And we had some discussion about Waitangarua Hill and its particular values, which I understand are part of a further planning process, perhaps, but being identified. For you, would you like to speak to the particular values for Ngāti Toa, perhaps in terms of the marae, as a backdrop, or its significance and its connection with the marae? Is that
Are you talking about marae down at the bottom
Yes.
of Waitangiroa? Marae is a matawaka marae, as you're aware, so it's an urban Māori sort of setting in context. We, as a mana whenua, have always been receptive and supportive of the marae community itself. They don't have any direct whakapapa or connection to Ngāti Toa outcomes, but to that effect we are very happy to support them in the endeavour and the wider work they do for the community itself. I can't really speak too far to that, Commissioner, other than that, really, unfortunately.
No, you, and I understand if you don't want to answer this, but you don't place necessarily high significance on them having an undeveloped backdrop to that marae.
Are you talking about the rear of their property?
I'm talking about the hill behind the property that when you...
I don't know the balance of where that land starts and finishes behind the marae itself. It's quite deep into the hill, I understand. I don't know if it travels up the hill. So I don't think I could give any credence to that question, unfortunately. I don't think I could answer it appropriately. Right.
And thank you for that. And just one other question, and that is that you spoke about the different blocks. I'm not sure that do we have particular information on the different... Are these actually different lots that make up the Pamu block? Or
yeah, they are. The Mexted block is located in Tawa, adjacent to Bing Lucas Drive, on the top of the crest of this SNA property up on the hill there. That's the larger of the two blocks, and then the Māori Pa block is the site adjacent to the Silverwood estate on the northern crest of the ridgeline.
Right, so, sorry, can I get it right? It's outside the Pamu block, but a neighbour, effectively. The land's adjacent to it, is that right? Or is it part of that Pamu block?
They're two separate parcels.
And
they've got Belmont Regional Park issues in between the two.
Okay, thank you, yes.
Commissioner Sinclair?
No, nothing from me.
Commissioner McMahon?
Yeah, kia ora, Mr Thompson.
Kia ora.
Just intrigued by your last answer. So are the Mexted block and the Mary Power block, do they intersect at all with the proposed fuzz zone?
Certainly the Māori Power site does. Yeah, that is the Landcorp site. That's just the...
In total? Landcorp site in total?
Yeah, yes it is.
Okay. Thank you. I'm still coming up to speed with what parcels sit where, Mr. Thompson.
Sure.
So that the Mary Power block and the Landcorp site are interchangeable terms for the.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Commissioner. Yes, they are.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I just wanted to ask you about something you said earlier, Mr. Thompson, about the fuzz and the potential site of significance to Maori sitting side by side, and that they're not mutually exclusive. And I've been sitting on the new Plymouth District Plan hearings, and I'll be frank, I've heard the absolute opposite to that from local iwi, particularly Te Atiawa, and to the extent that they've asked for not only protection of sites themselves, but quite large extents, buffer extents associated with those up to 200, 250 metres in each direction. Where there should be no development, no earthworks, certainly no dwellings. And I'm just trying to reconcile that position, which is fresh in my mind, with the position that you've just described. Is there a particular factor that you'd point this panel to that explains the difference?
Not directly, Mr. McMahon. With all the greatest respect to my whānau and Taranaki, our view on relationship management and working with our colleagues to the Silverwood block itself is something that we think that we're mature enough to have a conversation about sites that are significant to us and the reason as to why we would want them protected in any structure plan going forward.
Yes.
We would be so emboldened to suggest that it should be a carte blanche buffer zone and or treatment in particular that would preclude us not from having a conversation with Mr. Tiedemann and his colleagues.
I wonder if the point of difference, and it might be that I haven't explained it well, was that in this case, iwi weren't owner of the whenua, and therefore they didn't have that landowner veto.
I can see that.
Yeah, whereas in this situation, you are the potential purchaser through the settlement process of the land.
That's right.
Would the type of housing typology have an impact too in terms of that not being mutually exclusive argument that you run? The fact that it might be for, I think you said, for whānau or at least the surrounding community, would that make a difference in terms of the acceptability of the two co-locating and coexisting?
We, as a developer, look at it from a different lens than what a normal capitalistic developer might be. And if I could use the term social capitalism, our first endeavour is to ensure that our whānau are housed first and foremost.
Yes.
The secondary matters around capital outcomes and pecuniary gain, while they are important, aren't our reason for being and our total reason for why we want to enter into land development.
Yes. And the sensitivity of the design would be an important consideration too.
100%.
Yes. Okay. Final question I've got is, and I know you've started off by saying, well, you'll do this at your pace, and I understand and respect that. Have you got any sense of the potential timing in broad terms? If this zoning was successful, when might you want to see some development occur?
I have a very ambitious CEO. He would probably have a shorter timeline than my own.
Yes.
But capital constraints
CEOs always have a shorter time frame than the people who have to implement them.
Yeah.
It just sort of goes without saying.
Capital as it is, Mr. Commissioner, it would probably be very difficult to foresee any particular time in the not too distant future.
Yes. The sort of timeframes that the higher order documents talk about, and I got some assistance from Ms. Sweetman earlier, is in the short to medium term, it's a 3 to 10 year period, which is roughly the life of the district plan.
I think that would be acceptable.
Thank you. That's been really useful.
Thank you.
I think that's everything from us, Mr. Thompson. We're very grateful for you taking the time to come and talk to us.
Sir, Mr. Tiedemann's on the list, but he wasn't actually going to speak. But I will get him to answer your question about timing now, if you like. So, the microphone there, Peter. Peter.
Indeed, it was not my intention to open my mouth, but in 1990, Silverwood bought land on which there was a forest. It created two partnerships. One was two special partnerships under the then law. One was a forest partnership and the other one was a land partnership. The land partnership was dormant until the forest was harvested and partly blown over in 2002, 2003. So then it became apparent that with the development of Whitby going towards our boundary, it became apparent that Silverwood was unlikely to replant. It did some replanting, and subsequently in 1995, the designation was placed over our land for the Transmission Gully motorway, and that split our land into two, east and west basically, and it became apparent that we could not replant because it became more residential than rural. So we had a partnership with Paul Adams from Keras, Sir Paul Adams, I should say, sorry. And in that partnership, we explored the development of land for Silverwood. And Sir Paul had a good connection with Landcorp, and he approached Landcorp at the time and was told that Ngāti Toa had some first right of purchase. That's how I understand it. I wasn't deeply involved in that stage because that was the part of the land that was not our priority. We subsequently divided the land into 6 lots, and we we went into a partnership with Keras, a joint venture partnership, for developing what we call Lot 1 and Lot 2. And that is now being completed for some years now. In 2010, we settled with NZTA. They purchased our land for the Transmission Gully motorway. In 2013, the new arrangement with the PPP, we were approached if they could change the original block and also added 2 link roads. Up to that stage, there had been no Waitangarua link road. There was a different link road planned, which came out at Cannon Creek, not at Waitangarua. So the whole plan all of a sudden changed. So the James Cook Road and the intersection were all relocated further south, and so that meant that NZTA wanted to acquire more land, and the council wanted to acquire land. And all of a sudden, Silverwood didn't see its land split into 2; it saw its land split into more or less 4 or 5 bases. And it then became apparent that what we call Lot 6 south and Lot 1 was split. Lot 1 was split into 2 and Lot 6 was split into 2 because of the link road. And we had harvested most of the forest. We continued to finish most of that on Lot 1 on top, where there's still some pine trees left standing there today, and the rest is sort of regrowth. But if you walked over that land, which I have in the last 22 years done many a time, you'll notice straight away that the logic of, if you want to develop the land for residential, the crest of the land married in beautifully with the Landcorp land. So the logic would have been, and in my view still is, that land is developed together. Because of roading, because of all the issues that have been raised here today, they would fit in better together than on its own. And Paul Adams was in agreement with that, and he was a very experienced developer. He is a very experienced developer, so we took his advice. And so then we asked Lauren White, a planner, to give us a sketch plan of what the development could look like. And we agreed at that point that we would do a plan which included Landcorp land, and we spoke to Ngāti Toa at that time, Helmut, the CEO, the chief, and he agreed with that. Silverwood paid for the cost to Steph here, and we got this plan which included Landcorp land. There is no other agreement between Silverwood and Ngāti Toa. Silverwood is a very simple investment scheme that wants to wind up. The forest was wound up some years ago. The land part needs to be wound up, and it's waiting for the transmission gully motorway to be finished, and now waiting for this issue to be finished, and then we'll pass it on to developers. We've sold lot 6. We sold, beg your pardon, lot 4 and lot 3. There's only 3 blocks to be settled: lot 6 north, lot 6 south, and lot 1. And they were waiting for the opening of the transmission gully motorway, because since 2013 we've not had access to our land. I mean, without crossing the link road illegally. So that's where we're at. Please ask any question.
The reason I asked Mr. Thompson that question is that it seemed to me that, as you say, it makes natural sense to develop the 2 blocks together, but equally you like bound at the hip, because the access, like at the very least, there are questions about accessing the Silverwood block through the SNA, and it make much more sense to access it across the Landcorp land. But the question is an integrated development viable? Like, we've talked a lot about potentials today. From your perspective, is that something that would still need to be worked through if you have no existing agreement?
We have no existing arrangement. Silverwood is a landowner, is not a developer. And Silverwood is not intending to be a developer. So therefore, we wish to pass that very same question on to a developer. And the developers that we have spoken to have expressed the same view that we've got, which it would make sense to work together with Ngāti Toa. When we had our discussion with Helmut at the time, he felt the same way. So there was a cohesion, nothing else. Now, Paul Thompson was working for the consultant for NZTA in 2010 when Silverwood settled with NZTA. There was a sale and purchase agreement. Paul Thompson worked for them. So we've known Paul Thompson for a short period of time during those negotiations, and we got on really well. So we were quite happy to see him appear in this situation, and we opened the discussion. But that's all it is.
Okay, so Commissioner Williams?
No, I think that's very clear. Thank you.
Commissioner Sinclair, anything from you? Commissioner McMahon?
So, Mr. Tiedemann, the Silverwood land is what lot or lots is that comprised? Is that lot 6 and lot 1, or is?
Oh, sorry. When we subdivided the land, we took natural lines. The gas line was 1, and
yes.
Subsequently the Waitangarua link road became another one. So between the gas pipe and Waitangarua link road, we call lot 1.
Yes.
On the other side, between the motorway, we call lot 6 south.
Yes.
And the other side on the Waitangarua link road, we call lot 6 north.
Yes.
It's a very small lot, it's 1.5 acre.
Yes. If I wasn't so lazy and read your submission, I would have seen that clearly delineated on page 10.
Yes.
So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
That was all from me. Thank you.
Now, I would like to add one particular aspect to it. In the past, I'm 80 almost. My walking up the hill is not so good anymore. And before the Waitangarua link road was established, I used to take a rental car and drove up lot 6, right to the very end of the other side. Just in an ordinary, simple rental car. Now, it was normally a cheap one, wasn't a 4-wheel drive or anything fancy, and that's how the access was at the time. It was a forestry track. Logging roads went over it, logging trucks, beg your pardon, went over it. Logging trucks went in the past, when we, depending on the permits from Porirua City Council, went out on 3 different areas. It went out around the back over the over the regional council land. It went out across Duck Creek and then out to the back over what used to be EQM land, what we call Lot 5, which was the land on the other side of the motorway. And it went out over, which was our official address, which was through what is now Harpham, or was Harpham land, which crossed Batingaroo Ring Road. It was the road there. So all these access roads, they weren't perfect, but they was metal underfoot, and a car or a truck could easily access them. Now, the reason why I bring that up is because fundamentally, those roads are still there. Of course, overgrown right now over the last 8 years, I think.
So the road shown on the draft structure plan,
it's a forestry track.
The base of the road still is actually already there.
Correct.
I think that we're good, Mr. Tegman.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Dawson.
Thank you, sir. If I could just check you can hear me all right.
Yes.
Just
So good.
just for my 2 cents worth on the question of timing and the relationship with Ngāti Toa, and I think I understand the gist of where you were going with those questions. A couple of points. First of all, of course, if the fuzz zone is approved, it's an enabling provision, which, of course, in due course, would require the provision of a structure plan. And I would expect that that structure planning exercise would deal with more precisely the relationship between the 2 blocks of land, whether or not, in fact, at that time, Ngāti Toa has acquired the land from Landcorp or not. We have to acknowledge that's a possibility. And of course, the provision of such things as roading can be provided for by tools that we're familiar with, like indicative roads and so forth, that need to go in. So I think that regardless of the timing of each of the 2 parties, the structure planning exercise deals with that, and if necessary, puts in place the provision to ensure an integrated development. But more than that, when you look at the draft structure plan, it's been put up as part of the submission, for discussion. Whilst the access, particularly between the 2 properties, is desirable, it is nevertheless possible for access to be provided off the link road into Silverwood's land directly, and that could be utilised. So that's really all I wanted to say about that in a more technical sense. So unless there's any questions on that, I'm going to turn to my legal submissions, which I understand you've all got.
Yes, I think the issue, Mr. Dawson, is that we've observed the indicative access, one of which goes through an SNA. So that causes at least a question, and it would appear that from the draft structure plan that the access, if that were not available, then the access to the upper, what you've called the hillside blocks, would need to be through the neighbouring Landcorp/Ngāti Toa block. Now, that's not the end of the world, and it may well be, as you say, that the structure plan would need to address the relationship between the parties and get both parties to buy in, because you couldn't proffer a structure plan without knowing that you had all the landowner agreements you need to actually implement it, because otherwise that might be a very expensive frolic through the RMA process otherwise. But I suppose that the panel is looking for some comfort that you're some way down the track to actually securing a comprehensive or the ability to deliver a comprehensive development plan. And I wouldn't put any more than some comfort. That's my personal position. I haven't talked to my colleagues about this.
Yeah, I think, sir, it's a question of how much you put the cart before the horse. And what Silverwood's done in this exercise has, I think anyway, prepared an extremely comprehensive and thorough submission, including a draft structure plan, and which has been looked at in quite some detail. And the provision of, you mentioned one particular point of it, which is the provision of access through what's potentially an SNA. And the ecological assessment done on that at this point at least was, if that's done properly, then that's probably okay. But I think the point needs to be made, of course, and remembered in this conversation that if the fuzz zone is approved, then there's going to be the necessity to do a full structure planning process, much of which has already been done, but then, of course, a plan change. So all of these things that we're talking about in terms of that are important but are nevertheless detail, I think get addressed and scrutinised through those processes again. And it's not necessary that we answer them now, but as you say, it is helpful if there's a degree of confidence that an acceptable approach to a structure plan has been envisaged in these early days and that it could ultimately be successful.
Well, let's proceed with your legal submissions. As I say, we've read them. Thank you for providing them. How would you like to do this? I certainly don't want you to read them to me. If you want to pick out the ayes out of them, we're open to that.
Yes.
And I have some questions, and I suspect my colleagues will have too.
Yeah, what I thought I'd do, Sarah, is skip through them and by all means stop me or start me as I come to particular points. And then I've made a series of notes of the issues that you raised with Council this morning. Some of them I can't resist commenting on, so I'll do that once I've gone through these. So if I can take you to my paragraph 6, as I said a moment ago, Silverwood submission is thorough and comprehensive. It went as far as producing a draft structure plan for the site, and it's been supported by numerous technical experts in quite some detail, and I think that makes it unusual. I think it's important that we remember that the future urban zone is transitional, and this seems to be, with respect, a point that the council, Ms Sweetman and a couple of the other experts in support seem to have glossed over in talking about, well, why aren't we doing a structure plan now? Why aren't we imposing a zone that has a structure plan? And the answer to that is because the proposed plan says, well, it's effectively a three-step process: future urban, structure plan, and then plan change. My paragraph 8, the legal framework that you are required to exercise here and make your decision under is well understood. The requirements of Section 32 and the like have been thoroughly canvassed through the courts, and I'm not going to repeat them. However, in the instance of a request for rezoning, the question for you is to determine whether the resulting land use pattern and zoning will assist the council in carrying out its functions. From there, the proposed rezoning must be examined as to whether it is the most appropriate method for achieving the objectives of the district plan. Just pausing there, I heard Ms Sweetman this morning say that what she meant in the conclusion of her supplementary evidence to you was whether or not this future urban zone was needed. Now, with respect, that may be her opinion, but that's not the evaluation that's required by Section 32 of the Act. And as I'm sure you know, the Act was specifically changed so that the test is what's the most appropriate zone. And that seems to be a flavour through a lot of the council's assessment. I've set out there in my paragraph 9 the elements of Section 32. I'm not going to repeat those. I'm sure they're well familiar to you all by now, except to make the point that in determining what is the most appropriate outcome, it doesn't mean that you need to determine which is the superior outcome. It's simply a balancing exercise when measured against a number of factors.
Mr Dawson, I've talked to a lot of lawyers about what that comment in rational transport means.
Yes.
That's because the authors of what used to be called Brookers quoted it, it tends to be quoted every time there is a discussion of the application of Section 32. And I have to be frank, I've never understood what it meant. If appropriate means suitable and you substitute suitable, it's asking you which is the most suitable. It's still a qualitative assessment. I don't think that you'd be suggesting that our job is to flip a coin, having identified the range of potential.
No.
So what do you think it means?
Well, a glib observation, I've always found it quite useful to read the cases that are cited in the Brookers commentary for yourself, and then you kind of miss out the gloss that might be there. What I think it means is that you are not required to determine the perfect outcome here. You aren't required to determine the very best possibility. What you are asked to do and required to do is to have a look at a whole lot of different things, environmental effects, objectives and policies, and all those things that we all understand, and thinking about them all together, think, well, you know, if it's not going to remain the status quo, if there's a reason why it shouldn't remain there, then you know what's I don't want to use the word appropriate. You know, what's a good outcome here? What kind of what feels comfortable and what feels right? But the threshold isn't that it has to be perfect or that it has to be absolute.
But presumably, if having assessed the range of outcomes, some outcomes are better than others, we should choose the one that we think is the best.
Yes, I think that's right. Here, perhaps though, it's really a binary decision. It's general rural as proposed, or future urban as requested.
Like Ms Sweetman suggested, an intermediate position of redrawing the future urban boundaries to encompass part but not all of the combined site. So that is a potential alternative.
Well, seeing as you've raised that, I'll address that now. I took the observation, I think made by Commissioner McMahon, that, you know, would that be a lost opportunity here if the entirety of the site wasn't zoned future urban? Then what does that mean for the structure plan? And the outcome here needs to be ultimately integrated and sensible. And I do think that if you, if only parts of the site were zoned future urban now, then I do think the structure planning exercise runs into a potential difficulty. And, you know, can it, should it, and how does it then include land that's not within the future urban zone? And I think there's a little bit of greyness there, but I can see lawyers having a really good argument about that. And I mean, one of the points that I think we need to remember here is that if the site is zoned future urban, the eventual outcome can't be presumed. And that, with respect, seems to be what the council's doing, is saying, well, if we allow it to be zoned future urban now, the whole thing's going to be turned into houses, into a residential zone. Well, that simply ignores the very tool that has been put in the district plan of requiring a structured plan.
Please roll
on. Paragraph 13, I think, is important, is to remember that as a matter of law, there's no presumption in favour of a particular zone or of the status quo remaining. In other words, it's an open book, effectively, for you to decide what is the appropriate outcome here. Looking at economic assessment and this question of residential supply and demand has become a key, if not the reason why the council officer's recommendation is that the submission should be refused. And there's been a lot of discussion about that. There are several aspects of this analysis that you will need to come to your own views on, but on which I make some comment. The fundamental issue here is that the council's position seems to be fixed on that one issue. And that, with respect, is not the correct approach required at law. The approach required at law is that economic considerations are but one of several and required of you under the Act. And just pausing there for a moment, I think the issue this morning became even clearer than that. The economics assessment undertaken by Mr. Osborne was in fact far broader than just residential supply and demand. He's looked at a number of economic considerations, and his report actually finds, and he confirmed it again this morning, that there are a number of economic attributes and attributes of the site which are positive and which make it suitable as a logical residential extension. So by fixating on this question of supply and demand with respect, we're focusing on a very small aspect of a much broader assessment. And I've set you a whole lot of case law there, which I'm sure that you're familiar with, and I don't need to run you through.
Very familiar, given that I acted for the unsuccessful appellant in the contact case, and I also acted for a party in the Carter Holt case. So the question for you is, how comparable are those cases, given that they're both in the regional domain? Carter Holt was about competing claims for an allocation of water from the Waikato River for different economic uses. The contact case was about balancing economic and environmental issues, and in the first, the court was saying, well, we've got 15 economists and 15 different opinions.
15 might have been an exaggeration, but it was quite a few.
Yep.
And we prefer to take our lead from broader principles of sustainable management. And the contact case basically said I was wrong. I can bear that with equanimity.
Yep.
I've been told I'm wrong before. But neither was about a land use zoning question.
No, they weren't. And I mean, you're right in how you summarised them. But they do stand for, and frankly, I, without having spent weeks on it, I couldn't find a decision that talks specifically about the relevance of what I call a supply and demand assessment. But I think the general legal principle is sound, that in terms of economics, and for that matter, any of the other considerations required of you under Section 32 of the Act, they all need to be considered. There isn't a primacy given to any of them, and they all go into the melting pot. And this, I think, with respect, is where the council's got it so wrong. We've heard this morning how that really it's the one reason why the recommendation is what it is. And I suppose while we're talking about economics, there's one comment I wrote down here when I listened to Mr. Osborne give his speech earlier this afternoon, which is, and the question I wrote in the margin was, where is the mandate for council to control the market and draw a line? In other words, where is the mandate in the RMA for council to say, hey, we're going to control the price, we're going to control the supply, because we want to make sure the market performs. And I was very cautious when I heard Mr. Osborne say on a number of occasions the council now has to draw a line. I think it's fair to say that the question of supply and demand is an economic issue. It goes to economic well-being. It fits within Part 2 of the Act. It's a consideration, but I'm not so sure that the council gets to go as far as saying we're going to draw a line and we're going to control the market.
I wonder if part of the answer to that is that although you might think it misguided, the NPSUD seems to go quite a long way to directing the council to achieve a range of potentially inconsistent economic outcomes.
Yes, sir, and if I heard you correctly, and you'll forgive me if I didn't, but I thought I heard you allude earlier to, or somebody did, that, I mean, that's exactly what the NPSUD does, is say, effectively enable urban development. That's what the MDRS standards do. And yet here we have this council saying, wait a minute, there's too much. We're actually going to draw a line and we're actually going to stop greenfields development. And I'm just not sure that the council's mandate goes quite that far.
Is it that the council can't draw a line, or that you would like it to draw the line on the far side of Silverwood?
This late in the afternoon, so that is quite an amusing question. But no, I genuinely question whether, in respect of any site, whether and I may have not perceived Mr. Osborne's speech correctly, but I really, what I understood him to be saying is that he's concerned that the residential property market needs to have a line drawn in it, and if you don't provide enough infill opportunity or brownfields development, then there's going to be market distortions and the price is going to go up, and then because the price goes up, the price is going to come down. And I'm just really not sure that that's any of the council's business. I think it does have to say, well, there is a demand for growth and we need to meet it somehow. And the NPSUD effectively says that's exactly what you should do. And you should provide for a variety of housing. But I think we need to be really, really cautious in this conversation. That my overwhelming comment to you is I think the question of supply and demand has become somewhat of a distraction when there are a lot of other things to consider. And I've listed in my paragraph 20 7 or 8 things that the council's experts and Ms. Sweetman say are positive attributes here. I'm not going to repeat those to you because you know what they are, but they seem to be missing in the overall evaluation. And even in my paragraph 21, Mr. Osborne himself says, and Ms. Sweetman acknowledges them as being correct, that there are a number of positive economic attributes of the site that do make it attractive for rezoning. And my question to you is, where in this balanced assessment have those things fallen? My paragraphs 22, 23, 24, 25, what I'm saying to you there is that Ms. Sweetman claims to have undertaken an assessment of the relevant provisions and the objectives of the district plan and the NPSUD comprehensively. With respect, I can't find them. What I think she's done instead is focused on one issue and it's pervaded the analysis of all of those provisions. Whereas Silverwood's analysis in its submission deals with all of the objectives and policies that are relevant and comments on all of them. So for those reasons, so I'm at my paragraph 30, Ms. Sweetman's assessment, I think, fails to adopt the approach required of her by law. Her assessment elevates the assessment of supply and demand to the critical criteria, and it seems to taint her consideration of several relevant matters. That, unfortunately, results in an unbalanced and improper assessment. In contrast, Silverwood's assessment, presented in its submission, and now its evidence to you, is balanced and meets the criteria of the Act.
Mr. Dawson, can I take you back to your discussion of objective UFD01
Yes.
and then objective 3 of the NPSUD? Doubtless, well, these are planning issues and Ms. Blick will have a view on it. You said, well, how could Ms. Sweetman come to the view that UFD01, we'll say rhetorically, how could she come to that view? I can understand, well, her answer would be Silverwood hasn't been planned, so it was only a possibility. It's not compact in the sense that that objective is meaning more intensive towards and closer to the centre, and but it might be structured. So that would seem to be an interpretation of that objective that, on the face of it, would seem reasonable. And you look at objective 3, and you said that Mr. Statham concludes its sites well serviced by transport links. we're only talking about a possible public transport because link, and that's what the objective said. It doesn't seem to be near a centre zone or other employment activities. And you're saying, again, rhetorically, why hasn't Ms. Sweetman referenced criteria as those criteria has been met? There seem to be pretty good reasons why they might not have been met. But I wanted to give you the opportunity to tell me why I'm wrong.
I'm not sure that I'm entitled to give evidence or to tell you that you're wrong. But
feel free, lots of people do.
But, and I was, when I was writing this, thinking about, taking the unusual step of seeking to cross-examine Ms. Sweetman. But what I've done instead is simply looked.
I can tell you here and now the answer would have been no.
That's why I didn't go there. Although, of course, with plan changes, it is something that can be done. But so all I can do is look at the evidence and what's been said in that. That's all I have. And looking at UFD 01, Porirua grows in a planned, compact and structured way. Well, I suppose, as you say, the issue there from Ms. Sweetman's point of view might be that it's not planned because it's only shown as a potential in the growth strategy, and we'll come to that word potential again soon, I promise. But her overall conclusion is that the site has a number of positive, or not her overall conclusion, but part of her conclusion is that the site has a number of positive attributes, and in some ways it's a logical extension. So I take that and I struggle to see how that means UFD 01's not met. Objective 3, Sir, well, the economics evidence is that it's near a centre zone. I think it's 2 kilometres away from Whitby and even closer to a supermarket. And Mr. Stratham says, well, it is, or it will be, well serviced by a planned public transport service.
I think Mr. Statham said he didn't know what Greater Wellington were going to do. That there is talk of a possible link. You might be pushing the boat out there, Mr. Dawson.
I may have misheard him, sir, but I did read his evidence, and I stand for you to tell me I'm wrong. But I believe his answer this morning was he didn't know exactly where the route was going to go. In other words, when you get on the bus, you're not sure exactly where, no one said exactly where it's going to end up, but that service is there. And, I really just pulled those two out as examples that, with the greatest of respect to Ms. Sweetman, there's no analysis of them. There's simply this broad conclusion that I've addressed them comprehensively, that my prime her words, that her prime concern, the prime issue, is supply and demand. And I just struggle to see how that question of supply and demand pervades all of these provisions.
Thank you.
I'd like to perhaps make some comments on the 42A report. And my conversation with you this afternoon wouldn't be complete without referring to the word potential, because everybody else has. I'm not going to read you through this, but I simply make the point that, 3 points. Number one, the growth strategy hasn't been drafted with chancery draftsmanship in mind. It hasn't been drafted by lawyers. It's an overall document. It's a non-statutory one, and it is what it is. Number one. Number two, if the question of what does this word potential mean? If it's actually important, then it has to be looked at in the right way. And the law says, sure, you can pick out two definitions from a dictionary, but you also need to look at the word in its context. And the context is, it's a growth strategy. It talks about areas that may be suitably zoned somehow in some form of residential. This area is mentioned within the growth strategy, and Ms. Blick's evidence has given that reference to you, and I've written it down somewhere and I just can't remember where it was, but it is talked about in that way. And I don't think that anything turns at all on whether the Silverwood site and surrounding area is notated as potential or something else. The fact is, it's envisaged within the growth strategy. Silverwood partook in that process, and it's acknowledged that this site might be appropriately considered for residential form. And that's all. I think that's the beginning and the end of it. And to be fair, I don't think we need to get too hung up on what this word potential means.
I wonder if you suggested not consider it in a vacuum. Of course, as you've observed, the case law is replete with instructions to adopt a purposive approach and not necessarily take words literally, even when they appear to be clear about what they're saying. The argument could be made that it's Ms. Blick that's taking a literal view, and which you're supporting, and a more purposive view would be the one that Ms. Sweetman advanced, that by giving Silverwood a qualified endorsement in the growth strategy, the council didn't intend for that to mean that it would automatically go into the plan as a future urban zone.
Yes, I think that is the contrary point of view, and I guess 2 points to that. One is that even a qualified endorsement puts it in, quote unquote, the growth strategy. But number two, and again, this point seems to be glossed over. What we're talking about here is a future urban zone, of course, but with no promises that it's actually going to end up making the grade, passing the hurdle to actually be rezoned residential. And much less are we talking now about a live residential zoning. And I think if you put it into that context, doesn't the concept of a transitional zone sit quite well with a potential?
Thank you.
So, Sue, I think that was really a lot of the conversation, wasn't it, around Clause 1 of Fuzz P1. Of course, Clause 2 becomes relevant, and my reading of the evidence is that the council and Silverwood both agree that one way or the other, the site meets Clause 2. Except for one point that I do need to make in fairness that I heard this morning. And Ms. Sweetman said to you, and please, I would be happy for someone to tell me I'm wrong, but her response to you was to the effect of, yes, well, it does meet Clause 2 of P1, but the question of supply and demand fits in there as well. And you have to look at the plan in its context and read the thing as a whole. And with the greatest of respect, I'm really struggling to say how this very micro question of supply and demand sits anywhere within Clause 2. My paragraph 38 and 39 and 40, just to return or to make the point, I heard Ms Armstrong talk this afternoon about a concern that, the whole site's going to be zoned fuzz, and this has an implication for SALs, and it's all. I gather the gist of it was, well, it's a broad brush approach that's a bit clumsy and is going to result in a bad outcome. I think that was the gist of it. And again, to make the point, that's exactly why a structure plan and plan change is required to deal with those questions of detail. So my conclusions there, you've read it, you know what it is. I don't have anything to add to it. I think we easily get over the question of, is this an appropriate zone? That's my conclusion. I'd like to comment verbally on some of the things I heard this morning.
Before you go there, and this may be one of the things that you want to comment on, it's the question I put to Ms Sweetman about the implications of the 2021 amendment to being able to achieve the kind of sensitive development, or to be sure that the kind of sensitive development that the landscape people are relying on will actually occur, given the extent to which the council's controls have been pared back. I said scythed this morning in the altered legislative framework.
Funnily enough, sir, the first note that I had here was the Enabling Housing Supply Act and the MDRS standards. So I think
Veronia, you're very, very far-sighted of you.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because I think the intention of, I appeared in front of the select committee on the housing supply bill, and very clearly the intention of it was, or is, to say to councils, hey, you're gonna get more houses, and you guys can't tie them up in resource consents and land change. We're actually going to do something about this. And when you think about it, it's an extraordinary provision. We've never seen anything like it. But Ms Sweetman did touch on this, and I think we need to put that into context. In this variation one, and we're going to see it on the 4th of August apparently, but if the site is rezoned fuzz, that doesn't mean that the MDRS standards will apply over the whole thing. And that suddenly we're going to have 3 houses for every one we thought we were going to have over the whole site. It's far more nuanced than that, isn't it? So, first of all, it has to be a relevant residential zone, and that excludes large lot residential, which is a possibility on parts of a site. it excludes open space zones. And I don't think that if fuzz was over the whole site, that necessarily means the whole site needs to get a residential zoning, much less a relevant residential zone, and that's where the structure plan comes in, isn't it? You know, let's look at the SNA, let's deal with that appropriately, let's deal with any landscape features that we want to avoid. And so that's then where the rubber hits the road. And I think it's at that point in time that the result of variation 1 becomes really important, because everyone's going to know what they're dealing with. So the simple point is that this rigorous process of a structure plan and then a plan change, I think, enable the council and the landowners and the stakeholders to adopt a very detailed approach that deals with these things. And I think that's simply the answer.
The issue potentially, as I understand what you're saying, but for those areas where you have earmarked for relatively intensive urban development, those pockets in the draft structure plan, the MDRS will clearly apply to them.
If they translate ultimately into a relevant residential zone.
But like looking at the density, they're clearly not large lot, what you have in mind.
Sure. Remember, of course, that a little bit like the awkward boat the council finds itself in, this draft structure plan was done before the MDRS came along. And what I picked up in the conversations this morning was, I think, an implication or a nuance that future urban zone must translate into a live urban zoning. It must translate into, I'm going to paraphrase, but a relatively intensive residential outcome. Frankly, that overlooks the value of a structure plan process and then a plan change. And so the simple answer is that when a structure plan is developed, it is going to have to take into account the MDRS and a whole lot of other things, but the MDRS that wasn't there when the draft structure plan was done.
I understand. Thank you. So how many bullet points do you have?
Is this the same kind of question that Commissioner McMahon got? And if I say last one, I promise.
Very much so.
I've probably got about another 5 minutes. I'd really like to get it finished today if I could.
If it's 5 minutes, the clock is ticking.
You can count me down. I heard a comment made this morning about, and again, not to pick on Ms. Sweetman, but I think it was directed at her, is to whether or not her conclusion was that the proposed zoning was contrary to or inconsistent with the growth strategy. And again, the point there is, and I think the point was made by the panel, we need to be really careful when we use those words, because the concept of contrary means repugnant to, and that's a high threshold. And I'm not quite sure that nuance was picked up in the response. What else have I written here to talk to you about? I've actually covered everything that I'd written down. My final observation would be this. If the future urban zone is approved or the submission's accepted, by the time Silverwood or the future landowners of both properties get to a live zoning, they will have gone through 3 very rigorous assessments. This one, a structured planning exercise, which requires, amongst other things, consultation with stakeholders, public process, effectively, or limited kind of public process, and then a plan change. I'm not sure how much more scrutiny you could expect to give to this property. Unless, of course, it then had to go and get a discretionary resource consent. By the time, which Silverwood hopes it does, by the time it ends up with a live residential zoning, this thing's gonna be gone over with a fine-tooth comb. And it's the council's role in that process and frankly its responsibility to ensure that it's a robust, good outcome. So those are my opening submissions. I'm sure as we go through stuff tomorrow, there's going to be some more issues coming up. But we'll see how we go.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. Can I congratulate you? I can tell you that in the book I have 2 lines left, so that was exceptionally well timed.
I'd hate you to have to start another book.
Well, not tonight anyway.
Yep.
We will see you and your team at 9 o'clock. Sir.
Can I pose a question for...
Possibly.
It's your council to consider overnight.
Yes, my parting shot was going to say that if you think of something overnight, I'm not going to say you can't tell us about it in the morning, but I think the Commissioner has a question that he would like you to tell us about in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah, I certainly don't want an answer now, Mr. Dawson, but I wondered if you could consider the following overnight. If the zoning is unsuccessful,
yes,
would Silverwood have another opportunity as a Me Too submitter to the variation? Would their submission be on the plan or the variation in a legal sense? And is that something that might be contemplated? So I'm sure you know the answer already, but if you could just dwell on that and address us tomorrow on that, that would be appreciated.
So that's a really good question, because one of the issues that was, and I think it might have been minute number 42, or was it 43 when I had another go, was the question of the ability of Silverwood to give evidence on variation 1 when it comes out, and we were going to talk about that. So that I think we could perhaps deal with those 2 things in the morning.
Yes.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. We will adjourn 9 o'clock, restart 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay.